Futures still chopping around here in negative territory this morning as we look to reverse things back to the upside, coming off a bit of a flat session on Friday. If you remember, we got the non-farm payrolls number out about this time on Friday that was higher than expected. That sent the entire market sharply lower initially, and then we just ground our way back to the upside throughout the entire day, ending basically flat. It was, however, a positive week for the entire market last week. All three U.S. indexes, the S&P, the NASDAQ, and the Dow, back in positive territory. More data to come today. If you hadn't had enough yet, there's a number at 9:45. The big one, though, is going to be at 10 o'clock. We'll get November ISM reading coming out at 10 o'clock. That could move the market. We'll bring that to you live. Individually, we're looking at Chinese ADR names moving around once again. More Chinese talk over the weekend about reopening and positive momentum in that effect. More individual cities in China loosening some restrictions. All of the ADRs back to the upside on that news this morning. Tesla moving around as well. Not positive, though. Downside, unfortunately, they're going to cut production at their Shanghai plant for December, coming off that upgrade they did back in the summer. We'll talk about that coming up. It's Monday, December 5th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. And there we go. An improving situation overall. We're off the lows here. We did have a pretty sharp sell-off about half an hour ago or so for all three of these, but still in the red. 0.5% for the Dow leading the way, 0.45 there for the S&P, about 0.4 for the NASDAQ, trying to lead back to the upside. Positive here for oil today on this Russian price cap that comes into effect as of today. We also had OPEC talking about possible cuts to come, sending crude up 2.7% right now. Bitcoin, Ethereum back in positive territory as well. Neil with the day off today, so Arun joining us. Great to have Arun in the building as always. Good morning, guys. Good to see everyone once again back to another interesting market here. Interesting setup for the week anyways. As I said, more data to come this morning. The market remains very, very sensitive and very, very dependent upon these releases coming off of last week.
Good morning. Yeah, nice little market here today. It looks to be pretty flat. I mean, you didn't make that move down there. You have oil on the upside today, and then obviously the NASDAQ now down 0.35. Yeah, it's going to be Arun and I here today, and tomorrow Neil's back, I think. Yeah, Neil's back tomorrow. So that should be a lot of fun. No, Arun's lucky shirt stays at home. That's your home shirt, and then you have work attire as well, so that's going to be great. Yeah, look, lots of names to look at today. I mean, I still can't believe these Chinese ADRs just keep on moving the way they are, man. I have XPeng and NIO top of the list here. I don't even really have price targets, just some dip buys. It's just like I just want to take the pre-market high. I mean, forget about all this. XPeng, again, up another 14% here today, and just rocking. I mean, I cannot believe this was $7 3 days ago, and now you touched $13.50 here in the pre-market, or close enough to it, $13.20, go up a couple spikes there. So yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I want to watch these ADRs. They continue to go wild. Alibaba's completely wild as well. And then the name that I've really liked for a long time that I've gotten some money into as well. And this was pretty good because we have this pretty low win rate here. That's another move for the casino names, up again, 2.7%. Look at this one on the daily chart, from 55 back in November 1st up to $88 here today. So that should be a lot of fun trading some casino names. Look, it's going to be good. We got Apple on our mind. We got Tesla. You talked about, or me and Arun talked about some names that were moving, and Tesla's had a huge range this pre-market as well. They're all on our watch list. Make sure you get it. watchlist.tradertv.live. Make sure you also grab our sticky note, which is up thanks to Bears vs. Bulls. Good morning to you, my friend. Hopefully you're doing well on this Monday. Bears vs. Bulls, our moderator. So yeah, look, it's been a wild one. There goes Tesla again to the upside. 186 a touch this morning, up to 191 now. You know, big movements off the bottom. There's your 185. There's a huge move back up right to the 200 period and dancing around. Tesla was down 3.5%, 4% earlier, now only down 2%. So yeah, it's been a little bit of a fun move here in the morning, which you don't normally expect. Tesla's already 4 million shares. Like this is pretty nice this morning, and we're excited for it. The NASDAQ is bouncing off of 12,000 here as well, and the ES still at 4,050. So, and it's good because we got Arun here. We'll be looking at some futures today, which should be really, really good, man. NIO, some of these names are just wild. So I'm ready to go along.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to wait on that. In terms of long or short, we had that big drop on Friday from the payroll number, and then we had that full comeback. By the end of the day, we were pretty much where we closed or where we had opened, and now we're kind of falling off a little bit more. So on the futures side of things, I don't know if this market's fully decided on what it wants to do just yet. Like, it's done this back here and then somewhat drifting back down. So I think we're going to need some more information here. Like Brendan said, there's some numbers coming out, so we'll wait for that. Definitely something that has gone up in a big way. Crude up 3% and still extending to the upside. So that's a big mover to want to watch as well. Sean talked about Tesla, and you have those ADRs coming into play as well today. So there's definitely some options on the table, regardless of what the futures market does. Other markets are kind of compensating for opportunity there. So we'll take a look at those there, Brendan.
Brand new week, guys. Brand new sponsor coming on board for the first half an hour of the show. Shout out to tradertv.live, where traders can get funded trading accounts up to $1 million and keep up to 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules and no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use the promo code TTV and get 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader at the bottom there, bringing you the first half an hour of the show once again this week. Coming off that non-farm payrolls number that you were mentioning there, Arun, last week, we had that move to the downside. Again, we get more this week. We get PMI. We get also this ISM number coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. All the fireworks, however, going to come into play next week. Obviously, next Tuesday is going to be CPI, and then the very next day, strap in, because it's the Fed decision, guys. I just checked this morning, still around that 77 mark as far as what is expected from the Fed coming up in a week and a half time, essentially. 50 basis points looking like what we're going to get here.
You want to talk about anything about the futures? No, I mean, I think it's right. I think we are going to get that 50 points. We talked about that last week, and it just looks like, okay, well, just first of all, I put on the chat, I put on our sticky note that we're going to wait for a pre-market break in NIO, but I just took it right now, breaking through 1425. We're now long. We actually got 1427s on the long break of 1425. So here we go. Let's start this party off right here with a nice little long on NEO. See how high this one wants to fly, but there it goes into one position. Wow. Into one position right now. And you know what? I will take out 10% here on the upside and then see if we can get it even higher than that. So we'll see if we can get a 34 right now. In and out here of NEO. Whoa, we're still going to stay in. Just want to take a piece. Did we get that, Phil? No, we did not. Okay, that's okay. We'll wait for some 34s. We're actually on ARCA. Hopefully that'll rip up there and get us out. We're in no rush away from that. But okay, so you want to talk a little bit about the futures. We'll talk about the NASDAQ first, and then I think Arun generally looks at the ES. So, I mean, this is the triple Qs. I'll just call it up. I tend to trade equities a little bit more than the actual futures themselves. So this is the triple Qs, which is the NASDAQ 100 ETF. It's right out of spot, and I think this is probably what Arun's going to say as well. Like, we've already sort of been up here on the NASDAQ. You're bouncing off 300, which doesn't mean anything. It's an ETF, so it's not like a real reasonable level to trade off the price, but it's been a nice move back up. You've gone back here, now up about 15% off of that low that happened in early November. That's a nice move. You have the 50 period here at 281, 282. I still think we can hold this. If you drop below, then I do think we retest and even go lower through this October bottom. So I think we just need to hold this 280 area. It seems to have been, something that we've done in the past. Only dipped down there once before making, relative new highs there back in August. Then a disaster move to the downside here. So here's the 200 period on the NASDAQ. We need to take that out. Once that happens, we're already above it on the ES to 200 period. So the next one to go here would be the NASDAQ. And it's going to be led by big stocks like Apple, right? I mean, when you're looking here at, oops, not too many AAs, PLs there. When you're looking at Apple, and I mean, they continue to have some troubles with China, continue to have some troubles with Foxconn, things like that. Apple's such a huge weighting on the NASDAQ and on the ES that if this name can go even just a little bit, like back up here, break some 156s out, 160s, then get back to the upside, then you really, remember, the Dow is now close to, if not positive, for the year, right? So, I mean, Dow continues to work. Some of these staple names continue to work. So we just need Apple Apple to go. You're above the 50 period. If this name can get up to like 154, 156 and really stabilize, we're still a ways to go from that, right? I'm going to look at 149 today. But, you know, as far as talking about the futures and where we can go, I think we've done a nice job so far being above the 50 period on the NASDAQ and really holding it. The last time, look, test. Like we tested it on the 17th, then we tested it again on the 21st, then we tested it last week as well on the downside. So, hey, if we know it's going to be 50 points, I think it's a nice little upside move from here. So I'm gonna wait and see if we can retest 280 on the Qs, which is not too far away. This is what we're at right now. So it's 291, $10 lower on the Qs, and we're there. That's my little take. I like the fact that we're above the 50 period on the daily, and as long as we stay above here, then I think it's a safe long. And let's just see. You got to wait for the 13th.
Yeah, okay. For me, the name I'm going to take a look at, thank you, Steve. I saw that, and I looked into it too. I was like, okay, what's going on with Nat Gas? Nat Gas down 7% and falling, and Friday was a rough day for Nat Gas too. And I was trying to figure out whether this has something to do with the Freeport facility news as well, because, I mean, that came out on Friday. We should already have done our move, but another gap down. I don't know if they're just kind of dealing with the rest of whatever needed to be sold, but now here we are gapping down. This is a 30-minute chart, by the way. So we started Friday or Thursday. We closed out around 685. Here we are down a full $1, and that's a pretty big move in Nat Gas for anyone who pays attention. So another name to look at now. On top of oil moving, you also have Nat Gas moving as well if you are a Nat Gas trader. If you're not, there are some ETFs if you don't want to trade the futures that you can work with. I don't remember them. It's been a while since I've traded the ETFs on that side, but Nat Gas as well as an opportunity to the downside on top of all the names that we've already brought to you guys.
I saw some of the individual names downside this morning as well in that group. There was a report, it's kind of tied to that this morning, suggesting this winter in the U.S., especially the Northwest, is going to be less cold than expected. So adding to that negativity we saw a little bit anyways on Friday for natural gas names. I want to mention this. Here's a lot of people were trading this when it first switched over from a SPAC to the its own listing here. Grinder up in the pre-market on very, very light volume. Revenue growth in the first quarter reported as a public company there. That was out this morning. So looks like numbers a little bit better than expected there. Again, first report as a public company. And then we have these to deal with this morning as well. Sean, you mentioned the Dow almost positive on the year. I was kind of surprised to see that this one, LVS, not only positive on the year, but actually up significantly. It's up about 20, I think it was about 26% on the year. A really nice move for LVS so far throughout this year when the whole market is, obviously everyone's familiar with that. But nice bump for casinos on this China talk today.
I love checking, I don't know, you don't have social media or anything, Arun, but I know you have a company email. I love getting emails from, like, they're just spam emails, and they see, obviously, what I do, and I get a message all the time. It's like, hey, do you day trade? And it's like a question, and like, how do you know it's spam? Like, you're messaging me, do I day trade? It's like, if so, join us. 10 commission-free trades. Really, 10 commission-free trades.
That's enough for you, right?
Yeah, that'd work for the first 3 or 4 minutes, and then I have to start paying commissions after that. No, that's just funny. I was just talking about it because, like, I just deleted another email. I was like, oh my God, what is going on here? Okay, yeah, Win, LVS, everything, man. Hit the sirens. Not only are these guys taking your money every minute you walk in the door, they're also, making a nice little retracement back here on the market, right? I like these names. I think they continue to work. I've been buying Win. I talked about the enterprise value of being valued at alone just their I know there's debt on some of their properties, so you guys have added me for that, so that is true. But they were given $8 billion valuation. This is about 1.5 years ago on their property in Vegas alone. I'm talking about Win. And I know Brendan just mentioned LVS. LVS, and so Win is now much. Let's talk about Win. I don't have that much on LVS, actually. I don't really trade it too often. Neil and I both like Win. The only problem with Win today is, look at the volume, 27,000 with a $1 spread. So I'm not in love with trading these names when they start to look like this. I'm going to call up FinViz quickly. and I got to get it. Michael Noss, actually, I know how to open it up. I'm going to open up the Trade Ideas scanner in a minute just to look at this a little bit better. But here we go. This is what I'm trying to look at. The market cap already back up over $9 billion. When this thing was below that $8 billion, I was like, we got to buy this name. We were able to do it. Look at the monthly performance, 26%, 43% this quarter, 30% on the year-to-date, half, 52 off, 69% off of its 52-week low, and only 11% away from its 52-week high, right? So you're 26% away from its moving average. I mean, this name continues to be a great one to the upside. I really like Win here, and I think you just kind of keep buying it every time it gets near this $80 mark. We've talked about that. Today, it's going to be very tough to look at because you're on low volume, so we're going to have to let the market settle down. So I'm looking at this 85. If we somehow drop down below there, then we want to pick it up. To me, longer term, though, you're looking at 80 top there. And I always say it, get that garbage out of the way, take the level again, and then it's some nice upside. So for me, I really like Win. We can go over to LVS as well. I mean, it's just Las Vegas Sands again, a little bit more Macau talk here. I think if you want to be sort of straight with it and you want to go with an MGM or a Caesars, that gets you that more American exposure, and then it takes away some of, you know, the Chinese rhetoric. Because I still feel like some of these names, and we're talking about the ADRs, and we'll do some more work on that, they're just gone. They're off to the races here. And I just feel like the next leg to go probably are these casinos. Even though you're saying next leg to go, this was just $35 back on November 1st, and now you're up to $48 in a month, right? So it's a huge move up. That's 50% up in a month. But you did take out that high, so I like LVS until we break back down below this 48 bucks. And we looking at 48, I think you got to look at 46. So any kind of dips down, $47, $46, I think you buy it. If you get that today, then for sure you grab that. Only 30,000 shares though, so a little bit light volume. I like to see this fade back to $46, $47 right here. That's the top on the 20-minute. So I'm a buyer of LVS down here. I might put the bid in right now to see what happens, but I don't know if we get that fall down today in LVS. So if we get it, I like it down here, 47. I like Win, very, very similar on any kind of dip buys. Here's Win. Same type of thing like we just said, down to 85, gets bought. I don't know about taking any breakouts today as the volume's pretty light. So we'll wait on volume for breakouts, but for any dip buys, 85 for Win. And what did I say for this? 47 for LVS. So those are my target areas. If we can come into there, then I'm a buyer of both these names.
I agree with you. Bear with me. I'm restarting my other charts, so we're going to use these ones here. MGM is also on the table there. It's doing the same thing, gap up above 38, and this is just a 30-minute chart. Ignore the gaps there because they are, you know, they're for session ends. We kind of struggled around that 37.50, so I would look for, although we're at 38.35 at the moment, if we can just fall into that 38 a little bit, just crack it a little bit, see what's down there. I know we got action around 37.50. Can we just kind of hold above that 38 if we can after breaking it? All for it. 38 long, 37 stop, easy. Play the mid-range as your stop. Expect some support here through that half, through that 37 even. And then if they break the 37, then they're going to fail and break through that breakout trade, or fail the breakout trade, right? So that's what I'm looking at here. MGM's on the table, LVS is on the table, and you talked about Win as well. Yeah. Win on the table. All of them, it's going to have roughly the same pattern. So choose one, don't play them all, because they're all going to probably move the same way. So.
All right, big high flyer from last week. A lot of people looking at it, not only last week, but again this morning mentioning this one. Tops down huge today, 62%, all the way back to $1.75. If you remember, this thing topped out at $6.50 back on Friday. So there was a $13.5 million offering announced for Tops today, guys. A lot of people are going to be looking at this on the daily chart. I mean, I think it tells the story. A lot of wicks at the top end of that range. Now, $13.5 million offering.
Go down there, 14.14. I'm just getting ready to get a bit more shares here on NIO, because that did, as I was talking about Win there, I didn't even realize that NIO did drop right back into the 50 period here, which I do like, and then it popped right back up. So we only went about 10 cents in the money on this trade, but then we went about 10 cents, almost exactly 10 cents against us as well on this trade. So back and forth here for NIO. Yeah, that Tops is something special, man. I mean, that just keeps on blowing out Tops and over again. But we're going to, oh, come on, let's go. We're going to see what's happening here today. So let's go Tops. You know, Big pullback. I mean, this is the risk that happens, right? Every single time you're looking at some of these names. We do have that ad at the bottom, so you're not going to be able to see exactly, but there it is right here. Here's the barcode to the bottom of that. What was the story there, Brendo, again?
Oh, there goes the market.
Offering, yeah. So
what happened there?
Oh shoot, there goes the market. Sorry, I was just distracted as well because I was watching that Neo trade, and then there goes the market as well to the downside. But hey, look, when you're up to the upside like this, no surprise. We've had rug pulled on us before on a lot of these names. There goes tops offering when things are going well and your stock is way overpriced. Of course, they're going to come down and offer if they can and get away with that. So there's an offering for tops today. It's down 3.7 million shares. Let's just see what's the bottom. Normally when you have these offerings, they still isn't. Oh, yeah, it's not going to be able to work because we have that stupid tick there. So I'm going to have to look at a different chart for this. But that top right now is $1.75. Whenever there are offerings like this, you do get an opportunity for it to dip back, to get back to the upside for the first couple days. Generally, a share offering is kind of like a death toll coming for the stock. But that is $1.50 bottom and $1.75 top. I'm actually going to take the top here of tops at $1.75 if we do take it out. This is what it looks like. Again, on a 3-minute chart, a little bit better. So a nice move down. It still doesn't look that good, but there it is here. So there's $1.75. We bounced off that a couple times. Looks like it's maybe $1.77. I'm going to take that trade long just to give it a little bit of room to see if it does want to continue to make a move back up. I mean, when you're down 60%, I could see some people trying to come in, picking this up despite the share offering. So I'm going to go long on tops 175. But I do need to do a little bit more work on this name. I haven't really looked at it. It's just, you get a big move down 62%. Let's see if it can hold. Like, what's the problem going long 175 and getting out 150 if it breaks? It's 25 cents. Like, I know you can't really look at it as 25 cents, but even if you take 500 shares, and that's obviously not that expensive because it's only $1.68. You give yourself 25 cents. You do the math. 500 shares, 25 cents. That's $125. So that's what you lose on a break. If that's something that's reasonable, then great. It could go up, $1.75. Maybe we retrace back into some of these levels, $2.50, kind of where we were before we did that huge bounce up, right? So $2 is sort of where you're looking for to get out. That gets you 1-to-1 on that trade. And then after the $2 break, you could get some more excitement to the upside. So if retail steps in, I like tops here. I think we can break that 175. I'm going to go long 175 on tops.
Yeah, I'm not touching that. $1.75, that falls below the threshold that I need in terms of price for me to trade. So we'll go back to Brendan and find another stock.
A brand new week. Interesting names on this board. Once again, this morning, some of the casinos being talked about. A lot of analysts, in fact, targeting some of the casinos, Wynn and MGM specifically. Didn't see much on LVS, but here's the board. Upgrades MGM from Truist Bank today. Morgan Stanley on United. Some of the airlines showing a little bit of strength here in pre-market trade. DocuSign over here. Lyft is here. And yes, Starbucks. Deutsche Bank downgrading Starbucks to market perform today.
What? Downgrading Starbucks? Shout out to Valeria, by the way. What's up, Valeria? I've asked Ms. V also, whenever she's available, to come back on. I want to do a Zoom with her. That'd be fun. Have Ms. V back on. Why not? You guys want to see her back on? Let's do that. I have not confirmed this with any other team members. I'm just throwing it out there that would be.
Have you confirmed this with Valeria at all?
I have not confirmed this with absolutely anybody at all, but I will message her and see if she's able to come on for a Zoom call. I think that would be a lot of fun. See what she's up to. Ms. V, hopefully coming through at some point. I'll message her actually right now after I throw it to you. So we'll see what she's up to. Maybe she can even come on today. That'd be fun. Or maybe I'll save it for Neil as well. All right, 104 there. Starbucks has been an absolute monster to the upside, man. 82.50 up to 105. Straight fire upside right now. A downgrade coming through on Starbucks, I don't know. Down 1.5%. Again, if China's going to reopen, it's just funny because I'm going long Neo. We're going to talk about Apple. We're going to talk about Tesla and some of the sort of the headwinds and tailwinds they're coming through for China. So I feel like Starbucks has ripped up a lot here in the last month or so. You can see some of the bottoms there, 84 up to 104. That's a big move for a name like a Starbucks. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do pull back to 100, and then that's where you want to definitely look at this. Look at 100 here. Barcode under 100 before dipping down. We sort of had a couple days here where we bounced off 100, then we broke it, now we're up to 106. So we talked about this on Friday, I believe. There was no surprise that you may run into some problems up here at 106, 106.50. So that is typically where you'll see upgrades or downgrades come in. They chose the downgrade, hit it off that level, bring it back in and get long again. So wouldn't be surprised if we come back to 100, especially on a weak market. If the market is weak and then we dance around here 96, 97, that would be the bottom of it for me. That's basically these barcoded levels. I'm a huge buyer of Starbucks back down sub 100, especially if we can get to that level. But again, to look at it today and say there's a trade, it's only 26,000 shares. So I don't really see a trade in it yet. I would love for it to bottom out at 102 and then we'll take something. So that's what I'm looking at for Starbucks here. 102 bottom, but let's look at that around 9:50, 10 o'clock, something here. We'll see if Starbucks can make that bottom. And it's going to depend on the market as well, right? The market is coming down. Shout out to Surge Trader as well. Go over, hit that website out, see what they're all about. They're a brand new sponsor today. There it is, 920, looking to break on the NASDAQ. So if the NASDAQ does fall down, I am looking for some more continuation. So maybe we do get a Starbucks near 100, 101 today. Watch out. We're going to pick our poison here. I do like Amazon short. The other name I have short on here is Apple. So there are a few levels to watch out for. I don't know if Starbucks is going to be on the radar, but if it ever gets down to $100 today, then I'm definitely looking at that. More importantly, 102 to start with, and then we might have to let this drop down to 100. But out of all those names on the upgrade and downgrade list, Starbucks is the one that has me interested the most.
Starbucks is set up in a way that you can momentum trade this. I think from the technical side, it's just, look at this. Even with the gap down it's got now, 103.50 puts you, we closed at 105.05, puts you down here, right in the middle here, near Thursday's high or so. It's still got some space to the downside before it catches a bid, so you can momentum trade this in both directions. Continue the trend to the upside, or if you want to roll and try to take it back to 100 with this news, and maybe it breaks 103, goes down, you catch a bid, and then you spin it back around and go for the long. But it's wide open for momentum trading. And for me, if it gets underneath 100, where I like to position up, around that 101 into that 199, that's where this is the sweet spot for me to start playing in Starbucks. So if we are going to get a drop, the market is falling off a little bit. So if we are going to get a drop in Starbucks with this news as well, it goes into a zone I can work with. So let's just get this market down, or let's get Starbucks down another, $2 or so before we start looking into the potential long. But $2 is a long ways, right? You can momentum trade this through the 103 if you really wanted to. So Starbucks has a couple options there, but I think we've got some space to momentum trade this until we get to the position where we can actually kind of build something around the 100. So we'll see how this one goes.
It's a good point. I mean, coming off of what happened last Wednesday when the entire market made such a huge move to the upside. And then remember, Thursday, Friday, we end up holding the top end of the range. A lot of these individual stocks still have a lot of potential room to maybe retrace a little bit back to the downside. Here is a look at how things over in Europe are shaping up so far on a Monday. Bit of a mixed board so far throughout the European landscape. Germany, France, downside 0.5%. Everything else kind of there or thereabouts, back and forth. Really to kick things off. That's the social sentiment board. For the most part, nicely positive here right across the entire thing, even though the market is coming back to the downside. AMC, anytime you see gray on here, it just means there's no real directional indication. Tesla as well, gray, no real directional indication. But the size of this still shows you that it's being mentioned quite a bit. COSM, little penny stock, MMTLP on the OTC, also MMAT. Meta Materials on the NASDAQ, been on here for a couple of weeks. Every day, pretty much. There's BABA back to the upside as well. We'll have a look at all of these coming up once we get into the watch list a little bit. DWAC on here, Tilray as well. Remember at the end of the week last week, we had a big move in cannabis right across the entire board on some hints that further banking regulations are to come in the cannabis industry. Why don't we, Arun, maybe jump into the overall market here, get a look at the futures, get everybody up to date on what we need to know. Again, 10 o'clock going to be a number this morning that could be a market mover as well.
Yep. This market's sensitive to everything. So if you know there's some news reports coming out or any sort of economic numbers coming out, pay attention. Even if it turns out to be nothing, at least you won't get caught off guard. right? If something comes up and the market moves, you're like, why is this moving? Well, now you know. So here we are kind of coming into the pre-market, going into the final half hour before we open up, and imbalances in 25 minutes. And what is this market has been doing? It's been kind of leaking all morning. Since we opened, actually, we were flat until about the European Open, which sits around here. And then we've just been kind of down from 70 to 65 to 60, now breaking through 15 into 45. The problem with this is the way we moved up on Friday opens the door right back to 4,000. If this market really wanted to take a look, it really does open the door right back to 4,000 because it never really set up any levels to work with or any support bases or anything in this little U-turn. It wasn't even a U-turn, it's a V-turn rally, right? It's just a quick drop with an instant turn and then just grind up all day. When you grind up all day off of a sharp move like that, it's hard to build up any support level. So all I can really do at this point is set the tops, set the bottom, set the top, and then try to find a trade either in top end of the range here or the bottom end of the range here if they set up, and everything in between, avoid it as much as possible. In this case, it's wide, so I'd avoid it as much as possible unless at some point we get some wide action, like Tesla's put in some wide action, right? So if we get some wide swinging moves, maybe we go from 45 up to 75, 80, and then do something else, and then start creating new levels. Up until that point, I wouldn't want to work in this little zone here. I'd either want to work near the tops, near the bottoms. Of course, if you lose 4,000, that's a different story, but it is wide open to some extreme moves, and it doesn't necessarily mean the moves are going to continue, because when you have a range this wide, it just means that you can go far and still bounce right back because you're in a range, right? So slightly to the downside with the trend. I mean, it's not a perfect trend line. It's not meant to be. It's just to show you the angle of movement. So it does look like there's a trend line going back to the first that's been going down. So we'll see if this market is going to continue with that trend direction within the range, or if it's actually just going to break back up to the upside. Remember, Friday was that day where we were sitting above the 200 moving average, and then we broke hard underneath and then did a V-turn right back above it. So this move back down kind of sits back into that little, I don't even know what you want to call it, but it's in an area where there were willing buyers that were willing to step into a deep sell-off on Friday morning. So we'll see if they show up again and we get a nice move back to the upside. Before now, it does look like there's a negative sentiment here with the market, the way this is trending. We got crude up. We've got nat gas down. So there's a lot of options there, even if you can't find a trade inside of this futures market.
Shout out to...
Let's get into everything else you need to know every single morning. Make sure you grab that and then come join us at 8:30. Free for you. All you have to do is hit that link, enter your email, and then it just shows up in your inbox every single day as everything you need to know every single day, free. 4.2 here for Alibaba. We'll talk about some of these Chinese ADRs to kick things off this morning. More positive talk from Chinese officials over the weekend. More and more cities throughout China beginning to loosen some of the restrictions once again on COVID lockdown. So remember what happened on Friday. We had this huge move to the upside for a lot of these, and then we kind of just chopped around back and forth throughout the day. Kind of setting up the same here. Yeah, 4.2% for Alibaba. Not much directional movement here, guys, though, as far as pre-market goes.
I'm hearing from a little birdie in the back here, our floor manager, that there's a lot of traders away today not feeling so well. So we actually have a sad announcement to make because Prad won't be here either today. So I think it'll be Luca, but we're going to figure out who's filling in.
Was
so
Prad meant to be here? I thought he was like going to get married or something.
Prad's getting married starting the 13th.
Oh,
I think he's gone. So he's supposed to be here all this week. But see, to me, I think, I know Prad is sick because there's no way, but I saw some tweets this weekend and he's saying that, you know, his family, I think you were here last week, they're trying to get him to dance at the wedding.
Oh, yeah,
and do a whole bunch of stuff like that.
How can you not dance at your own wedding?
That's what I'm saying, and it's a family wedding, but he's sitting here saying there's 0% chance he's doing any of that. So I don't know. That should be a lot of fun when he goes back. I had a lot of fun on this weekend as well. I actually got behind the bench here. If we can show this there, Rob, on my screen. I got behind the bench and coached my kid up. It was actually funny because his team, they wound up losing, but which, you know, I'm just assistant coach, don't shoot the messenger here. But my kid actually wound up getting 2 goals. So I was behind the bench this week, or on Saturday, and then we were all at hockey all yesterday. And we had a really great time at the Raptors game as well. The wife and I went there. Good game against Orlando. That was a lot of fun there on Raptor time. So follow me at Twitter, on Trader TV Sean, and at Instagram at Trader TV Sean. The one and the only. There's a lot of these names that are out there that are just faking, and it's absolutely ridiculous. But if we're going to talk about Alibaba, you know, a shout out to Shakib. You talked about it in the chat there, that you averaged in and bought some more down here. Genius idea. I did not. The last time I averaged in, I believe, was the first time down, and I think I'm stuck here around 90. I was a buyer of Alibaba for a long time, so I'll find out my prices. I was able to get something out the first time. I think it was on this little retrace back up here, because we were caught pretty disastrous. Alibaba, I believe it was on this bounce or this bounce. It wasn't here, like I said, because I bought more here, so it was definitely in here back earlier on the year when the market was just absolutely crushed, and Alibaba went from 200 down to 100 and bounced back in. So we were able to get something out. Did not buy anything at the bottom. We talked about this last week. Just based on the market cap alone for Alibaba, a name like this shouldn't be moving like the way it is. But it is moving around. It has its market cap 250 million. With a B, billion right now, 250 billion. That's a monster. Like, there's not that many companies that are even higher in a market cap, and you've just gained from $63 up to $95. So in less than a month, you've gained like $100 billion in market cap. I mean, it's absolutely an insane move to the upside. I'm actually looking to fade Alibaba on some of these moves. But again, the fade's been wrong. I mean, every single time I try to step in and try to fade these plays, especially if you do it early, you get crushed. So let's just continue to do what we do best here. I trade off support and resistance. You guys know that. We like to play momentum as well, so we'll do both of those things. But for these Chinese ADRs, we're trying to play off support and resistance. So right here on Friday, rip up, come back, rip up again, find that same top. That top was 91.50. It got as high as what, 91.70, 91.80 before making a move back to 90. So in the afternoon, and I don't know if it's some of these Chinese traders are asleep. I don't know what happens, but they tend to go to sleep in the afternoon. So let's see if Alibaba, we right now have a high of 94.50. If the market's going to continue to be red today, I find it's going to be hard to play breakouts long on some of these Chinese ADRs, right? So you either get 100 back, move back up to $100 here. That's sort of the first area of resistance, in my opinion, now that we've crushed this. But you are at another level right here, 94.50, 95. So that's kind of what I want to short, but I don't want to do it until we develop a level. So we've got it right now, 94.50. There's no way I'm sitting here and getting run over off the open. That's not going to happen. So I want to watch Alibaba. I'm excited for it. But as you can see, the other name that I've chosen here today, NIO, is actually at its lowest spot since I've taken it. So I wanted to get into this name on open, on a pre-market break. The problem is it took the break real early at about 8:30, so that's when I got in. It went up a little bit. We should have had a tick out. We were sitting there. We didn't. So I'm going to watch out for NIO now breaking the bottom of this. And I just tweeted this out here, and I think this is something that you're going to have to watch out to be pretty important. So here's my sticky note. We just tweeted it out, the sticky note. You guys, a lot of retweets already, 20 retweets. Thank you so much for that. But if you click on the comment here, you're going to, oops, that's me adding another tweet here. If you click on this, you'll see I added something. So here's NIO. I'm just explaining that I'm in this name. I'm long here. My average price is $14.22. You can see that. This is how we trade honestly. But watch out for 1390 break. Remember, this name does not actually open on time. We could get wicked out on open. So be careful. I don't want to get out of everything. And what I mean by that, at 9:30, the New York Stock Exchange does not need to open. The exchange will open, but individual stocks don't need to open. Why? Because they have to settle out these market on open orders. Just like, and Arun will do a good job of talking about this at the close, but it's basically the same thing for the open. These are all bids and offers that go into market makers. So the direct market makers, the DMMs that are on the floor of the NYSE, yes, there's still some human controlled aspects here on on the NYSE, they get the orders, they look at their little iPads, and they figure out supply and demand, and then they print an opening price. That can sometimes take minutes to figure out. It shouldn't, especially on a stock like NEO that every day seems to have 1 million shares. But what can happen while it's getting figured out and it's 9:30, a lot of the times gateways will dance a little bit and you'll get a little bit of chaos at the open. So if you look back on NEO, just like what happened here on Monday, or sorry, on Monday, today's Monday, on Friday, you know, look at this, dip down, right back into some pre-market bottoms, and then an absolute rip to the upside. So you dip down a little bit, and then it takes off. So that, you know, if you took the same trade that we had right now, you'd be long here, 12.14, 12.15. You average in like we did, then you're long at 12. Well, look what happened to you off the open if you got out at 12. And it's crazy. I wish my trades would open up here because we actually did wind up getting wicked out down here, and we had to punch long again, which we had it. But just be very careful. It's pretty excited here at the open. You could get some wicks. So if that happens, I would just say watch out because you could get a bottom break again down here to 1390. I'm going to wait a little lower, like 1380, in order to see what happens on that move. So I'll average probably in a little bit more at 1390 and just see. But for right now, we do have a NEO bid imbalance. So watch out. XPeng as well. That's another stock that we've talked about. I've already given you some key levels for both of these names. I still think they both work. I want to just take, my XPeng is down here at 1250. I'm going to wait to see right there the high of Friday. If that comes into play, then we'll take it. Is it the high of Friday? Yeah, the high of Friday. Sorry, right there, 1250. That comes in, we'll take it. But for right now, we're going to focus on NIO as that's the name we have on board. So I'm going to watch out for this, but it could be a very difficult trade off the open.
Yeah, going back to BABA. Okay, so this is the daily chart on BABA, and I'm looking at where the market's really spent some time in the last little bit, where it's been struggling. It seems like it's been struggling here around this 87. You can see the zone right there, right? Going back to about July, late July into August. This zone right here, 95 to 88, 87-ish seems to be an area of interest. Well, we've been kind of dipping into that area a couple times. Now, though, this red line is 95, by the way. Now you go into today, and where are we sitting? Right there. We're sitting above. So what I'm looking forward to is if we can get a momentum run above 95, I would like to play this on the daily too, right? So it's a decent breakout to the 95 break, and we still probably have from there, we probably have about $2 in space to the upside before we hit some resistance. I'm looking back at August 31st, roughly, as the next resistance point. So if we're going to get that trade, it's going to be an extension move to the upside. Like Sean said, though, there's some interesting movement that happens after the open here. So what I want to see is this current little drift down. Is this going to stick around after the open, or are we going to accelerate and turn back around and go right through that 95? So if we get run through that 95, I'm long. If we kind of continue this drift, then it may be showing weakness in the zone here, this resistance zone. So maybe the short would come into play. That would have to set up, though, for me to get involved. But two options here, both of them revolving around this 95, which is coming off the daily.
The overall market not helping in this. Back to the downside we go, testing session lows pretty much as we speak here. Let's go on to Tesla. This was the note this morning. They came out and said they're going to cut production in December from their Shanghai plant, and pointed to inventories at recent highs anyways, and rising still in the fastest pace ever in October. So a bit of a cautionary note for Tesla as far as how much they are producing in Shanghai. This was the number, 100,291 China-made EVs sold, meanwhile, in November for Tesla as well. But we're down on that production cut note.
Yeah, I asked Randy what he thought about Tesla in the market today, and yeah, we don't like any kind of production cuts coming through for Tesla. So, I mean, it is a downside move, and if you guys wanted to, you know, where are we getting this information from? And I just want to continue to bring this up. So, you know, can't be happier with some of this. Our watch list, right? Everything is on here. We even talked about ISM coming out at 10 o'clock with, you know, an expected 53.7, right? You scroll down and you see Tesla. Now, here's everything that Brendan just talked about. So, you know, if you're going to look at it, Neil and I often put out these evergreen videos on the weekend that say, like, you know, what are some things that help you trade? And a lot of it is preparation and watching something, looking at stocks that are moving and why they're moving. So here it is right here, right? So just a Model Y production be reduced by 20% at the Shanghai plant. So we talked about, you know, sort of the give and takes of China, right? It's giving us some nice wins in Wynn Casino and LVS. It's giving us some nice ADR bumps, but not so much for Tesla. It's been a great move up for Tesla. I mean, in the last, our daily's not gonna, I have to call it up on eSignal just really quickly here, guys. There it is right here. So even if you're looking at this, it's been a nice little bump up from that 170. We talked about waiting. If you drop it down to like a weekly chart, there was that 150 area that's coming into play right down here, 140, 150. I think a lot of traders were sort of waiting for that. If you picked it up on the top of this 160, then that's been a fantastic move. We were actually down there for one day, down to 166. But now that you call up a daily chart, Neo's trying to go back up to the upside. Look at this 200. Like, just look how good this 200 area looks like. It just looks amazing. So I feel like if you're going to get a short, you want to wait for 200. And then now if you're going to go long, like I think you have a 180. We've only spent 3 days under 180 there, right? After the break. So 3 days under, then right back up. And we'll see if we can hold that. So Tesla's doing great volume, 5 million shares. It might probably leading most NASDAQ names here. So it's been a great morning. It's been up and down and around. It's trading like it's open right now. Look at it bounce off the 200 period right there at 190, 150. That could be an area of concern. I like the long break here, but the market, because look, that's also a bottom here from Friday. So I like the long break, but what I'm going to say is the market has to go. And we've seen the way Tesla can trade. It's a completely different beast. It's already down 3%. So if the market got going, a 190, 150 is genius. But because we're still underneath here, we're underneath the 50 period, and the NASDAQ still has some work to go as well. Like, I'm still looking at that 12,000. Like that's, we hit it. So that's like a triple top and then a fade back down. So if the NASDAQ can take that 12,000, we really get going, then I don't think there'd be any problems taking that 190, 150. And then when it does, then we use 190 as our out for the bottom. So we'll see about a 190. I don't want to go long. I think Tesla's a good name to wait out for. I mean, look, it's the same news and nothing's changed. So if that news sends this name all the way down to 184, and then all of a sudden traders come in and bring it back to 191, to me, that's a little bit of uncertainty, and I like to stay away when there's uncertainty in the markets, especially in a name like Tesla. So I'm going to look at a 190, 150 break long. If that comes into play, great. But until then, I believe it's a short. You just got to watch out for that market. I'm a little nervous that we get and test near that 12,000 again, but maybe that's just my bullish attitude. Notice we haven't changed this thing around, though. It's a slumping bear here today. I'm the only one in position, unless you're in a futures position. Right now, me long Neo right now.
Yeah, go back to Tesla. It's for me, I'm going back to what I said on Friday with Tesla, right? This 200, going into 200 all the way up to 210, that is a major zone. We really spent some time trying to support it. First bounce came in early part of the year, May, June, July, and then we tried it again in October, November, and then finally broke through. So if we're going to go back into that, I would expect some resistance there. So if I'm going to play on Tesla here, especially with the wide ranges that it's putting in, I want to try to play as close to 200, trying to play into this zone using that as resistance as much as I can. Obviously, it's not going to give you that today because of where it's trading. It's already at 190. You're going to have to figure out some other trades. So one thing I do want to say before we continue on, though, is this 8 o'clock massive candle. You got to ignore that candle. The reason that it comes in, and all stocks come in at 8 o'clock, and they put in trades, they insert trades into the book that have happened throughout the night that weren't done exactly through the actual open market, I guess. And all stocks have some crazy wicks like this. So ignore that 8 o'clock. So if you ignore that, it has been trending up since about 7 and change, 7 a.m. and change. Now we're kind of coming back into the 190. Clearly, big moves down. Market's responding, or Tesla's responding by coming up slightly from that drop. But now, this doesn't negate the issue of the daily, right? The daily is still a problem up there near 200. So if you're going to play today, I would imagine Tesla's going to have to be on a momentum play using the multi-day levels here. Maybe you're through that 188 could open up the door again to 185. That's an option that's on the table. But until we get into that zone, I can't really position up. It's going to have to be either breaking of levels or some sort of intraday setup that I'm going to have to work with far away. I know that 178 into 180 looks pretty solid as well from a multi-day, so we'll keep an eye on that. So we got a couple options on Tesla, but it's going to have to be momentum trades going forward.
All right, we mentioned the positivity surrounding some of these casino stocks based off of what came out of China over the weekend, the past couple of days anyways. If you missed it again, more cities, individual cities, reopening and loosening some of the COVID restrictions that we've seen come into place over the past week or so. Once again, cases still trending in the right direction to the downside. So that's good if you're a casino operator.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. I mean, we talked about Win, and I just said sort of the push and pull. Well, let's see if there's any more volume in Win. This is the push and pull. Yeah, there's not. This is the push and pull with the Chinese names, right? So you get a nice little move up here today for Win, talking again about some reopening, talking about possible shift in Chinese policy there for COVID. So Win, again, really dancing to the upside, but it's really fading out, to be honest with you, down to $87 and starting to bleed down a little bit. I wonder if, it was just such a nice rally over the last little while here in some of these names that maybe there is a pullback coming in. So I look at Win as, again, an opportunity. And I've already talked about the levels. It's 85 long for Win. It's a 47 long for LVS. I'm not really going to spend too much more wind on these. We only have 10 minutes to go. I just think if you pull back, you have 47 right here on LVS. I like that for a spot. I definitely want to keep it on the radar for today. So that's something that we're doing. I have it up on some other screens here with both Win and LVS. I really like them both on pullbacks. So they just have to come through. It's 84, 85. I think you might want to wait for 85 almost flat here and then give it to like an 84 break if it does come down on light volume. But these are names that we're looking at. Win, NASDAQ, LVS is on the NYSE. I didn't see LVS on here the first time and I don't again. So you could see the NEO bid is getting larger, XPeng getting larger as well. So some of these Chinese names, ADRs, seem to be the ones that are kicking. I know we're on casinos and I've already done the talk, so you can sort of rewind about 40 minutes and see what we're doing about that. But I like the talk here. I like that Win's up a little bit. Their market cap is now $9.5 billion, which has well exceeded sort of where they've been at. Nice downside move here to $56. I'm a huge buyer if this name ever comes back into like 70, 72. We're well above the 50 period. The only cautionary tale here for Win, and believe me, I'm watching this, and I know shout out to Nelson and some of my other friends that have mentioned this to me, and I've sort of was mentioning about buying this. If you're in this name, if you just look at this, we are so far away now. We're almost the furthest we've been away from the 50 period in a very, very long time. You got to sort of go back to down here where we were on the downside when we were well away from the 50 period. We made it all the way back. You see it's basically hovered around the 50 period. Now you're getting just a huge move. We're now $20 away from its 50 period moving average on the daily chart. That's pretty unbelievable considering where we've been. That was 65, that went down to 50, so that's not even $20 on the downside, and now you're way up. So I feel like they are a little overextended, some of these casino names, so I would trade it with caution. And as I'm watching this NIO, it looks like it's trying to take 14. So again, hi ho, it's off to NIO I go, and it looks like we're gonna lose a little bit here. Long 14.22, watch out for a 13.80 break. That's where we're going to get out of NIO. We may take an L here early.
All right, MGM, I talked about it earlier. If we dip underneath 38, hold up well, potential long against 37. That's the only play I got. That's the only stock I'm going to look at in this group. So pretty clear one there, Brennan.
Let's talk a little bit about chip makers. I was just trying to refresh my daily chart here because it's not working for TSM. So I'll show you the past couple of days anyways. There's an event coming up this week in Arizona that U.S. President Biden will attend for their ceremonial, I guess, opening or preparation to open this new chip plant in Arizona. They spent more than $2 billion on that. TSM comes out this morning and says NVIDIA and Apple set to be the first customers going to benefit from this new plant coming in Arizona, guys. Not a lot of action here so far this morning for any of these, though.
It's in the middle of the range. I mean, this is the multi-day range at this point. But since we had that drop on the 1st of the month, we had another drop early on Friday morning, but the pre-market instantly stabilized at the same level it stabilized the previous day. So here we are kind of boxing it in, 81, 83, get the range breakout. If you get the range breakout, there's a trade. If you want to play inside the range, you want to get fancy inside the range, go for it. But I'm not that good inside the range, so I'm going to leave it alone. If you want to play that, by all means. But for me, TSM, no go unless we break 81 or we break 83.
Yeah, what's up, Nelson? I just responded to you in the chat. Glad that you're here with us again today, my friend, and shout out to you and your family. Thanks again for everything. Shout out to Nelson. I just put that in the chat if you didn't see it. Yeah, well, Nelson's one of those guys. I wonder where you're long, Nelson, on win, because we talked about that back in April, May. I think it was April when we were there in lovely 305, the MIA. Okay, 72.50 here. You guys know that we really, really like trading AMD, right? So, I mean, down here, $72, $73. I mean, I feel like these are longs that I don't want to get away from. These have been good bottoms down here at 72. As long as you're positioned correctly, it shouldn't be too hard of a trade. The only one thing I want to keep, okay, good. So my trades are showing up here. I did want to keep this in mind. Like, we have to wait for bottoms and tops to develop in these names. It's just like Arud said. There are going to be some names that you want to take to the upside when they break, and some names that are better off waiting for levels to develop. Like, this is how crazy these can get off the open. This just goes back to Thursday, right? High of 79, drop down to 76, make a move back up, and then kind of just do a dance here in the afternoon. If you look on Friday, it's a very similar trade here on Friday, right? Here's the open. Huge move up to 76 off of a 74.50 open. There's 76, and then there's the drop down. So as long as you wait for some of these highs to develop and give yourself some ranges, then I really do like those plays. Obviously, it's down and same as almost, actually not almost, exactly the same as the market. So maybe that's not something that we'll look to trade early. We should go over to Taiwan Semi with the news. So you're going to see here again, remember, Warren Buffett bought this name. It's a well-loved name as far as that's concerned. So you are going to see some Buffett bumps here. On the daily chart, so there it is right there from 60 all the way to 81. Definitely barcoding here today. There we go. Tops, your friendly supermarket here, which is not what this is. Nice little break now to the top side here for tops. So we're now into this name. This is one that we want to look at. We talked about it breaking the top here. So there it is. It took it out. The last time we were up here, we tried this just not too long ago, and we bounced off, and look where we stopped, 166, 167. So I feel like that's going to be my new bottom, 165 here for tops. If that breaks, then we can get out. Let's try a 160 breaker there on tops. But a new name, we're just in this now, taking out the top for TOPS. So let's watch this. Now I got more positions to worry about now. Tops and NEO with only 925. Oh, you know what that break probably was? Let me just look quickly before we throw back to Brendan. Maybe there was, yeah, there it is right there. So there is a buy imbalance right here on tops. So we are in that on a buy imbalance on the NASDAQ that just came out at 925. So Mullen's a buy. Xpeng, NEO, they're all right here as well. So now I got to manage this position tops. Let's see where we run. First out, like 60, 65 break maybe, and then we'll watch out for a 50 break on the back.
All right, worth a note here, 2.8% for crude oil to start things off this morning. OPEC coming out this morning saying they're on target, or they're in the process of getting to a target of cutting production going forward. So that had this move. If we go to this move right here, that last little leg to the upside, it was already higher though, as this Russian price cap comes into effect starting today, guys. Brand new week, brand new rally possibly for crude oil, but some of these actual producers, including XOM here, not really participating. 0.8, okay, it's stronger than the market, but 2.8 for crude futures.
The crude futures going up. This is the daily on crude. 82, great. We're back at 80 or 82 and change. Remember when we were talking about the 80 break, it's got upside? Yeah, well, it looks like the market's decided that there's going to be some resistance here between 82.50 into 85. That's a zone that I've marked off for you guys. So we're really struggling through here. Even with the nice little run to the upside, we're running right into some resistance now. So how long is this rally going to hold up in crude is going to be the question. That's the 5. The 5's not going to be helpful for me because I'm using a multi-day chart to look at the resistance zone. So this is where I'm going to start looking now. Okay, great. We've got some movement to the upside. There's the 85 there. This is the zone that's been a problem all the way through. So what happens if we get above 83 is what I want answered today. If we can get above 83 and hold up and kind of drift up, fine. That's still a good rally. We're going to keep this going. If, however, we take 83 once again and we fail once again, we get this kind of a move, this should open up some nice trades, whether it's later on today or even tomorrow as a double top, or even call it a triple top if you really wanted to, inside of a resistance zone off the daily chart. We're at the top end of this little zone that this market, crude, would have to make a decision on whether we're going to go through or we're going to fall off. So let the market tell you when, and right now it's just kind of struggling a little bit, and that's perfectly fine. It's holding on to its gains so far, but it is struggling here at the expected resistance level through that daily zone. So we'll see how this one holds up. But I also notice Nat gas now below 580. It broke back down. Now it's working its way back into 580. I'm keeping an eye on 590 on nat gas just to see if we can actually get a move on nat gas to the upside as maybe like a relief rally or something like that. So 590 to the upside might get me involved in nat gas.
All right, we're just getting stuff all lined up and ready to go here. We are long NEO. We've talked about that before as well. Yo, it's Katrine. Good, on the bell. That's nice. With only a minute to go, we'll have Katrine on the bell. We are long into tops. We talked about that already, so we're going to wait. I do have a target. My target is $2 because we're actually, I decided I'm going to give it to 150. So we're going to give this down to $2, but I do have an offer at 185. See if we could take out, again, I always looking at get out pieces at the 5 spots. So I wanted to get long at 175. Unfortunately, we punched in at 177. So the price I'm in at doesn't matter that much. I'm going to try to trade it the way I always do. So we'll get a piece out at 185, then a piece out at 189, and then I'm holding for 199. So that's where I am. Hopefully that can drift to the upside as we only have a couple more seconds really to go. I was going to say minutes. NEO, I feel like we are going to get ticked out of this one. It's going to dance off the open and it's not going to dance the right way. So watch out for this name not to be open on time, I would say. We're just checking out on the imbalance locator here. Now it's up to 1 million. I have no idea what Shaw is. That just showed up. So we're going to see what's going on there. Mullen, so on and so forth. Hopefully NEO, here we go, as it can run back up to the upside with only 2 minutes to go. Now I am going to put, you know what? I don't, See what I'm saying about NEO? Like it's just up and down. 3, 2, thank you, Katrine. And 1, we got to go to Katrine. There she is. What's up, Katrine? Thank you so much for ringing the bell today. Thumbs up to that one. As the market is now open, we got late to her, but we'll get her back hopefully for the closing bell as well. We're watching out for NEO. As I said, not open yet, so we're watching out for that. Tops, maybe this one can halt for us. We did not get any 185s yet. Hopefully it does come up there. If it stops at 184, that would be a shame. Let's go tops. Take out that 185 and let's see what's going on. And here goes NEO, just like we said. It's not. Oh, it is open now. So there's the early break on NEO to the downside as it has opened up. NEO, we just got out. They're going to get back in. That was the flush that we knew we were going to be a part of. And XPEB flushes as well right now. Okay, these Chinese ADRs trying to head to the downside. We got to manage this.
Yeah, I just jumped into some PayPal here. PayPal threw 74 to the downside. Nice little move right off the open there. I was looking at PayPal 74. The reason being, if you look at the daily, it is got nothing down there. We should have some space. We should have some decent space. Even with the bounce back up to through 76, we should be okay. But we've got a decent amount of space, at least down to 72 and possibly 70. So why not take a shot on an even level break through the bottom, right into the open there on PayPal.
Okay, so XPeng, we are taking some profits now. We have absolute, let's effing go right now. Big time movement right now in XPeng. We just got some 90s out. We're long at 55. Again, that's a damn sticky note trade if I've ever seen one. We put that on the sticky note. Long XPeng, 1255. We were able to take advantage of that and get longer on XPeng right now. So there's the bid and there's a couple outs, man. Pretty scary right now because, again, it's just dancing. And I'm just trying to get out because our NEO trade, we did get stopped out, as we said would probably happen on that. So let's watch out for NEO. Hopefully can climb up a little bit. We are just starting to get out. 92 out right there. Look at tops. We did get that 85 fill. We actually did not get the 89 though. We got an 85 fill there on top. So there's a piece out for us on that. Let's see if it continues to go. NEO and XPeng, the only two trades that I'm in on that side of things right now other than tops. So I'm watching them try to fade out a little bit. Watch out for a 1250 break. If this takes 1250, then we're gone because we're already into NIO as well. So these Chinese ADRs are starting to fall back despite the market booming, Metro booming right now.
Yep. I mean, PayPal's bouncing back up with the market. Makes sense, I guess. One other name I'm looking at here is Square.
Look at Apple.
Square. Yeah, Apple's
on
its
short
own
that
little
though,
thing right now. Okay, Square is actually stabilizing here for whatever reason inside kind of yesterday's range or Friday's range here. And what I'm looking to see is, can we get back above 68? This is the daily, so if we're putting in this on the 30-minute chart, if we can get back above 68 right here, that would kind of give me a solid base to work with. Potential longs, put the Friday's low as the stop for now, but that would kind of put you inside the middle of the range, so it's a tricky situation, but I am looking at 68 as the point where I would start looking at it in terms of possibly making a decision on it, but for now, Square, not doing a whole lot. I've got a couple of alerts where I'm not going to get through them all. I'll go through them, but Amazon, Square, Roblox, 34, above 34, Disney, 98, Boeing as well at 181, and Snowflake at 147. Those are all stops that have gone off. I got to go look at them and figure out what I'm going to do with them now.
What about, I mean, I feel like I'm going to get stopped out on some of these as well here. I mean, these Chinese names are not really going the way we sort of thought they would, but we'll wait on them. Now tops as well moving around. I was looking at CCL here. Shout out to all my friends trading CCL. I know there's a few of them out there. Oh, right now we are getting, I was going to look at 1020 break right there for CCL. That could come into play. The last time we did that, we went to 1030, but it's a nice little upside move. I am noticing this market starting to go off to the upside right now, and maybe Apple is the wrong name to short. We should have got to, where am I waiting for? I mean, I'm waiting at 75. There right now for Apple. So we can check out what's happening right there. 148.75 coming through right now for Apple. So that's going to be something. We just missed that. That sucks, man. This should be a big winner for us. We missed it by literally 0 pennies. We were waiting at 148.75, went to 148.74. XPeng, good thing we made some money on that one because there's the drop down. We're still up on XPeng, but there it goes down to the downside. Good thing we took advantage of some of that earlier. NIO, downside move through 1350, so watch out. One last take on that one at 1350. We'll play off that bottom now, 48. Anything with you, Brendo?
Nice move so far, guys, for this one. Veru back to the upside here, about 10%. Just took out $6 there on volume. You can see this thing was doing absolutely nothing on no volume in the pre-market, even though, yeah, they reported in the pre-market. Wider loss and revenue miss, but here's Veru up almost 10%.
Okay, so just for you, Rob, we both didn't hear anything in our ear there. So, all right, so look at Apple. Apple's starting to go. There it is, man. There's the blast up to the upside. So big fail there as Apple retraces higher and goes through that 149. So off to the races. I want to try to go long now, Apple, as we've broken through that 149. Little mistake there. Not a mistake. We went short. That's what we wanted to do. But it's not working now to that short side. So there it is, man. We missed that long punch. We still do have NEO, and that one's falling through as well. So watch out for NEO here going to the downside, and Apple just absolutely ripping. That's why we talked about 149 on the sticky note, how key that would be. We'd go short first, and then I meant to go long on the punch to the upside, but we did miss it. So Apple right now retracing nicely upside.
Yeah, I mean, Apple's the big weight in the NASDAQ, or both of the indexes, but mostly the NASDAQ. It controls like 10 or 12, actually 12%, yeah, something like that. Apple, 150, you got to look at it, right? It's been consolidating in front of that 150. At some point, it's going to have to take a look. It might be today here as they break through that pre-market top on the first of the month, and now we're looking at that 149.5 into the 150. Okay, I can work with this. If the futures market wants to catch a bounce, Apple's going to need to go, right? If we do break through 150, we got 151 as the next little area, so that's a decent amount of space to work with. So let's see how well this 150 break holds as we get closer and closer to it now. If we can hold well through taking this big round number out, then we might have a nice little consolidation breakout extension now. After 2-3 days of consolidation, a nice little breakout, and that holds up well. That'll be a good extension of this move here, all the way from 140 all the way back up to 147. So let's keep an eye on Apple as it goes up, because if this holds up well, then it's going to drag the market up, right? For me, the market right now, we're at 53, 54. If we can get above 65-ish, I would start leaning on the longs, especially with Apple's help. I would start leaning on the longs there a little bit. Brendan?
Comcast, guys, made a interesting move downside initially on this number, but trying to bounce right now.18 back to the upside here for CMCSA. Their streaming service, Peacock, I guess it's called, hit 18 million paid subscribers since the start of 22, which is a huge number, higher than expected. But downside initially, 235. We're trying to get going here for Comcast.
All right, we just did a decent job. I mean, first of all, Tops is doing nice, man. We got a couple more outs there. My best outs again, 189. We talked about where we were trying to get that name, so we'll watch out for Tops. We're still holding that one. See if it can go, see if we can go back down to the downside. What did I just get out of there? Oh, NIO. So, okay, I didn't think we'd get out of that fast because, look, man, NIO just ripped up. We got some 65s and then dumped some out on the downside. So, yeah, it hasn't been a super great day so far for these Chinese ADRs. It looks like they are starting to fall back down a little bit here. So does that sort of surprise me? Not really. You can see what XPeng's done already today, down to $12. I think we got to leave this alone. XPeng and NEO, both names that I really haven't traded well over the last couple of days. They're just a little too violent, and they're just not holding the levels. I said I'd switch it up today and try to go long on some of these names, and look what happened. So yeah, today on XPeng, not a good one. Let's just check in because the market now is upside. Let's see if Win is doing anything. Still 87. So again, he did get get some dip buys, not quite to 85, so we're going to pass on that one. NVIDIA's downside right now, Google as well. What's been relatively strong, Bed Bath & Beyond, XPEV continues to be weak. Google may be on the strong side as well. What is Google up here today? I'm trying to find names. Down 0.43 in the market. Look at Google, up 0.5% right now. So yeah, this name is pretty strong. Trying to take out, there goes our charts again. Trying to take out this 102, what is that high? 102.50, so that still needs some work to do. Wow, top's falling back in as well. We're gonna try to find some better trades for you. Need something that's at some support and resistance right now at this 940, so let's start our search for some of these names.
Oh man. Okay, so I finally saw it. It was one of the alerts that had gone off for me, and then I finally got around to actually clicking on it. Boeing, and I was like, oh, if that was only the first one that I had seen, that would have been a great trade. Okay, so Boeing, nice little consolidation break on the daily. So the fact that it actually bounced right off that 181 off the open, that opens the door for the long at 182, and obviously you see it already at 184. Damn, I'm gonna have to go ahead and cancel that. But yeah, those are the kind of trades you want, right? Multi-day consolidation. If it's off the daily, it's even better, and this is a solid one. So Boeing, a missed opportunity there. But keep an eye on Boeing, though. It's got no resistance nearby. So we got a ton of space to the upside. We have maybe another $4 or $5 to the upside on Boeing, even with the way it's priced at right now. So I would keep an eye on Boeing for momentum trades as it gets away from the position levels that you can work with. So momentum trades going forward, I would imagine, on Boeing. Brendan.
Not seeing individual names in this group popping up yet, but here's this cannabis ETF once again, guys. MSOS just taking out the highs on heavy volume. It's worth mentioning, up 7.5%.
All right, I just have a new position alert right now, so let's see if it wants to work. We still are watching out for that tops trade as well to come in at some point. But okay, here it is right here. It's AMD. So AMD, again, look at this. We are below the 50 period right now. We're below the 200 period. We just tested, and that's why we went short right there. We just got it in on the 50 period break to the downside. I will take out a piece at 42 right there. Why not do that as it is falling back down? So I do like this trade so far today. On that short side. So let's see if it does continue to make us a little bit of cash here. Short AMD now 17 cents in the money. And I just want to short this name up to and hopefully not including 75.20. There it is, a nice little downside move right now. So hopefully we can get this in. Well, we're already in it, but hopefully we can get this right to the downside here. Nice move for AMD. It's starting to fall in. I'm going to take another piece right now. We just put this on. Like we can't be too stubborn with some of these trades that we have on right now, right? They're coming in, so there's a nice move. Look at the Chinese ADRs. They are really starting to fall. NEO back down to 13. That's 13 flat maybe for NEO. XPeng as well, really starting to fall down. So some big moves happening here, and they're not nice. So nice move to the downside here for XPeng and for NEO. Our tops is not working out either, as that seems to want to just hang out here. So let's see what's going on with tops now, down to 175. I think we could take out something here just so we don't get too violent of a move back down. We'll see if we can get some 76s now. I'm on a paid gateway, so that would be nice, but that could break. Yeah, I might. You know, we're still on. See if we get some 76s. This is not, okay, I know we're long at 77. We just took out some pressure because the break was 75. So we just take out some more pressure there at 76. Now let's hold it for 50. We took out a third of what we had left. So right now we have half of what is left on our tops position. It's been a good trade. We took out some cash. So far so good here on tops. And really so far so good. Look at AMD. You want to get an idea that's working out for me. AMD right now, we're short 74.59 and just cashed out right there. That's a bang. Shout out to my friend Henry on Palantir. We'll look at that in a minute. But hey, some big time movements right there for us on AMD. Chinese names, not so nice. AMD, very nice.
Very nice indeed. Okay, I picked up some Zoom shorts as well on that little move. So here we are short into Zoom. The reason I'm looking at Zoom here, daily. I mean, that's all I can really say. It's right off the daily. If you, that's the 30-minute. I'll pull the daily for you guys. It's trending down, and well, after gapping, after running up for 2 days in a row, completely gapped down, and then here we are, kind of just drifting down. If you continue this move through 74, I mean, where really are you picking up support? Are you going to pick it up at, like, I'm looking at this chart going, that's the move, and then you do this instant U-turn here, and you're going to drift now? Like, I'm going to have to target 70, 71 through 70 as the next zone that I want to play with. So if I'm going to take a shot at 74 with the 71 target, that's about $3. I can put up 76, which is what I was looking to do. So hey, why not take that trade? It's a 1.5 to 1 trade if you're going to take that shot. So here I am on Zoom on the short side, PayPal as well on the short side. We got into PayPal. It's been bouncing around quite a bit here. It's been in the money a few cents, out of the money a decent amount, and then now it's down 24 cents, still looking to go down. I'm still going through my list here. I've still got Snowflake. Snowflake I think that trade's gone though. Snowflake was a 147 move. That's the alert that went off, and it's already at 144. So I'm gonna have to actually go ahead and cancel that Snowflake read. Airbnb above 101 is another for whatever reason I have it at 101 target. Okay, yeah. So above 101, it hasn't gotten. It kind of I think cracked above there. Right? Yeah, 101.01 was the high print I think off the open. I'm looking to see what it does as it trades above 101. Potential trade here if it kind of bounces up, kind of confirms the support below 100. If we can get above 101, I think that would give me enough to kind of try to take a shot for that 104. But for now, it's still backing away from that 101. So we'll just reset the alert and see if we can't come back to it later on. Square, on the other hand, we were looking at Square here, and Square is, yeah, it's cracking down. I was boxing it in between 68 on the top, 66.50 on the bottom. If we got through 66.50, I was going to start looking at the potential support here down to 65.5 for a potential move back up. But for now, it is heading down. Market has backed away from its that initial bounce all the way up to 40.55. Now it's back underneath 40.50 and still moving down. So we'll see how Apple's obviously above 150 already. So the strength is there from Apple. But the rest of the market clearly is not Apple's there. We know Amazon was kind of falling down as well. So market coming back down through these 50s, potentially back down to the opening bottom there as we sit at 40.48 at the moment.
Okay, so new position alert, and it might be surprising because we're back into NIO here. It just took out 40. I thought that would have been a little bit of a key level, but I don't want to drop this down too much, man. If we break, yeah, I mean now it's, damn it. I thought we could get some love there on a little bit of a break higher on 1340, like just that it wanted to get back up. So I'm gonna have to drop this if it takes 1325 again, guys. I don't want to be in this for very long. We did put on some shares now, so not a great trade so far for NIO, long 41s. Just thought we'd too fast on the downside there. Still up on the day, possible retracement back to the north side. Obviously, if we can get something out in the 60s or 70s, we would do that. But right now, it looks like it's struggling a little bit. So what's up, Brendo?
Not much of a reaction to that. The S&P PMI number just came out there higher than expected, guys. Just be aware. Again, ISM coming up at 10 a.m. should be a bigger market mover. This one, ASRT, just popped up in front of me on a volume spike there, taking out day highs. There's also, I mentioned, wasn't seeing any of the individual cannabis names going, but now they are. Tilray, guys, just took out day highs there on volume as well.
All right, I guess we got to look over there, man. I mean, some of these cannabis names obviously continue to move when they want to. I don't really trust the cannabis names. We've talked about this over and over again, so we will look at it. I'm just watching NIO here as it looks like it does want to take us out on the downside. Again, we tried the long. We'll stay away from it now, man. We don't have any affiliations to this name other than it just keeps on taking our money. So there it is to the downside. The casino's not open on NIO. See, and there it is right there. Okay, maybe we got wiped out. I'm going to go one more time on that one, and then we're done. So if this takes it out, then we're going to get out. I just feel like there is a lot of opportunities to get this back in. So NEO again, 1330, one last try, man. Dips down 10 more cents, we're gone. Let's just try to give NEO some love and see if it will print us back in a little bit. But yeah, definitely not a good trade today. These Chinese ADRs for me. AMD, nicely done on this one, man. If we can get back upside, I do want to short again. Also, Amazon possibly a good short, but Amazon's better than the market today. I would like to see that one upside. I just got to work with this AMD now as this is a possible reload. Just looking at this 74.60, let's put an order there and reload it if we can.
All right, you'll see my board. I'm pretty balanced. I'm usually never this balanced because I usually figure out what I'm going to do related to the futures. So if the futures I'm leaning short, I tend to go equity short as well. So I'm pretty balanced. 2 longs, 2 shorts. PayPal and Zoom on the short side. Disney and Roblox on the buy side here. Apple's strength is kind of keeping this market afloat, at least until we get to 10 o'clock here. Nice little breakout channel off of Apple. If we can stay above here, this red line, that's 150. If we can stay above here, then we may actually have a chance to go back up and do well, at least on Apple. It could even be a situation where Apple holds up very well and the rest of the market still drifts down. Because right now I'm looking at the board, at least the NASDAQ weighting board, and Apple's at 1.6%. Every other name below that, that's in terms of lead weight, is negative. Well, Meta's not even on the list. Google is the next positive one, right? That actually makes a difference in terms of weighting. So you see how imbalanced or unbalanced the board is at the moment, and still Apple holding up well as the market drifts down. It might be one of those weird situations. You don't see it too often where Apple does its own thing and the market doesn't want to follow through because everything else is weighing it down. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. We know Tesla's obviously been a drag as well, down 3.5%. Still heading to that 188 and change. I guess they're not going to hold up on that little, that pre-market. After that drop, the pre-market moved back up. Now we're starting to fall off a little bit here again. We'll see if this accelerates, because I imagine if this accelerates and ISM comes in negative, we're going to lose a lot of this. Apple probably still will hold up well, but at least we're going to have some decent strength in the background here there with Apple's weighting. So we'll keep an eye on this. For now, I've got what? Two longs, two shorts. Disney in the money, 25 cents. Zoom and Roblox somewhat flat, and then PayPal doing what PayPal does apparently, and just drifting in and out through that 74 area, now out of that 74 area. And here we are sitting at a 30-cent hit at the moment. But we haven't taken anything out. We haven't done anything. These stocks have not moved enough to make a difference. So at this point, we've positioned up and we're just waiting. That's all we can really do.
So I just want to say we are going to get out of AMD if it takes out our spot. We're out of 80% of AMD. We just took another out here at 38 or 37, so we are going to get out. I like the long, man. We're starting to break higher. It's really crazy because I wrote down Apple. We wanted that long if it did come in. Didn't come in, Apple. We went short instead. We should have had that 149 break, and then we'd really be cruising. But I'm going to go back over to another name that seems to be strong today as well. You just talked about Apple, of course, so I'm going to look at Amazon. Amazon is stronger than the market, and I like this break. If we could take out the high, like 94.15 is actually where I just stepped in there to see about a long for Apple, or for Amazon. I do like that play. If it does come in, I like an Amazon play. I was wondering about a Coinbase short, believe it or not, because that breaking through 47 didn't look horrible on that. So that is looking like it does want to go, but there's still, the volume is pretty insane on this name. You can see it sort of battling back and forth here on the spread. So watch out for Coinbase. Breaking through 47 looks pretty decent. I think we have to, let me test it with 100 shares here. Do we have to? No, we do not have to pay for shorts. Okay, so that's always a good sign. We don't have to pay for shorts. So Coinbase breaking through 47, I like it. And then we can see about a 47.50 or so take on that one if that does come through. Man, look at NIO, man. These names just continue to get absolutely destroyed. It's a good thing we got out of that one. I mean, why not just go short instead of chasing these longs, man? Don't go chasing waterfalls unless you're TLC. What's up, Brendo?
I just saw Uber popping up here on volume, guys. Trying to go green. Didn't quite get there, but trying to go green. Red to green there for Uber. Needham analyst with a note out kind of late here, just after the open, talking about Uber very positively going into the new year. So a bit of a move higher.
Uber strong. Okay, what am I looking at? Oh, market coming back down, leading into that ISM number at 10. This is not the ISM manufacturing, right? This is ISM.
No, I think it is manufacturing, or is it?
No, that's usually the first day of the month.
Let me double check. It's on our watch list. What it is. Okay, so we have written here ISM services.
Services, there you go.
Good call.
Okay,
yep.
Services PMI. That makes sense. Okay, so that's coming out of 10.
Does that affect anything for you other than the fact that maybe it's not as major?
I mean, this market cares about everything.
Right,
so
okay, good. Yep, all right.
You may think it's not major, but this market thinks so.
Anything is, yep,
yeah,
I got it.
Everything is. So we have factory orders coming out as well, 0.7% expected. And then you have ISM services coming out. I think the big number is 3.1 is expectation, I believe, at least from this website. Every website has their own little consensus, right? I would trust Brendan's because he's got Icon there, and I think the Reuters Icon terminal is whatever, right?
Yeah,
so that's just the all-star of everything. So in terms of news reports, so we'll get it from Brendan when we do get to 10 a.m. For now, though, we're starting to get some movement. There you go, Zoom now up 50 cents on Zoom as we break through the bottom here with the futures market coming back down. Zoom now 50 cents sitting well. That also means Roblox is out of the money as well there. But Zoom taking through that 74 and now accelerating. Remember, we have a ton of space on Zoom. This is why I took the trade, right? I'm looking at 71 into 70 as the first target. We have, from the daily perspective, we should really not have anything that's going to stop us as we head on down. So I'm going to let it go and see how far it wants to go before it makes a move in terms of support. I will manage this, obviously. I'm not going to hold on to 71 as my target and not do anything about it if it starts to show some support. But for now, I'll leave it alone and let it do its thing here as it now is starting to make its move finally away from that 74. PayPal right back to where it started. You know, we started at 97. We did all these bounces up to 50, now back under 74. But again, I'm working with a bigger chart. I like PayPal. There's really isn't a whole lot stopping us from taking a look down towards those evens. So why not? Let's take a shot at that as PayPal heads on down as well. Disney stable, regardless of what the market's doing. Disney actually holding up well. To be fair, though, I'm looking at this chart on Disney again, and I'm just like, I don't know if I actually want to be in this one. This one probably is not my best read here. So I'm actually going to cut out Disney and walk away from this and see if I can't make a small profit as I walk away from Disney as well. And then Roblox, well, Roblox is off the daily, so see if we can get a move on Roblox here. It's above 34 off the daily, but it's a tight trade. It's to 33 or nothing. Right? If I don't get that 34 break that holds up well, the reason I'm letting Roblox go and not jumping on this is because it. Oh, there we go. I think my history server's down again. Is because off the daily, the 34 break makes perfect sense, right? I can't get the daily up, but it makes perfect sense on the daily for that 34. So if I need to lose $1 to see what it's got, fine, we'll let it go. And then Meta, damn Meta. I see you guys talking in the chat about Meta.
I was like, what
it is just 124 and just taking off. Can I get the daily on Meta? Yes, I can.
I think you might want to just go long now.
Well, here's my issue with Meta. It's going into this gap, and gaps are a scary thing because it means we haven't traded here before, and there could be resistance, there could be nothing. So I am very hesitant to go long into a gap. It's way, trading is already somewhat of a decision making in terms of probabilities. So if you are now going to a long, it just makes everything so much more messier. So into a gap, a long into a gap, it makes everything so much more messier. So I'm gonna let it trade in these 124s. It looks like it's 124 all the way up to 130. It's a wide range, $6 wide. Let it trade. Let it tell me where the support base is and where the resistance base is, because I have no clue, because this market's a gap. This is a massive gap. We'll let it trade out. If it fails in here, we know there's resistance. We go for the short near the top of that gap range. If there is support, then they're going to clearly grind through this area, and we'll get that indicated as well as it trades through. But I would just be careful and let it trade when it tells you what it wants to do through this gap area.
Damn it, why didn't I know that before? We are long here, Meta, right now at 124.30s. So let's just see, man, we were trying to take it against that 124. It is falling back down. We do understand that this is one of those plays, but look what's happening right now to the futures. So we sometimes it's good to be lucky, and there's some sort of a saying there that I forget what it is. But right now we're not lucky at all. The futures are falling down right when we take a Meta long. So that's not good, but that is part of the reason why we're in the long, right? I mean, you don't get these prices if the market just keeps on ripping. So let's see if Meta does want to hold 124. I don't consider this a problem. I mean, we're not really in a problem here. It needs to go. So there it is, right back up into the money now. So we'll take a little bit out. Maybe we should have taken a little bit more. Well, we didn't take any yet. Maybe we should have got some more out there. See 31s, 32s starting to print upside here. We'll take some out. We're long at 28s. It just went 10 cents in the money. Hopefully we can climb a little bit more if the futures want to go here. I'm here for that. So yeah, so far so good. Nice little out there on Meta. Now 10 cents in the money. Let's see if it can fly even higher than this. What's up, B?
We were talking about Disney and this Bob Iger angle over the past couple of weeks. Just on an interesting note, guys, NBC Universal CEO Jeff Shell just saying in an interview, he expects Disney to write them a quote-unquote big check for Hulu coming up in 2024. So Disney, it's not really doing anything, but downside with the overall market here.
He wants to check for Hulu, or
Disney owns a piece of Hulu. That's the thing.
Right.
So either, I guess they're trying to spin it off, or
gotcha.
I don't know exactly the whole story there. But let's go bang it out right now. So we'll go that, and then we'll go bang right now temporarily, because we did get out of half. Let's see. Oh no, now Meta's going to fall down. See, you celebrate a little bit, but again, we are just trying to scalp it out right now. You heard even Arun talk about, watch out for some of these levels. Be careful where we're at. So yeah, we are going to do that, exactly that here on Meta. Now we're long at 18, but we were able to scalp something out there and get out, but looks like it does want to continue its move to the downside now as the futures are there it is. No, sorry, what just got out there? Something got out for me there. AMD. AMD took off to the upside there, actually. So a nice little out as AMD rips up and Meta coming down for us right now. So that's not something that we thought would happen, but we'll have to trade it anyways. AMD out on the top side. Let's see if that can float a little bit higher. But right now I am just concerned about Meta. An update on tops. Good trading on tops, actually. Come on, let's go. Did we just get some more out there? We're at 26 here on Meta. Hopefully that can come out there. It is a nice little upside move for Meta, so we're pretty happy with that. We got our best outs for tops. We talked about that 89 and some out here 82. It seems to be holding for now, down 60% on the offering, so let's watch out for tops. And then there's Meta. Meta now starting to go decent. There we go. We punch out some at 37 there. Now it goes more upside here for Meta. I like this name. Let's see if we can hold it a little bit longer, though.
Yep. We got news coming out. Well, we got the ISM number coming out. That's not
yeah,
news.
watch out for that
It's just an economic
shit.
number that's going to be important. Well, the market thinks it's going to be important, so we'll just respect it. I'm going to keep what I've got, right? I've got PayPal up 8 cents. That hasn't done anything. Let's leave that alone. Zoom is starting to move, finally. So the Zoom movement, again, target is going to be 71. I've got a bid out there waiting. See if we can't get a move out here around what used to be the pre-market high before we had that huge rally. So we'll sit around there, around 71-ish on Zoom, and then Roblox is out 30 cents, and that's, I mean, the market's falling, and I guess I shouldn't actually hold for too much, but it was off the daily. If we can get a $1 risk and see how far we can take it, that was kind of the whole plan on Roblox. So it is out 30 cents at the moment, going into a number that comes out in about 15 seconds, and I'm sure once we get it from Brendan, he'll let you guys know. But as right now, market's still heading and working 40-40 at the moment.
All right, Brendan, let's go.
For you live here, guys, as it happens. 56.5 versus 53.3. So again, that's the ISM Services PMI there at 10 o'clock. 56.5 versus 53.3. Factory orders higher than expected as well. 1% versus 0.7 on that number. So the rest of these will populate as we go in. So we'll have a look at the reaction here to the overall market. Moving on that number. That was the big release for today. There's a look at North American markets still holding on to. Nice day down here. 2.8% for crude and Bitcoin as well. Remains positive. Mentioned this one right out of the gate. Veru still trying to test highs here, guys, off that decent report. Again, it was doing nothing in the pre-market, but nice reaction after that for Veru. Not so much for Tesla. Day lows just coming into play there for TSLA, guys.
Market right now is Tank City. It's a good thing, man. We were able to get some. I mean, it's funny because when you said that, we started just getting out of Meta. So we were just getting out up there. Then it drops down. Obviously, the number comes better than expected, which is not great for the market. We've talked about that. They're coming through as it just, gives some more leeway to the fact that maybe they are not going to raise or whatever after all. They're only raising 50 points. Maybe they go 75. We'll check the Fed rate too. Well, that's all that matters. We said that ISM services don't generally matter, but yeah, in today's market, like Arun said, man, everything seems to matter. That's 122.84 on the bottom. So we are back long here on Meta. We'll put an offer out, see if we can capture a little bit. I'm not trying to get absolutely destroyed here. Let's just try to trade this reasonably against that bottom. So that's 122.83. There it is, a nice little upside move. We knew that there was a potential for the market to come back, so let's do a little bit of work and see if we can't just get out on the upside if we do start to break higher. So there it is, Meta. We have the long now at 07. We're actually making everything back now. Would like to see this get back into the 40s or 50s before we do anything. Taking some more out in the 20s. It looks like it wants to break 122.85, the bottom. We're long Meta because it was stronger than the market. Let's see if that is the case, though. Meta long right now. Hopefully we can get something out in the 40s. It's dipping down to days low, or the low of that move. I don't want to be in it past that. So that's 122.80 break. Damn it, it's coming in.
Yeah, I'm looking at some names here. I really wanted to make a move in some energy play, whether it was nat gas or even crude. Nope. Crude, right off that top end, 82.50. Remember, we're looking at it. Let's see what's got above 83. We can maybe double top that and go for the short. No, it's gone. That's right back into 81 and change now, still going down. That's gone. Nat gas on the other side. I was looking at this as well. I'm like, okay, 590 potential long. Maybe we end it. And when we bounce off that 580, and that's off the daily, so we'll go to, or that's off 30. If we go to the 5, this move up, I was like, okay, maybe this is when we actually get to break. No, they got a 585 offer, and then right back down to 575 and change on that gas. So energy plays are off the table for me, at least for now. I mean, the way things are moving, I don't think I'm going to get much. Keep in mind, this number came in higher, 56.5 versus 53 and change. So this is a good thing for the economy, which also means potentially, this is where people are worrying about, this could be meaning that he continues raising rates, right? If you're looking at the services expansion, I guess economic expansion, then it allows for space to keep raising it at the same pace if you want to worry about inflation as an issue. So here we are, as the market falls off here, we definitely need to take a look at, as Sean said, at that Fed index tool, or the rate calculator, or whatever they call it, as we kind of head on down. But in the meantime, with this move down in the futures market, a bunch of new alerts went off here. I've got, again, I'm not going to be able to do them all right now. I'll go through them. AVGO, Etsy, Boeing, Starbucks, Brendan brought us Starbucks earlier, TSM, and AMD as well. All alerts that have gone off. Now I got to go figure out what I'm going to do with those alerts. I don't know if they're longs or shorts. So let me go through them and figure out what I'm going to do.
All right, yeah, good. So we're doing the same kind of thing here. I still want to try to battle with this meta, but I don't know, man. This is not a battle that we're winning, but we can win. So let's see if it gets back up to 123.50 one more time here on meta as we continue to battle that. Tops has made a move down. I don't know, man. I mean, we're breaking lower here on tops, 165. 166.70 or so on that one, so definitely not a great one there for tops. Let's just see if it can hold, but we're still in it. There it goes, a little bit of an upside move. Let's take a piece out. We have to take out something on meta, especially if it goes up 30 cents in the money for us. It hasn't been a great trade, so let's just take advantage. There it is. We got some out at 34, so far so good on that move to the upside here. There it is. Let's go. We got a 48 too. Let's go. Oh, we're just missing it. We are at 40. Oh, did we get it? No, we're at 50. Sorry. So here we go. Nice. There it is. Nice little upside move now happening for us. Good. We made a lot of money back here on this meta. Let's see if it bounces. Brendan, give it to us again.
A few people were talking about this early on this morning. BBBY just taking out the highs once again. We had that initial move to 4 or 385, I guess it was. But look at the volume just came in there, guys, at day highs. Big spike for Bed Bath & Beyond.
All right. Going through one of the alerts that actually went off, and I'm just like, ooh, this is a really nice chart. Not because of what you would expect. Okay, so this is a 5-minute chart. Consolidation breakout, call it at 536. I just had the alert go off if it went below 536. Great. The issue I'm looking at is the daily, right? 536 break runs you right into some support into 520 at 32 and 533. So what I'm looking for now off of that 536 break is a trap move on AVGO. I want to see if we can get back above 537. I think if we get above 537, that should have flushed a lot of people that were initially sitting long near the bottom end of the range, got a lot of people in after the break of the range, and then if you come back in, that should flush the last batch of shorts coming through there. So if we get that, I think that opens the door for potential long going back into the mid-40s there on AVGO. So let's see if we can get that completed. Once we get that little reversal pattern, I'm all for that long on AVGO as we take out that 536.
We're doing it again right now. We'll hit the alarm because Meta right now just ripped up nicely for us. We kept on trying it. It's not. This is like sort of the. We talk about this all the time. This is the benefit of what we do here on the show and like the platform that we have and just like the ability that we have to trade here. It's a nice move back up to the upside, right up to 124 again here for Meta. So we're able to take it, scalp it back and forth. Made a couple mistakes early trying to protect that long, but as long as you stayed in it, it's been working. And we wanted to go into long Meta because it was strong. stronger than the market. So if the market ever did this rebound, you know, this was the name that we had. We kept on, it broke, well, and we only screwed up once, really. The first take was fine because we were able to make money, and we didn't even have half left when it broke below. So that was kind of a flat trade, if not a positive one. And then we tried it again here at 123. Eventually it breaks, but then it took took VWAP again, and we went longer. So that makes a nice little move to the upside. But I see right now we are struggling a little bit here at O's. So let me put something out at, there it is. Cancel this 97 quickly. We just took another 90 fill there, so that's a good one as the money's coming back in to the wheelbarrow now, not leaving. It did leave us for a little bit there on that ISM number, and like Arun said there, you know, better number normally would be good, but because the Fed rates tool is definitely looking at, you know, different economic numbers coming through, you have to judge that for what it's worth. We are out of 70% now of this trade and looking for some more. Tesla, hey, you guys want to talk about Tesla? Let's have a quick look at that right here. Wow. Yeah, Tesla's getting the hammer dropped on it, the Thor hammer guy. 184 to the downside run, 184.50 for Tesla. Look at it bouncing. We talked about, I'm going to be sick again because if you guys watch early on in the show there, what level did we talk about for Tesla? 191.50? I mean, that came right in again, right at 9:30. That should have been the short. So we don't have that one. Looks like Tesla trying to break lower right now. Good little take here. If you want the market, if the market's going low, I think you could take this Tesla break even lower. That's 184. So I think you could take a 184 break low on Tesla and then hold it against this 185 or so. So I don't mind that trade. Tesla to the downside, and it's continuing to work. Thanks, Rob, for that. But Tesla, yeah, I got a couple there. Thank you. Let's see the cup. Oh, nice. Thank you, Rob, for this. He's always got a different cup for me. Hello, gorgeous. I like that one. Maybe it's for you, Arun.
I mean, I don't know. I got.
What do you got? You just got a.
I just got the
My Coffee.
This is my default cup in the mornings.
You got the My Coffee with a tea. I like that.
Yeah. So this is my default cup in the mornings. It's a. You know what it is? It's cup size. It's the perfect size for my tea in the mornings at least. And then in the afternoons I get funky with it, and I choose one of the random cups that are there. So sometimes
you're wild, man. Wild.
Yeah. I get wild in my afternoon tea. So show up in the afternoon. I'll have a fancy cup for you guys. Whatever's up there. We got a bunch of different animal cups up there. Anyways, market coming on down after a nice little bounce here. Still coming on down. Tesla breaking through that 184 to the downside. And what do we got? Actually, you know what? What I want to see is Apple. What is Apple doing? Oh, Apple reversing through that 150. Okay.
Really?
Yeah, I see you, Apple. Okay, let's check the daily. See where you got. See what you got. Okay. All right. So 150 trap is what I'm thinking now on Apple. Do I want to play Apple through these? If we get through the opening low, I might get interested in Apple. 147.50. Remember, it was a matter of seeing how much support.
Again? No.
See how much support there is above 150. If we are going to bounce, we got to bounce through here. 149 all the way down to 147.50. If we get through that 149.50, I would imagine that it's going to get a lot of people nervous about potential, false moves that are going through. So, for now, I leave Apple alone unless it makes a move above 150 or below 147.50. And back to our positions. I mean, PayPal doing nothing. Zoom is kind of stabilized a little bit as well. Roblox. It was meant to be a one. It was a risk of $1 to figure out how far it can go, and it just completely lost it.
Meta.
So if we're going to lose it, then I'm going to have to let it go. I mean, 33 is a stop. We're pretty close to it. If we get underneath in a decent way with enough volume, I'll just walk away, take the hit. It's going to be $1. But again, this was meant to be a play off the daily. It was, to me, in terms of risk reward, it made perfect sense to put up $1 to see what we got going into 36 and change. That's a 2-to-1 payout. If I get it, clearly I'm not going to get out. They're going to reverse through here, it seems like, and then we're going to fail. And this is also going to be the last trade I'm going to make in Roblox, because after this one, I'm pulling the entire stock from my list, because it's been, I know when you guys were trading Roblox and it was hot and it was moving, but now it's just kind of like died off a little bit here. I remember looking at it the other day, and it was something like this as well. It's like $1 risk to see how far it can go, and it just won't do anything. So I think I'm done with Roblox. We're going to pull it from the list, find some other names to work with. We've got a ton of other names to work with, so we'll just go find another one there.
We are just absolutely in love with this meta trade, man. It is now back up to day's high. We are now $1.40, $1.30 in the money for this. We just tried to get some out right when we noticed that this was the high at 50. So we're going to sit there. We're actually at 47. That's where it ticked to. So I'm just going to wait. We only have 20% of this trade left. Couldn't believe it. It blew up to 124. That was a pretty key spot for us to get a decent amount out there on that blow up. So nice little take there for Meta, as it is a winner for sure today for me. So that's a good trade there as we're going ready to go there. So yep, we're getting ready to film a couple more videos today as well. So that should be a lot of fun. Thanks for joining us. What else is that? I mean, you know what? I tried to buy those apples. That apple at 55 there was the bottom. I put a bid for apple 72. It went down to 70. Should have got more aggressive to take that out. There it goes, man. Bang on that one. Look at Meta just fly. Wow, did we ever go over to this one and pick this one out of thin air there? Meta, huge move up to the upside, really supported some of those bottoms down there of one. I mean, it didn't really support any bottom. It just kept on going before eventually we had to take it. We did take some hits in Meta, but that's a huge move. Now back up to the upside. I do want to take Tesla, man. Tesla's going to break, I feel like, that 184. I do want to get short on it. The market did just bounce this back to the upside. Should have faded into it. Instead of just punching this short. That's a 185 top for Tesla. So I'm going to go over there. If it does come back up, we'll look to start to get a little bit short on it. But I do want to take a decent trade, breaking through 184 and then not getting out until we take out 185. So here we go. Tesla's coming through. I do have a crossed order in there. So hopefully we'll get filled on a 184 break. But here comes Tesla all the way back down. Watch out for 185. Like, that's going to be... I mean, it's not that crazy of a top if we zoom in. It's top ticked it a couple times now. Each of the last 5 minutes, each candle here on the 1 minute did go to 184.7 or 184.99 or so. So we'll see if that comes back up. We will play that fade, of course. Like I just said, getting short. I'm starting it. Hey, wait a second. My order didn't go. Do I have to pay for shorts on Tesla? No, okay, I just punched short. Okay, so no, we don't have to pay for shorts. Now, because it just ripped up here and we're near 185, I'm going to give this to 186. So right here, we are now short Tesla. Give it up to this 186. If it takes it out, fine. We're going to be wrong on this one, but we are now short Tesla. Give it up to 186. So 185.50 or so average in, and then if it breaks 186, we're out. We're also looking for a low print here of 184. So if that breaks, then we're going to get out. Let's put something around 184 teens, capture out some of this trade if it does come back down, but watch out for 186 take on Tesla. I know I need to give this a little bit more room, but you know, last time we did this, let's go to 186.50 on Tesla, okay? That's going to be the trade for me, 186.50. We want to give this a little bit more room. It's the 50 period. It coincides with some technical spots on a candle, so we're going to give 186.50 here on Tesla. Hopefully that can hold.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on Meta. I mean, like, as much as I say, hey, this is the wide range resistance, gapped, all this stuff. I don't want to trade in here. But at the same time, while that's happening, I got to keep an eye out for potential support that's building as well, right? Because if we're going to build support, and every time Sean talks about the bounces, I'm like, okay, are they building support to potentially grind through here? So I'm just looking for that. Right now, obviously, they're backing off the 124.50, so that zone is still intact. That gap is still unknown. Are we going to fill it, or are we just going to kind of back away from it? And that's what I'm looking forward to figuring out as this market trades a little bit more. I thought with that move above 124.50, I was like, okay, they might be building some decent support here below 124 and into 123. Maybe I can start potentially looking for longs, potentially. But with that now back off from that 124.50 again, yeah, we're gonna have to go back to just waiting on Tesla, or not Tesla, Meta here, as it does absolutely just, you know, it just U-turn again for the second time off that 24.50. We'll just leave it alone. It's gonna need some time, let it digest whatever it's doing, and then we'll figure it out. That's a 30-minute. It looks like it's a positive move, right? But there's some volume here that's actually keeping it intact from just kind of completely taken off to the upside. So we'll leave it alone. Okay, wow, everything's just come back here. PayPal flat again, Zoom 15 cents. It was up $1 and change with that number. Now it's 15 cents. But I haven't touched these two because the read is priced in on the daily chart. So I'm not going for those quick moves because I'm looking for the 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 payouts here. And we're just working through the daily. That's the Meta daily, PayPal daily. I haven't moved anything because I have space, right? Look, there's no point in kind of micromanaging the trade. If you're playing with a bigger time frame, this is going to happen. You're going to have moves that are going to go deep in the money, and then depending on how you manage or how you plan to manage them, they may have to come back or you may take some out. For me, the way I manage it at least is I have targets in mind. I'll keep an eye out in case something shifts. If nothing shifts and we don't get to the target, I do nothing, right? And that's what's happening with PayPal and Zoom is they're kind of just drifting. They're not giving me enough to get out or take something out, but at the same time, they're also not moving deeply in my favor. So for now, we're just going to wait on them and give us some time and see how far they want to go afterwards. Brennan.
One we talked about on Friday, DBGI, Digital Branch, just popping back up here. Heavy volume, you can note, versus what happened on Friday at the bottom there. Just tagged $5. Nothing new on this. There was an offering that was priced at the market on Friday during the session, but nice move up here for Digital Brands.
Yeah, this probably, we'll look at DBGI. We are in a couple new positions here. We did get Apple long, but I mean, Apple long, Tesla short. I mean, it's not a great recipe for success. And then we do have the Meta long. The Meta long, we only have 10% left. We did take advantage, obviously, on this move to the upside. So let's just still stay focused here. Tops back up, but again, I'm just watching it. It's a small piece of my net now. Meta only 40 cents in the money. Apple now negative, but that did go for us. Noticing that there is a top here. We'll get something out at 149 if that does come into play. So there are a few things that we are looking to do here, of course, today, and hopefully that includes making some money here. So watch out for that Apple. Then Tesla right now, ready to get into more of a short here. Doesn't look like it wants to give it to us initially, but if it does come up to 185, where's my offer right now? Just to give you guys what I'm doing, 185.80. So that's sort of, we got as high there as 40s. Now let's see if it drops back down. So we got Apple on our mind. If Apple drops below 140, I mean, I have too many positions for this kind of market, what's happening right now. So if Apple drops below 148.50, kind of right there, that's kind of what we're playing off of. So we'll try that. We did get short here early, and then it ripped up to 151. We knew 149 was going to be key. So let's see if it gets it back into 149. That's really all that we're waiting for now. So if that happens, good. We'll be there for that. Other than that, man, tops, Apple, Meta, that's what we're in. And then Tesla, still 30 cents out. It's kind of just dancing here. Let's take there we go. We got a little average price there for us on Tesla. I took another piece. So let's see if that one can continue to work. Tesla with the average in short. We just got out of Apple. So it sucks because as Tesla's going upside here, Apple's coming back in. So there goes Apple falling down. Come on, Tesla. Join the club and be next, my guy. Hopefully the market can fall down and we'll take a 184 teen fill on Tesla, make back what we just gave up there on Apple. Trade wasn't that big of a trade, man. That was a small one. 170 out, 150 break, so a small little 20-cent hit on not very many shares. We took a much bigger hit right there on Apple because we had some serious shares there, but Apple's falling back down. It's just funny because now comes Tesla. Now Tesla 20 cents as it's finally starting to go as well, so I scratched that thought.
All right, we talked about AVGO earlier, and I was actually looking for the false break with the way it was trading, right? And like, okay, snap back down, there's support here. Let's see if we can get a false move, which would break through 537, which would kind of get people to freak out a little bit. No, they're holding on to that resistance level. So we're wedged in here between a daily level that's actually decent and a intraday resistance level here. That seems to be building between 537. So it's very tempting to start looking at this and want to go short, but at the same time, I know how AVGO trades, and that's kind of why I'm passing up on it, is it looks like this, right? Like you need to be very, very clear because the spread is like 50, 60 cents. And trying to play a 535 short against a 537 top with a 50-cent spread seems quite dangerous. So I want more clear trades. We'll say it like that. I'm gonna have to move off of AVGO, let it go, and see if we can get something else. But like Apple, remember it was a big leader earlier, 1.63%, and market was not holding up, and Tesla was down 3.5%. Yeah, well, Apple now 0.4%, lost a lot of that, and Tesla is now down 5%. So Tesla's still the worst number, or worst stock in that little weighting group in the NASDAQ, and then Apple, the strong one, but not by much anymore. Brennan.
Hey guys, small cap recap brought to you by Masterworks. They let you diversify your portfolio with fine art. To date, 6 of 7 Masterworks exits have delivered over 20% return. Go to masterworks.art/tradertv.live to learn more. Pretty quiet day for small caps today. There were a few, however, Chinese-specific names that were moving around. I was watching this one. Ehang, if you remember, that eVTOL, or however you want to call those vertical flying cars companies. EH here up 18% still. 720 and then 750. I didn't put the line there, but 750 on a daily chart was a much bigger level. Just rejected 720 again. So I took the long initially. I'm going to flip the short, work it off of 720, 725 there for EH. I also took that same exact trade as Sean through that pre-market high there on tops, but I was just saying to Sharif, who you saw there, not doing anything. We're in a 10, 15 cent range here for tops, just kind of hanging out. SHPH kind of hanging out as well. 250 was the bottom, corresponding to some levels from Friday. Gets back up to 3, and now we're just going sideways. So couldn't find a way into this one either. SHPH, guys.
All right, good. Yeah, Brendan and I with the same trade there. And just so you guys are aware, we did get out some more at 8. Oh, no, we did it. I'm offering 80. Okay, we didn't get filled at 80. I was just thinking about getting some 80s, 82s, 83s, 84s. So we'll kick some 80s and then try to wait for an 84 print if that does come through. All right, so there is a new trade alert here for me. It's not a huge one yet because Meta hasn't been that great. It's bouncing off of 123 or came down to 123. Let's see if it works. It's just crazy because the name that we're short here, Tesla, is actually holding up in this market move down. And some of the names that I thought were going to be stronger than the market are actually moving back in. So it's a little bit of a weird dynamic right now I find happening in the market. So whenever I see that, it is kind of more of a hands-off approach until the market really does settle down because honestly, like Meta's strong today, right? Almost a third strong. It's only a third of the market. So down 0.3, market down 1. Meanwhile, Tesla, and it's not holding up at all. It made a beautiful move, but now it's come right back in, which is kind of puzzling. And then you have Tesla, almost the complete other way around here. It's not doing anything except for holding out and not making new lows here as the market tests. So there it is. Meta, you know what? I'm fine with actually getting out on Meta. We'll slap a fail on it because it just did take that level. Maybe I need to get back in. That's twice it's done this to me here on Meta today. Back in and then ripped upside. So there it is. Let's take a smaller position here at 12s just to see if that does hold. But we just get stopped out there on a break and then a ripped back up. So I'm going to give this one a little bit more room now because we have a little bit more shares down to this bottom of 122.7, a little bit less shares, sorry, 122.70. There it is. Like, see, we just got sort of ticked out on Meta again. Oh, that sucks. Meta, you suck, honestly, because we did have more shares on board as now it rips back up to the upside. So let's take advantage. We just lost 20 cents on it. Let's see if we can't make that 20 cents back, mind you, on only half the shares. So we'll hold to see if it can go back upside. Meta trying to work and Tesla trying to work. Those are the only two positions I have, that and tops, which, by the way, we just got an 80 fill on tops. So waiting for 84 next stop on tops.
Yeah, I'm going through the chat, and there was a nice suggestion there from Team PJ. I see you. Goldman Sachs, through that 375 would have been the actual consolidation and break to the downside. Yeah, I see it too. Okay, I'm trying to find a way to play into this, but the way the market, or where, I'm trying to time this as well, right? So if the market's sitting at 33, 35 and hasn't really done a whole lot since that number, and this is starting to stall out, that would have been the 375 break. We're kind of, almost $2 from that break. And I want to see, they're starting to kind of lean into that 373 half and catch a bid. What I want to see is what happens if we get back into that 375 and 375 half. If we start to find some resistance here, then I would imagine that that break is intact and we're just going to go for the short. But for now, I'm going to leave it alone because even if the market bounces, the last thing I want to do is go for a short now and the market bounces, driving Goldman Sachs back up and through that 375 because it's fairly thin. There's no real resistance levels that I can work with on the intraday to support my multi-day read. So if it's going to go back up, I want it to stall out before I get involved here on the short side. I want them to exhaust any potential buying that they have left. With the market rally, this should rally as well. And then we should exhaust any sort of buying, and then I'll jump on board and try to play the daily short if I can. As you guys can see, the board cleared, my board cleared that Roblox long. Yeah, Roblox is trash.
Yeah,
Roblox was not a good look. It looked good too, and like everything's set up well. It just wasn't willing to go, and then here we are through 33 and change, and we're out. We're going to leave it alone, and I'm also going to remove roadblocks, so you won't see me trade roadblocks again. Brendan.
Big move down here today, guys, for this one. SI, Silvergate, 6%. It's trying to bounce currently. I just noticed this, though. This is Bitcoin. Big ugly red candle there for BTC currently on the hourly chart. But trying to bounce for Silvergate. Morgan Stanley, I believe. I'm going to double check. But there was a downgrade on this one today. So heavy volume on the sell side.
I've been pretty frustrated. I mean, look, we're going to go bang again because it's another winner for us on Meta. We took it again at 123 long. So it's just been frustrating because we keep getting temporarily stopped out, and then I never have the full position when it goes back. But still, we're holding for bigger wins than we are losing on our losing trades, right? And so that's the difference. Like right now, we have 40 cents in the money. We lost 20 cents on our first take there, right? So that was a 24 long out, 20. Actually, we got 02s for some reason, 22 break, and now we're holding this back, and we just got a 49 out to the upside. You guys know how I trade. I'll take those 49s all day, every day. So there it goes now up to the upside, but we are now averaged in, so get ready here. Tesla looks like it's trying to make a dance on me here, and although I like dances, this is not the right dancing partner today. You could see Tesla making a move upside. We do have one more short at 80 coming through, and then 186.50. It's not a huge position. Like if this does fall back, we should be able to make a little bit of money on it. If the market does pull back in, we recognize that Tesla's been relatively weak today against this market. So maybe a pullback down and we're able to take something out here. 184.50 something. We do have more shares now, so this definitely gives us an opportunity to get in. We just got that 185 right there. Here comes a pullback down. Actually, I'm going to wait. I'm still waiting for 184 teens to come back in for Tesla. So right now, yeah, nothing to show for on this name, but I still like it, and I still think there's some hope here for Tesla to come back down. So we're waiting at 180.14 on this trade, and then Meta, of course, now back down to flat as it's trying to take 123, giving this to 122.50. Now, we haven't been really that great holding out, so we're going to give Meta a little bit more love to the downside here if it does print. So we're going to try to take a long at 122.80 and then give it some love back in for Meta.
Yeah, I'm just going through the list here, see what else I can get involved in potentially with the market bouncing. I'm just factoring in a bounce. I've already got two shorts that have just taken their time doing what they need to do. But I'm looking for potential opportunities. If the market were to bounce, can I still find some more shorts that I can fade? Or are there going to be some names that are going to break out? Like Goldman Sachs was a great one that I could potentially fade if it does a certain set of things, right? And Goldman Sachs being that one, that 35, not the 35, the 75 line. Go above, start to taper off with the market tapering off as well. Then I jump on board on the short side there. Okay, we got some new alerts here. Okay, this is interesting. We haven't seen this one yet today. Roku through 59. I see you, Roku. That's a 2-day attempt above 60 into 61. Today we cracked 61, took out the stops, and then took out the mid-range bottom. That's, for me, that's enough. I think that's, is that? Yeah, I'm okay with that. Let's get some offers here on Roku. I'm not going to do them. I'm not paying 70s. I know that much. But okay, we'll send some offers there closer to 59 and
Tesla's
change.
cracked.
Try to control the risk a little bit here
low.
against that 71. So I'm going to try to get the short as close as I possibly can away from the bottom of the range, because the bottom of the range is sitting right here. So if I can price it in, I'm going to have to price it in higher up. I don't want to chase it down as it moves down. So I'm going to wait for the bounce here, potentially futures market bounce as well. Closer to 59, control the risk against the bottom end of the range. So Roku's one option. AMD as well is now below 74. Remember, Brendan talked about chips earlier. AMD, the problem with AMD, okay, I'll give this to you guys in terms of levels. Sure, 74 break, even level break. But the issue is, if you look at the daily on AMD, it is messy below 74. Even if you took out 74, you got to get through, I would imagine, at least 72 to open it up, because this is kind of the daily trend through the lows. So I'd be careful on this one. It's there for me, but what I'm looking for is potential break, fail, potential long here against the 72s on AMD. So that's still on the table, but not for the short, but for the long there. And of course, we talked about Boeing all day today. Well, I mentioned Boeing quite a few times. The problem with Boeing was that it went up fast, it came down fast and then did a U-turn real quick as well, and now double topped. I was supposed to get long. It's the second time around, 83.5. And then I was doing something else. I was trying to work my way or figure out what I was going to do with Goldman Sachs, and it's already gone. So Boeing, messy, but in terms of daily, every time you get that dip, I think there's an opportunity there, especially with the strength of this multi-day range breakout that you're getting on Boeing. So keep an eye on Boeing. Momentum trades all around there.
Okay, yeah, so good talk on Boeing. I'm going to still be in the same kind of name. So we're going to go, so far so good. We did take profit on Tesla. So Tesla came back down. We told you we were at 184 teens. We were exactly that. We were at 184. I believe we got 13. 184.13 out. So that was a good trade for us. But at the same time, we got dumped out on Meta. So Meta at the same time, I'm not frustrated because I'm here trading it and it's fine. It hasn't been completely horrible, but Meta's been tough, man. I mean, Meta today just breaks on me there, and we get out again on the downside of a 122.50 break, and then it starts to rip upside a little bit, right? So it has become a little bit more difficult for me here on Meta to read this name. So I don't know what that means exactly, other than let's just leave it alone and see if it can base out. Like, I haven't really been able to see a great base here on Meta yet, so that's something to look out for. Maybe 122 flat, something like that, but it hasn't been a very good trade. I'm still waiting for this to fall down, and what I mean by this, of course, is Tesla. We just did get the bottom of the day, so that was a good trade, but it's been a little frustrating. We're only 30 cents in the money. We should have reloaded it even more than we had before. We're still waiting for 186 to break on Tesla. We said we'd be in it until we get out of it on a top side. Oh, screw you, Meta. There it is again, man. We'll flush ourselves down the toilet. Too conservative on this name, but we know the damage it can do. So we're very, very cautious here trading Meta today. Little too cautious if you ask me. Probably got to get back into Apple. It's been a pretty fun day though so far. We only have 100 trades, so it hasn't been super heavy. It's only 10:33, still a half hour left, but it's time to review some crypto with Brendan.
Hey guys, yeah, back to the downside we go for crypto markets. We started off okay, it was positive, but the market back to the downside. So some of the crypto individual names anyways, following equities. Here's a headline I was just mentioning there on Silvergate. Morgan Stanley cuts to underweight for Silvergate and goes to $24, I think it was on the price target there, but not great for SI, not great for this one. BTC, yeah, big move down, 17,200. We just tagged 17,000, almost to the number there at the bottom after getting up over the weekend to 17,400 once again. That was the top end of the range. If I zoom out here a little bit, quickly go to a daily chart for you, you can see that was the top end of this consolidation on Bitcoin, essentially. So that high, and then the prior high coming into play there as well. So a bit of a rejection at the top, 17,068 currently on the 24-hour period. We're still up 0.2, 0.5%. For ETH, meanwhile, 1,264 right now for Ethereum. Kind of choppy, though. You can see not huge numbers anywhere on this board. Mostly green, though, guys. Back to you.
Choppy. Word of the day, actually, for this market so far. Low volume and choppy. I guess we're going to have to extend the number of words, but it definitely is choppy, to say the least, here, as this market has done nothing. For the most part, it was drifting down. We got the ISM PMI at 10 o'clock. We made a big move down, rebounded half of that, and then went sideways, and it's now 35 minutes later, and we haven't really moved much. So, I mean, that's what you're dealing with. So trade accordingly. Keep in mind, this week there really isn't a whole lot coming out this week. All the big stuff is next week. We got Fed. We've got the day before. We got CPI. We have CPI. We have Fed, and then we have the index rebalance on Friday. So next week is going to be highly active. This week, everyone's just waiting. It seems like it as well. And a very good question. There's a holiday coming up as well, right? Not market holiday, but which could drive volume. Isn't Hanukkah around soon?
I think it's now. Isn't Hanukkah happening right now?
It could drive volume.
I'm not sure. Yeah,
it makes sense. Volume does slow down when Hanukkah rolls around. So I just got to figure out the start date. So you may not get much activity until we get to that point where next week we start we're going to go from slow into overdrive very, very quickly.
Overdrive.
So just if you are struggling this week, just expect that volume is going to probably be lower. And then once we accelerate next week, it's going to be nonstop for a while. So, well, when I say a while, I mean like 3 days, which is a long time in the market. So we're probably gonna go Tuesday, Wednesday, 4 days, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Friday afternoon. And then you go into Christmas, and then final week.
18th is Hanukkah, apparently.
18th.
Yeah, so we still got a long ways
a long way to go
before then.
Oh,
so,
damn. Okay. I don't know why the market's quiet then. I got nothing.
Scratch everything we just
Scratch
said.
everything.
We have absolutely
Still
no
going to
idea.
be quiet, though.
We have absolutely no idea what's going on.
For whatever reason. Not Hanukkah related.
Not based on Hanukkah. Okay, good. Thanks for that, guys. That shut up. But all of you know, if you've been trading as long as Arun and I, or just even if you're just starting out, you guys know that there's seasonality to trading. And yeah, sometimes when there's low volume, that could be a very, very good reason for the markets to sort of die off a little bit here heading in. So, all right, nice little win for us. There's Apple right here. We have that. That's a nice trade for us to the upside as Apple's continuing to work there. So a good little long now for Apple, just in the money now, 20 cents. We'll watch out for that one as we go back over to Brendo.
I just saw this one popping back up. UAL, we mentioned briefly in the pre-market if you were with us. These are big levels coming into play here. If you go out to a daily chart, around 45.5 up to 46, really. Trying to break out right now for United, guys.
I was looking at that CCL earlier. We could definitely have a look back at some of those other names. I am just watching out for Apple. It is just dumping off, not dumping off, but stopping here at the 50 period. And this is why we're getting out here at 60s. Do I have one? I only have one out there. So, sorry, yeah, that was 62. Looking to see maybe, I mean, that was 35 cents. Looking to take, I'm going to take another piece here at 50. There it goes. We can get it at 50. So now we're out of 40% of this trade. Just trying to still watch out for this movement on Apple. I do have I have an offer at, I thought I did anyways, and I don't right now. Yeah, 148.80. So a break of that, right at the 50 period basically is 70, so 75. So hopefully we can get that going through. But Apple's what I'm looking at right now on that downside move. We reloaded it, we got long. Now we'll see if it can go up to 80 before we get a piece out. Tesla's still cruising. We are in the money on that one, but not much happening here on Tesla. XPeng and NEO, we missed that today, man. It was definitely a short to the downside. Maybe looking to pick something up. 11.20 has been the bottom there for XPeng.
Yeah, I see you guys talking about Boeing. Yeah, don't bring it up. I'm a little bitter about that one.
Sour.
That, yeah, it would have been nice. That's the wrong chart. It would have been a nice trade to get that 83.5, but nope. There it goes to 86, and this is a solid trade off the daily too. So at this point, you really don't have much in terms of resistance, so it can keep doing what it's doing right now. I mean, until we get to about 190, we really don't have much, right? So there's still another $4 in space, even with this move up, and it being up 1.6 on the day here as it hits that 186 mark. So strong move on Boeing, obviously. Momentum play this as much as you can, I would imagine, because you have $4 in space, so I would let it go as far as you can. But yeah, the opportunity was down here as it dipped through that 10 a.m. I think the 10 a.m. dip bounced back up. By the time you got to about 25 and change, the opportunity was right in that window there, around that 183.5. It's gone now. So, okay, what do we got here? We've got 3 positions still, PayPal, Zoom, and Roku. All of them off the dailies, all of them doing absolutely nothing as the market does absolutely nothing after that 10 a.m. Still flirting now underneath 40.40. So we're not getting any movement. Clearly we chose the wrong names because they're not really moving even with the big charts to work with. Apple. What's Apple doing?
Apple's doing it. Apple's doing it.
Apple, is it catching a bit? Okay, I've got an alert out here. If it gets back above 149, I like to see potential bounces back towards that 150. If we get back above 149, there could be that potential to go long against that 147, the opening low. But again, it's got to find some strength. Market's got to turn a little bit here. Below 40 and Apple below 150 isn't going to help. We're going to need this market to go back up, potentially into the 50s. At the same time, Apple heads up into 150 as well. That's all we can do at this point. With this market doing a whole lot of nothing, let's see what Brendan's got with Sector Watch.
Yeah, negative day, guys. We are down, obviously, but kind of sideways right now. Here's a look at a few notable names that are standing out on this board right now. Mostly red, right across the entire thing. About 0.9 for the overall market. Tesla, we haven't really touched on a lot, but down. Took out that day low and then really didn't look back. 5% again today for Tesla. VFC, 7.25. Consumer discretionary as a whole. Among the leaders as far as negativity is concerned. That's MGM, tough to see, but some of the casinos benefiting from this China news this morning, as we've been mentioning. UAL and DAL, Delta, also nicely higher so far today, 2.7 and 2.5. So industrials benefiting from that. That's Boeing, BA up 1.8. Nice week last week, in fact, for Boeing, trying to extend that. These are the banks, mostly red. These are tech stocks, mostly red as well. It's the software names that are leading right now, hardware equipment makers and semiconductors trying to actually get back to flat. There's even a few green ones in here right now for both of those, but software names notably weak. Material stocks are weak, consumer staples and real estate group also in the red. But you take away this group particularly, this almost gets cut in half right now. So 0.8 for the S&P, guys.
All right, so I guess we win on one and we are temporarily losing on another. So right now, Apple, good movement back up to the upside. You know, really absorbing that 200 period down there at 148.20. Try to get specific with the trades, right? We find that one, it's right there. Good on us for that, but bad on us. Well, it's okay. We're only out in the money 60 cents. We've had 60 cents. The win we took was about 60 cents on Tesla. So let's see if that can come back in right now. We're holding out on that. We did take an average price right there. We got the price that we wanted, 185.80. It's right here right now. We're holding it against that 186.50 area that we talked about. But again, with this market now pushing up higher, just took out the 50 period right there. It is a risk to hold some of these names, but that's fine. We're going to do it anyways and try to hold on to some Tesla. And at the same time, we did cash some out again there. We were waiting for that price. We talked about waiting for 80s. We actually got 73s there on Apple, so that's close enough. So we're happy with that. Went right to the 50 period and now falling back down. And here, of course, comes Tesla. Well, thought it was coming back in. Tesla did come back in a little bit. It just went through and touched 185.40, which put us basically flat. So let's see if this one can work. We are giving this up. So it's going to be about $1 against us, right? We're trying to slap out of this if it takes 186.50, so that is $1 out. So if that does fade out, that's where we're going to have to get out. So it looks like now it's coming back up to the upside. Watch out. We need $1 winner if we're going to hold this $1 against us. So we're trying to go 1-to-1 on this one, but it does look like it is trying to get up to the upside. 186.50. We're watching out for that on Tesla. I like the short here, and this is not against Tesla. I own Tesla. I was just looking at the stock, the way it's trading today. Nice move to the downside there, bounces, and I mean, I thought we were going to take 184 the way it was moving and the way the market was moving. It didn't, so that kind of was like, okay, let's average into the short in case it does pull back. But there's 186.50, so if it takes that, we're kind of in the middle now. And like Arun and myself have been saying, the market's not great today. So you got to watch out and be very specific on some of the trades that you're looking to take. So for me, I think this is a good one. We have it into the short here for Tesla. Let's see if it takes 186.50 right now.
Yeah.
What time is it? 10:44?
10:44, yeah.
Still some time.
It's going to be a long day, if anything. So what I've gone ahead and done, obviously I'm sitting on 3 shorts all out of the money. I've gone ahead and hedged my entire position. I've gone long on the futures here. The reason being, I think we do have potential to rally up here from that point on. So you're going to see me, that's my long here right at 40, and see if we can actually rally back into the 50s. Once we get into the 50s, I'll let the futures position go and then go back into the equity side on the shorts on the equity side. But for now, we're going to play the long side on the futures while still being short on the market at the moment. And we'll just let it be. I mean, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to have to play some sort of fancy back and forth through here. This is how you trade typically. If you can avoid this kind of a situation where trading in this market isn't the best of conditions, or if you don't have the best of conditions to trade, you just don't trade, period, obviously, right? So for now, it's starting to develop that way as the day goes on. So I'm going to have to do something else to figure out how I can minimize the damage if I end up losing on all 3 shorts. Futures long sets up as well at the same time, so why not play that long? I'm going long futures 40 against 30 so 40 long against 30, and just hedging out the shorts that I'm carrying for the moment. Of course, if we fall on the futures, the shorts should come back in, and then we just take the 10-point hit on the future side. At which point, if we get below 30, though, that's the thing. If we get below 30 and actually continue on down, we probably have a nice chance towards that 10 to 15 from Friday. So that's kind of where you're stuck right now on the futures and the market as a whole, as it drifts around doing a whole lot of nothing. We'll just let it play out. Again, we're short 3 equities, we're long 1 futures, and we're just going to let it play out, give it some time. It's going to need some time, definitely in a market like this. It's going to need some time. Let's check in on crude, because I know crude, we were talking about it earlier, we're like, oh, 82.50 potential short. If it gets through 83 and fails, yeah, no, it just failed right through that 82.50 back to the bottom end of its range. And if you check the daily, it is, you would expect something like this to happen, but I was just hoping for better prices, and I wasn't going to pay 82.50. I was looking for 83, a little bit more of a deeper check into that zone. Never got it. Complete meltdown here, 80.40. Now crude is only up 0.5% to the upside after being up nearly 3%. So here we are on crude. And let's check back in on nat gas as well. We know that's been a rough go of it. 577 it's trading at. And this is the daily on nat gas. And the only reason I'm not stepping into nat gas right now, I was looking for the 590 long, trying to use this existing daily support. But if we can't even get that daily support and we're going to keep going towards those 560s or even cracking 570, which is probably the better line, then there is no long to be made. It's just a matter of continuing the trend to the downside. It's been in a multi-day trend to the downside. There you go, starting up on 740 right at the end of November. And now here we are gapping down into that 570 and change at 585 and change. So here we are still working down. Nothing to do on the energy side, it seems like. So we're going to have to be just working smart through the equity and through the futures.
All right, guys. Yeah, thanks for that little talk there on the energy side of things. We don't do that enough. So thanks, Arun, for that one. We're still waiting for Tesla. You already know the strategy there. It seems like the market does want to break a little bit higher right now. So I feel like the longs are in charge a little bit now. And, you know, it's not rocket science to say that. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that some of these shorts continue to get squeezed out a little bit. If you're in them, you sort of would know what we're talking about here because it looks like it's still going. So there it goes right now, NVIDIA. If you look at some of these semis, you know, this has been a little bit of a problem area for me. It doesn't seem like these semis even really want to go right now. Look at NVIDIA. Look at how choppy this is. So, like, if you're looking for a trade, I would say don't look too far. NVIDIA doesn't look like it's doing much right now, and that's sort of what Arun and I are getting at. You have to be very, very careful with how you trade. Wait for stocks to make moves into certain levels and then capture them, right? So that's what we're trying to do right now. Wait for something to happen. Tesla's at the high side right now, 186.50. Apple's been really disappointing. It's not really moving again right now. So I don't know what to think about this trade here for Apple. Doesn't seem to want to go anywhere. 148 bottom seems to be something that we could look at, but again, not super exciting for me down there, down here now. Needs to get a little bit lower. Square coming in as well. Square, I don't know if you noticed, I know we might have talked about PayPal a little bit today. Square also down 4% and making lows here as well. So watch out for Square as that's starting to go lower as well. All right, over to Brendan now for Money Talks.
Hey guys, was a bit of a quiet start to the day, but we're seeing a bit of a rally back. Nice rally back for the US dollar this morning coming off that number we got at 10 o'clock. Remember, stronger than expected ISM data at 10 o'clock there, so that's benefiting not only the US dollar, but yields basically back to day highs now as well. This is an hourly chart, so straight up for the DXY so far today. So everything else on here, back downside. They're talking about the yen here as well, back downside. You can see almost 1.4 to the downside for the Japanese yen. Our Canadian dollar, meanwhile, just hanging out around 74 cents versus the USD. The euro back to 105, was actually green to start the day, but has since gone red. 122 there for the pound. But yeah, stronger than expected, stronger than expected data coming out this morning, guys.
Well, I mean, with the PMI data, yeah, that affects the dollar. But damn, I'm going to New York. I don't want to have to pay more for the dollar.
Yeah, when do you go? For Christmas or?
No. It's the 17th. So I think you're taking the Thursday and the Friday off.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go to
Christmas?
This is 17th.
No, I know, but that's still going. I mean, it's nice to be there for the holiday season.
So I'm going to go there on the 17th, and I'll be back on the 22nd, and then I think you're off on the 23rd. So I'm coming back the day off.
Am I off the 23rd?
Yeah, I think you asked for, well, if you don't want to take it off, that's fine.
We'll double check whatever's in the calendar the wife
But
runs that.
So I'm going to go for a few days there. So I'll be in New York for, the week before Christmas there. And just to get that. We had a whole thing, the last time I was on, or a few shows ago, where we went through pizza and everything. You guys suggested a ton of stuff.
That's right.
Yeah, everyone suggested a ton of stuff. So I've got my phone full of restaurant recommendations and pizza recommendations and whatnot. So I should be prepared, well prepared when I go to New York.
We have the best audience around. They'll know the pizza joints there. And I remember that last time, some talk there about where to eat in NYC. So, okay, everything, hey man, everything's sort of chill right now. There's not a whole lot happening in the market. I think that's the advice that sort of Arun and I have been giving over the last little bit. I mean, there we go. Now, all right, so here we go. Just right on cue, basically. Apple, just to make sure we still have this out. Yeah, if it breaks one, there it is. I mean, I'm trying to play these ranges, and I was like, if Apple comes back down to 148, this is not a horrible level. But see, I'm just going to take some off. Nothing. Not even 10% I just took off there. I don't know. Maybe we are foolish putting on putting on some real, there it is. I was going to say maybe we are foolish putting on some real size. Looks like we are, because there's the drop down again for Apple. We still have a little baby position on board now. But yeah, it doesn't look like we're making the right decisions here by trading into some of this illiquid market. But it's pretty liquid. It's just the levels, did Apple really need to do that move right now? And am I just getting wicked out because I'm in some of these trades that we don't really need to be in? Here's Tesla, right? Went up to that 186. Now it's starting to come down. I feel like you just got to do what we've been saying. Wait for some of these levels. Apple's been fine. We made money back, but there it came. We just got averaged in. I don't know. I didn't even see what our average price is. The biggest shares I took was at 11. So let's just say our average price is probably 15 or 16 there. It just dropped down and we got out at 97. So there's another 20-cent hit. So it's like death by paper cuts here. It's making moves down, making moves up. It's not quite doing anything. I still have some shares. We'll offer these out, as you guys can see there for Apple. So, yeah, I don't know, man. It keeps on making these moves back and forth. I'd rather hold out. I feel like we do have Tesla sort of in a good spot right now for us. Good average price, 185.30. Would be better if they got some 186s, but we did get 185.80. We've been waiting for this name. So let's see if this one can drop again into 184. That bought him 184.50. I mean, that's 80 cents. That's probably worth it. And then we'll hold out for the rest after that. So 184.50. If we get a downside move, we'll bid out something there. But for right now, Apple, looking at it, it's not been a huge trade here. Tesla, waiting for it to fall down. We're still fine today. We won't be red. We won't be green though today. We will be red, as some of these last trades have just sort of cut us up a little bit. So NEO early bad. We were trying to go long. That's been faded out as well. So let's see what we can do here. Hold some of these levels or continue to move down. Here comes Tesla. We're in the 50s. So we're now 50 cents in the money. So this is what I mean. We're making money back on some names and giving it up on others. So Meta's been a tough long. So is Apple. Let's see if Tesla, we're just 30 cents away from getting out again right there on Tesla. So hopefully that makes a move back down in right now. These are the names that we're dealing with. Tesla, 30 more cents, and we'll take another piece out. Only 5 minutes to go right now.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? When the market slows down like this, it's just it's way too easy to get chopped up. So for me, remember, we got flat on Disney. We got out on Disney. We lost money on Roblox. PayPal, Zoom is actually, I can't even call it in the money. Zoom and Roku are both flat, and then PayPal actually did a nice little rally to take me out of the money after being in the money. And that's what you're dealing with right now. So, but I'm also carrying a hedge on the futures on the long side. So that's out of the money as well. So, but they're moving around. If you want to see the final conclusion to this entire thing, you've got to wait the entire day. If you're prepared to wait the entire day for your positions to roll around, unless you have a fast mover at the right time, i.e. Boeing, then it's going to be hard to actually get quick winners in, or even just winners that are consistent as the market just bounces around and takes the individual names with them. So if you're seeing the futures market bounce back down, drag some names down, and then bounce right back up as it now right back to 40.40, and that's just that. For me, for my trading, based on the way it's moving right now, at this point, the way I've done it, I just really don't care anymore. I've got the 3 shorts, I've got the hedge on the futures, and let the market do its thing. If it wants to go up, I'm going to make money on the futures, lose on the stocks, I'll be fine. If the market goes down, I'll make money on the equity side, lose on the futures, I'll be fine. It's at this point in just hedging it out, so you actually are going to walk away from this with minimum damage, as minimum damage as you possibly can get it. Because I think in a market like this, that's when you get way too caught up, and it's too easy because everything just flips right back around. I was looking at Meta. I remember Meta was going hot earlier, I was looking at Meta, I was like, okay, we're in the zone. Can we build up a support so I can work with potentially longs to kind of grind through this little gap area? No. Every time we try to go up, we get smacked right back down. So I know that resistance up there is going to be a problem. So at this point, after seeing all I saw, I'm going to walk away from Meta. That's not a play I can make. And then Apple was a great mover early. Strong move all the way to 150. Look at it now. It's just completely done a U-turn after taking out what I would imagine are stops and even setting up some nice longs. And now it's just drifting and falling apart here. If we get below the opening low, that's going to start getting me look at the potential failed move, especially with where it is on the daily here. If we can get that set up in and take out the opening low, I think a nice little tail taking out 150 and the stops and the consolidation high, all of that could open up a nice little short on Apple. So we'll see how this one plays out. But 147 could be in play here on Apple as we come on down.
All right, we haven't done this. I mean, you know what's really peeing me off? Tesla just went down into 70s. I was waiting at 50s, and then it just jumped it went to 69 there, and then jumped all the way back up. So that's really peeing me off because we did have 80 cents in the money, and that didn't turn out for us. So that kind of sucks because now I have a tick down there, but what am I supposed to do? I thought we could continue to go lower, and the futures right now very, very choppy. So I think you got to do the same thing. What we haven't done today, though, is ask for likes. So we're going to be really shy on that. Last time you were here, we were over 3,000 that day. Now we only have 1.3K. So we never asked for likes. Let's do it today, right now. We haven't done it yet. So if you guys can, please hit the like button. Right now, not too many watching, 7,000 as we get ready to turn it over to Luca and Sharif. So that'd be really fun for you guys in the midday. But let's get that like count a little bit higher right now, only 1.3K. So, hey, if you can, man, we're doing this every single day for you. Tesla. So frustrating, man. All the way back up to the upside right now. That sucks. Like that 186, we almost got that level there, and we would have been really happy with that. So a little bit of not a mistake, I wouldn't say, but you know, we just missed it. I should have noticed and punched out, but when we were seeing this come back in for Tesla there, it really looked like we were collapsing. And I mean, the futures did the same move. So as long as we stay around this 50 period here on the NASDAQ, I feel like Tesla wants to go lower, at least test that again. So nice move up. We can average, let's just take one more spot here on Tesla at 70. So we'll take that in right now. There it is. So now we're averaged into the short one more time. And we're just going to take it out the same price, 186.50. But maybe the market does drift down here and we'll have a little bit of success on Tesla. We're not waiting for anything else to happen, man. We've only got Tesla and we've got Tops. Tops has been a really sleepy kind of a stock for us. We got out of 180 again. They were only long at 177. It was a great trade early. We had that break. Our best out is 189. So that's been good. But since then, it's just been sort of barcoding back and forth. And then we just wait for Tesla. So Tesla, I'll edit this script because we have a little bit more shares now. And we're just going to wait to see a 186.50. So another average in there takes down. That's 187. I don't want to give it to that. 186.50 right there. We'll get out. You could give it a little bit higher if you want, but I'm just going to get out at 186.50. It hasn't been a great day trying to pick levels for me today. So 186.50 right there. That's all I have to say before we get ready to leave. It's 1.8K, so thank you so much right there. 50% more likes off of one ask. So I want to thank everybody for that today.
Yeah, thank you guys for your likes. The difference it makes, why do we want likes? Got to move the show up in the algorithm, right?
That's it.
More viewers, that's what we need. Obviously,
Mother.
you guys are watching because you like what we produce. Well, there's more people out there that are looking for stuff like this that aren't finding it. So this helps. The likes helps get the reach out there for other people as this market is now extending. And yeah, I see you guys. Stop it with the Boeing talk. We were supposed to be long $4 ago. But yeah, for anyone who has a good job, guys, as Boeing continues to the upside here, you have space all the way to 190 on Boeing. Huge upside potential on Boeing as it continues its run as we get into our show is pretty much done at this point, right?
It is done, yeah. It's 11 o'clock right now. I want to thank Bulls versus Bears. I love that Boeing trade. That break of 180 was pretty sweet on the daily as well. I know that didn't happen today, but good long there on Boeing. It looks like we're almost out. There we are. To flush our trade, we didn't wind up losing that much, but we did get out on Tesla. I'm going to get back in actually on Tesla right now and use that 187. This is a little bit of a revenge trade here. Let's see if it works as the NASDAQ is now taking out that high range right there back into Tesla, hopefully for a winning trade. We didn't wind up losing that much on it, but we do take an L there on Tesla. I'm going to give it up to VWAP of 187, and that looks like it's coming in right now. So yeah, Tesla wants to break. Some of these names starting to go higher. We are above the 50 period now, so we was hoping it'd go the other way. It's not. It's going down. So watch out for any of your trades here today. Tesla continues to move. Everything's going. Thanks Barry vs. Bulls. Thanks Rob today on the ones and twos, filling in for Fahad. He's back tomorrow, or no, not tomorrow. He's on vacation. I'll find out when. I should. Is it tomorrow he's back? Okay, so he's back tomorrow. Thank you to Rob. Thanks, Lucas. Thanks, Arun, for showing up today and filling in for Neil. I know that's a hard shoes to fill. So, and shout out to Neil, who'll be back tomorrow. So that's all good. Give it up, Arun. Good trading today. We got some good winners. We got some losers on as well. And there's the average in on Tesla. Hopefully that can go down, and you'll be seeing me happier if that is the case. So Tesla downside now. Maybe we get a retracement. Boeing, nice call on the upside. And let's get ready to throw it over. If they're ready. Are they ready, Rob? Let me know, Lucas, what you guys want us to do. We can hold it for a bit more. All right, it's the midday show. It's an interesting combo. I don't know if they've been together before. It's Sharif and Leisure Suit Luca to kick off the day. So that's my favorite one. No offense taken, Luca. Those guys, it was from the chat. You look like a boss that one day, a couple days ago, where he had that all on. So he's looking good again today in the TTVL swag, I believe. Is that what you got on there? No, that's your own. Raptors. All right, let's go Raptors, and let's go over to the midday show. Thanks a lot, guys. Ciao.
Thank you.
What's going on, everyone? Hopefully everybody having a great day, enjoying. Happy Monday. Hopefully everybody profitable today. Definitely crazy day in the market. Guys, feel free to let us know what you're trading, what's moving, what we're looking at here. I'll share a couple of my trades to start. I'm currently flat at the moment, just watching a few different things. Not really too sure, trying to gauge the market, figuring out where we're going from here. Kind of interesting, didn't have a trade on Google today, but below that 100 area and just ripping right through the 100 to start the day. Hopefully somebody had that, because that was, below 100, 100 held for a little bit, and then, back below and kind of rip back to the upside. Tesla, obviously, kind of negative catalyst to start the day. And just rallies, almost reverses the whole move to the upside. But, I think Sean made a really good point this morning, saying that 200 level is absolutely solid. Definitely interesting. We're going to watch that. It's quite far away right now, so I'm not really sure what to expect. I'm going to try to wait. Maybe we get back to that 190 or 184, make a decision on that one as well. Did decently well on Tilray. Not sure if anybody traded that as well. This is up 7%. $5 is a recent high, right? I just want to quickly drag over the daily for everybody to see this. This is on a multi-day run, running to that $5 mark. And, it's kind of interesting, right? I figure, are we going to break out of 5? Are we really going to run? And this is the last time we were at 5, like earlier this year. So, breaking that 450 on Friday and then having somewhat of continuation, but nothing too crazy, as you guys can see. I was kind of, scalp hat is on, trying to take a long, got myself out of it. Then as we got closer to 5, just kind of, jamming the long through 5, very, very clean move to the upside. And pretty textbook on my part, just kind of, get long before the break, scalp out after the break. Not really, Tilray, I don't really think we're going to see, from this move, I didn't think we were going to like 520, 530. So, kind of managing my expectations and then just kind of reloading the bid over here and getting part fills. And I think that was the tell. The part fills, and then I just stopped out of my full position. So up on the name, can't complain. Anytime something like Tilray does a little bit of volume, it's always a fun time, because you could size up and definitely manage risk a little bit better. And I'm doing well, everybody, doing well. Hopefully you guys are doing well as well, enjoying the show, and appreciate the likes as well. And had a couple trades on Billy. Man, this thing this morning at 23 had an iceberg reloading in the pre-market. And look at this. I don't know if anybody saw this, but it just was not breaking 23. Then when it finally did break down, I was just testing to see if I had shorts here. So this wasn't really like a real kind of conviction short play, and I was watching a few other things. But yeah, just take the short through 23 and cover 20. 20 on Friday was sort of an overhead resistance. Obviously, this name with XPEV, NEO, very, very strong moves to the upside, multi-day runs there. And now we're getting that first, call it first red day type thing. This thing was not too long ago, was just below 14, right? Having multi-day runs and then gapping up 23, fading back through. And, now that I kind of look at the daily, I kind of wish that, I focused on this a little more, because that was pretty textbook and, definitely lots of liquidity, definitely interesting. I had a couple scalps on it. I'm up on the name, but, obviously looking at the move, looking where I shorted, could have did a little bit better, but whatever, is what it is. And then a couple other trades that I'm just kind of getting myself chopped up on. SHPH, we had the trades last week on this, and it didn't actually fail. And then go figure, this thing gaps up. So now I'm kind of eyeing this. Are we going to go for that 320 run, break the high, and then do some kind of over-under action there? So I'm watching 320 on this one. You know, if we break above and then come back below, then there's a little bit of room to come back to the downside. But, you know, I'm kind of expecting sort of, you know, maybe a potential inside day, just nothing too crazy. I mean, you got to be careful with these, right? Because this is the daily on this. Very strong move on Friday, did not fail, held up. You know, maybe we get that first red day type setup, you know, sometime this week, maybe not necessarily today, but yeah, definitely a lot of scalps to be had over there. And yeah, worst name on the day is Neo. I don't even know what I was doing on this one per se. Kind of trading it in you know, in correlation with XPEV, with the other movers, trying to gauge, you know, are we going to get a bounce here? I mapped that to that 1280 level from before, and you know, we sold off from 14, so I figured, are we going to see some potential bounce? That's what I was looking for, and we just didn't. And now it's just kind of down, right? Just kind of down, muted. That 13 overhead resistance, you know, I don't know. It's down to almost 3% today. You know, I don't know if we fail, if we keep heading towards 12. But it looks like that support for the time being is around that 1260. You know, all things considered, I don't really think we get back through VWAP to the upside and really run towards, you know, like 1350, 1360. Kind of seen this setup before. Neo really does that move right off the open and then just kind of stays sideways. So yeah, if we get back up to maybe 13, I'm going to try short on that one as well. And then kind of risking off maybe 1310, maybe VWAP, and then see if we can get back down towards that 1250 low.
Yes, good morning, guys. I am sitting in Prad's seat today, so it's going to take me a little bit of time to kind of just get my bearings straight here. So I don't have some of the programs that I usually rely on this computer, and I'm trying to communicate with Prad right now and just order to kind of operate his machinery over here. But you know, I haven't really been trading this morning much. I've been trading with Brendo up front, so I haven't really had an opportunity to look at some of these small cappers like I typically do. But one that's really popping up on my radar now is FRGE. It's a New York stock. Up 25% on the day, so not a whole lot, but a nice little pattern developing here on the 3-minute chart. Ample opportunity to get in off these retracements here. It looks like we're getting retracements of about 10 pennies each so far. So, you know, we'll see what this one does. Let's flip to the daily chart on this one and see what we can glean from the daily. Let's flip here, wait for the zoom out. There we go. Okay, so we have a definite you know, top forming here around that $2 level on FRGE. We've broken through the 20 period. We're still below the 50 period though on the daily chart. So this one's going to be interesting around that $2 level, because that $2 level also happens to be close to that 50 period. So let's see what this one does. It's a former mover, so former gapper, just based on some of these daily candles here. Look at this. We have a huge wick up back on, what day was this? Early August. Yeah, we had an open of 4.5 and we moved all the way up to 9.5. So this one can definitely go. I'm not able to figure out the news item on it at the moment, but we'll figure that one as we go on the day. But this is what I'm looking at getting into at the moment. It's just a matter about how we're going to set this up. There we go. Now retracing back, exact retracement that we were talking about. Let's go. Oh, there we go. Let's initiate a long position here. And the idea is going to be to stop below 166 or so. Let's go ahead and take a full position. Oh, I got to get used to this keyboard, guys. There we go. So we'll punch long there, and we're going to put a stop below that 166, which is the bottom part of this trough here. So that'll give me an idea that possibly the trend has changed, at least for the moment. So that will be my out through 166 to the downside. Luca, sorry.
Yeah, guys, yeah, no worries. I see people mentioning Tesla, and, you know, I'm not sure, Sean, I'm not sure if you're trying to short that. This thing, it's kind of weird how you have, you know, negative catalyst, runs all the way up in the pre-market, right? Starts down here, runs all the way up, then finally fails off the open, and just kind of dancing around. Like, I have no idea what to expect on this name. Like, are we breaking through VWAP? Are we going to run back to the upside? Are we going to go back to the downside? You know, a lot of good questions, I guess, but I really want to point out that on the daily, and we're not there right now, so I'm not really going to, you know, I'm not going to dance with Tesla right now, but yeah, that 170 to 165 area, which is pre-split 500, seems to have held, did a lot of volume, rallied back up, and then, you know, kind of had that update, a little bit of sideways action, then another update, 200, right? So I think 165, 200, like super, super clean levels that probably our inflection points. Maybe you want to make decisions around there. But yeah, for the time being, not really too sure, man. I'm kind of, nervous looking at Tesla just kind of right at VWAP. I don't want to diddle in the middle on this one, so I'm going to let it go for the time being. I want to bring back XPEV. I know somebody was saying buying XPEV over here, and I'm not really sure. I mean, is it finally done, right? That's the question I'm asking myself. Is this finally done? We had very, very strong moves to the upside, now finally failing back to the downside. It's kind of unfortunate because the way I see XPEV right now is if you're not in a trade, if you're not managing the short, maybe you can justify like, oh, maybe we bounce a little bit. But keep in mind, like, it did not break back above the 50 period, right? So volume kind of dying very quickly on this one. I would just manage my expectations. For sure, good for scalps. Anytime XPEV does volume, there's lots of opportunity when you want to scalp in and out. But yeah, manage expectations. Like, it'd be a huge move if we go 13, down to 980, right? That would be kind of crazy there. And I'm going to bring back up SHPH just to see where we are on this one. Are we back at 320? No, not yet. And somebody in the chat was like, Luca, where's your BA trades? Yeah, no, I have no BA trades. I sit down, I hear Arun say, oh, BA to the upside. I look, I go, oh, man, I keep forgetting about this one. This one is very, very clean. This is the daily on BA, holding trend the whole way up, kind of going sideways for a little bit. You're going to get that from time to time, volume dying off, and then now finally getting that next leg up. Probably wants to go for a 90 test. And I'm just asking myself, is there any areas, I mean, you're either long right now or you're just kind of like, I don't know, do I really want to short this? It's super strong. I don't think that's necessarily the right idea, but maybe running into some short-term resistance at around the 190 level. But I think, if it gets there, it definitely breaks, does a little bit of volume, and then kind of reevaluate and see where we go from there. Let's quickly bring up Netflix as well, because somebody was mentioning Netflix 420. How do we look over there? What's happening? And I know Netflix, it's closer to VWAP, so, just to kind of look here, in this consolidation range around that 320 area. But I know Netflix had a really good level that I was looking at from before. And I guess, safe to say, I almost want to, draw like a little bit of a channel. And as long as it stays within this range, it's probably going to act somewhat predictable. Obviously, everybody knows it was kind of beat up on the year. Any longs got absolutely crushed on this, down, 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 and now sort of bottoming out. But I think, playing off of that idea that, maybe this support for the short term somewhat comes into as a resistance level. And so that's, call it 325. You got to give range on this, obviously. Everybody knows that. But call it like 325 to 330, right? So 325 didn't really get tested today. Didn't really sell off either. I think if this thing can get going and get to 325, 330 area for whatever reason, it'll be interesting, and then I'll consider a trade on that one. But for the time being, I'm not. It's for myself. I'm not really sure. I don't want to just kind of say, I think we're going up here just because we're in this channel, right? It's definitely looking like a range day. So resistance 322 on the day on the intraday, and support level coming at like 317 over there. So it'll be interesting if we can actually get over that 325. But for the time being, I guess just chill. And looking back at Tilray again over here, holding VWAP. So I'm going to try a little bit of a long here just because we are holding VWAP. Not sure if this is the right idea for now, but if we break through that 490 area, then I potentially will just flip short. And anytime you're looking at something like Tilray on the NASDAQ, just make sure that you look at Toronto as well, because Toronto, doing 4.2 million shares, and NASDAQ doing 31 million, they're going to trade in tandem, right? So there might be like really big size stacked on the bid in Toronto, and New York or NASDAQ is not really selling off. And the reason being is because Toronto is the one that has some type of trade, some type of action that's going down. So yeah, just make sure you're watching both of those, when you are trading these things. And yeah, if we do break below this 490 area, and I want to almost give it, 487, 485 area. Like if we break down below, then I guess we're not going to continue to pop. So then I'll kind of have to reevaluate that one, but we'll see where this one goes.
Yeah, guys, just trying to organize my screen still at the moment, but getting into a good long position here on FRGE. I put my first profit taker at 179. Got long 172s right at the bottom wick here, but we need to create new highs for this one to continue the trend upward. I think we have a decent shot at 2 definitely on this one. I'm going to start scalping up on the way up to 2. That's the idea with this one. 179 is the level I want to take profit, but I'm looking for possible new lows to bail out of this one early. See, earlier I had my stop through the break of 166, but I think that if we create a new low here below my entry point, which I would say is the the more recent new low. This one, it'll kind of give me the feeling that maybe the micro trend is changing. But I think we have a decent move to the upside. We'll continue to watch that. I haven't been able to watch too much more. I've got one eye on the ES, obviously, as I typically do. I was looking at SHPH when I was sitting up with Brendo, and then Luca just brought it to my attention again. Do you know the catalyst on this one? What's the idea with this one? Why is it popping up? Because we were trading this one a lot like a couple of months ago, right?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I know obviously Friday was the initial move up, and I was short. And
so this one moved Friday, eh?
Well, yeah,
okay,
Friday it started from 150, moved to the upside, then kind of consolidation action, and I was like, okay, maybe we get that over under and flush. But then we got that flush later on in the day, but it didn't really fail, right? And then we're kind of up and we're holding the high.
No, it's not bad.
I don't think it's done. I think anytime you get a strong move to the upside and then kind of gives you that flush which attracts the shorts and then opens up, some people are getting squeezed, but keep in mind that volume sometimes dies very quickly, and you always want to use volume as the gauge, at least I do. And looking at intraday, we get the volume spike going through 3. And I actually wanted over under 3. As you guys can see, I tried the short over here. I was really hoping that, we'd pop the 3, do a bunch of volume, and then fail. So kind of took a stab at it, but, failed, got myself out. Then we ripped back to the upside. Now we go back down. And now we're kind of just holding, not really doing anything too crazy, right? So that's why I'm trying to tell myself, stay away from this one. Maybe there'll be another opportunity if we get closer to 320. But at the same time, you don't want to dance right here, right? It's like you kind of take the short, it rips to the high, you almost have to stop yourself out unless you're playing off 4 level. And there's not really much. I mean, I'm looking at the daily, and there's not really I almost want to say that the 250 to 3 area was the resistance, right? It's like this is kind of where support was, and this thing is just dying. And I want to say that maybe there was some type of reverse split or something happened here because this doesn't look right. But
That's the beauty of a small cap crappers, my friend.
Yeah,
the charts make absolutely no sense. It's all about news catalysts and buying the rumor and whatever, and you know how these things work. All algo based, especially off news releases in the pre-market. How many times have we seen that? But FRGE creating a bit of a top here at 78. Looks like there is some stepping, some sellers stepping in at that level, even though it's not really reflecting here on the book. To be honest with you, 77.99. Wow, 4 decimal spots there. Yeah. So look, FRGE creating a bit of a top at 78. I'm looking to get out at 79. There's some decent size coming up that we can actually see at 80 and 81 and 82. So there's going to be basically, there's going to be size all the way up there. So we're going to have to follow. We're going to have to see if the buyers follow us on the way up there. But 78 ended up being a major top here. We'll keep an eye on that. SHPH retracing now. Let's see where this one makes its way down to. We have 290 here as a possible level of support. That happens to be VWAP. This one, it's respected VWAP at various points throughout the day, and some other times not really. So I'll have to keep an eye on where we can get dip trades in here, but there looks like there's a lot of action running through this middle area here, and depending on whether you're north of it or south of it will basically determine where you end up. But this one, looks like a lot of volume taking place at that 285, 290 level on SHPH. So I know Luca watching that one. I'll continue to keep my eye on that too, but I'll keep my eye on these profits, baby. We get printed at 79. Now we're printing 81s into FRGE. Yes, we are celebrating 10 cents because it's $1 stock. And so 10 cents is ample amount. So we're happy about that. Let's start looking at where we're going to start taking more out. We did create a new high. So we did create a new high of day, 182. Obviously, we anticipate some retracements off those levels, but I'm looking to scalp some out at high of day again. So let's go ahead and put an order to scalp out. We'll take some out at 82s in anticipation of a new high of day. We are seeing higher lows, higher highs on this guy, up almost 30% now, Luca. This one looking good despite my aversion to trading dollar stocks.
Yeah, it's there's always something moving, and I would just say make sure you guys know the float of it, and make sure it's a part of your toolkit there. I'm pulling up Apple, and I'm wondering, is there a trade on this? I know that 148 level from Friday was extra spicy, and then off the morning we just kind of ripped to the upside. So I missed the long through 148, wasn't really looking at it, and then breaking 150, almost getting to 151 there, and now we retraced the whole move. We're all the way back down. So I'm going to try a 147 bounce play here. Like maybe we get to 147, bounce a little bit, get back up, maybe 25 cents, maybe even potential for 50-cent bounce here. But I'm not really too sure. This market's kind of selling off here. We're getting back to closer towards the lows. Like we easily could be back at 11,880 on the NASDAQ. So we're going to see what happens here. Maybe this thing wants to bounce. Maybe it doesn't. Probably get the fill right now.
All right, we're going to send it up to social sentiment with Brendo at the big desk.
Hey guys, an updated board for you as far as what is being discussed on social media. Market back to the downside, yeah. It's a bit of a red board, similar to what we saw as far as Sector Watch is concerned. This little COSM has been on here and on the minds of tons and tons of traders over the past couple of weeks. COSM still all kinds of volume, all kinds of opportunity. DBGI, we mentioned right out of the gate this morning, relative strength 2 days in a row for digital brands back to the upside. There's the SPY, Tesla, NIO, all negative now. Meta Materials back on here. That is the OTC listing. MMAT above it is the NASDAQ listing. AMC negative today. Apple still chopping around. Tons of mentions, but not much directional to them. Tilray and COMS. Yeah, worth a note. This is COMS, not COSM. Both moving today, guys.
Yeah, thanks for that, Brendo. Always good to keep an eye on what the social media world is talking about. I mean, when's the last time you were on Wall Street Bets? I haven't been on there in a long time.
It's been a little bit of a while there.
Right?
Yeah, guys, I just want to update you guys. So I took a fill here on Apple for the bounce play, and yeah, go figure, it's a par fill. But now we're coming back down. We're going to probably break through 147, so probably get stopped out on the rest of that position. We didn't really. This is kind of the expectation, right? It's like, this is a scalp play. We get down to 147. This was such a big sell-off, right? So, anybody who's short is probably covering here. Anybody who potentially is like, hey, risk on, let's take a bounce play right now, like myself. Maybe, we don't initially get through that 147 right away. But, as we come to test it the second time, like, I'm for sure going to get stopped out. I should just punch out, but it's no big deal. I basically covered the majority at that 147.22 area. Was trying to get, maybe 40 cents, but obviously it's discretionary, right? This is not a intraday swing for myself. I'm not really holding. I'm just kind of playing off of the fact that, this is a very technical play. Like, we bounce 147, maybe you get 20 cents, maybe you get 30 cents, sometimes you get 50 cents. If you get 60 cents, then don't get out because it's probably going back to VWAP. It's basically a time thing, right? So just kind of reanalyzing that one. Not too worried now. I'm just going to let my stop stay there. But if we can actually get back closer to like 147.50 for whatever reason, then I'm going to take some out just above that. I'm going to take some out. I'm going to go for 50 cents or whatever. That'll be a gift, right? That'll be a gift. I don't think we get there. I probably get stopped out. Still nursing this Tilray long. It's kind of holding up for the time being. But maybe, it's holding trend the whole way up. This is the 50 period on the 5-minute, right? It's holding trend the whole way up. It's not really giving a test of the 50 period. And so, even though I'm long right here at VWAP, I'm thinking, yeah, maybe if we get back to 5, I like the pops, I'll scale myself out of that one. But again, maybe it just wants to stay sideways. Maybe the 50 period needs to catch up to it. Then it wants to go back through 5 and then make a run. Because this is obviously a very strong move to the upside, obviously up 10%, super strong. So it's something that you don't want to chase. And for myself, it's, if we sell off, then we're probably going to get that test. I don't want to hold this 10 cents against me, just because if that's the case, then I'm probably just wrong on the trade. So yeah, no big deal. We'll reevaluate from there. I want to pull up Google one more time just to see if there's any kind of way to trade off that 100. Nah, we're too far away from 100, so maybe let this go. Actually, a nice double top over here, just in front of the 102 area, kind of far away, but 102. And not to say that 102, is a significant level. It's been around there, but this is my kind of perspective on Google, just kind of alternative perspective. We did not break 102 for a while. It did the split, and it's unfortunate that it's kind of not really showing it here, but we did the split, and then 102 was sort of holding, and this was way back, but 102 was holding. Then when we finally broke through 102, like 105, 102 sell-off, we stayed below 100, sold off a little bit more, and now we're coming back up. So I almost want to say 102 to 105, which, for Google is quite a big spread there, but 102 to 105 probably acts as somewhat of a resistance area. So anytime it kind of sets itself up, I want to try to get short there. 102, 103, and then just kind of playing discretionary off that 105. If we get to 105, which, most likely not today, but for whatever reason, if the market wants to go back up and everything acts up and acts right and Google kind of moves back to the upside, then that 105 break to the upside, probably get a 110 test. So, maybe it's not an intraday trade, but if it is, that'll be great because I'll definitely be eyeing that level, and I kind of like the long there. Tilray finally kind of moving back up. It's, 2-3 cents in the money for myself. But yeah, if I can get out at 5, I'll be a happy camper on that one. Managing my expectations, I'll take 9 cents just because of the type of stock that it is. And yeah, Apple did stop me out over there. But looking like maybe it's going to hold. But I'm going to respect the fact that this was a scalp trade, kind of bounce play. You guys kind of see my trading style. It's, okay, I want to take the bounce. I take it. I get a part fill. All right, that means that's the perfect fill because, give me 90% part fills every single day, and I promise I'll never lose money. And, and neither will anyone else. But, yeah, so that's the bounce play, then stopped out. It's a winning trade for myself, so not too upset about it. But, yeah, got to just take what the market gives you.
FRGE still continuing to have trouble at that 179 level, 180 level, despite the fact that we broke it to the upside, hence why I have my profit taker at 183. We keep getting bounces back to that level, but the shorts keep stepping up or someone's profit taking at that level. In any event, we're encountering a lot of resistance. So I've basically adjusted my stop out from the break of this trough here, that 166 level, to the break of my entry. So I gave it actually a penny below my entry. I'm long 172, I believe. Yes, 172. So I've given it to like 170, and I'm going to bail out of this one. I already took a bit of profit. I'm holding about 80% of the position left, but I'm still trying to organize myself here, guys. I don't have my scanner up. I don't have my big cap chart, so I'm kind of flying a little blind at the moment, but I'm trying to make do with what I've got. As time goes on, I'll be able to add more of my layout and be able to actually assist Luca. Luca's been carrying the majority of the show. But Luca, do you follow football?
Not really.
Not really, okay.
I watch
so
about
like
one game a year.
Okay.
Yeah,
the
Super Bowl, lots of food, lots of drinks, spend time with friends.
Yeah, okay. Well, those are always good times, so I'm not going to dog you for that. But I just want to look over at my buddy Sean there and say, how about them Cowboys? Him and I had already spoke about it this morning, but you guys know I have to do my daily ritual where I brag about the Cowboys, and then one day I know this is all gonna blow up in my face. We're gonna catch a big L in the postseason. I'm gonna hear it in the chat and hear it from the guys on the floor. So I'm gonna continue to brag until there's a reason to brag, guys. But the Cowboys looking uber good yesterday, despite the fact. I didn't know that. Sean says they tied the record for most points ever in the fourth quarter with 33 points. So that's something to be proud of. That was a hell of a defensive effort as well, putting a lot of these points. So shout out to the playmaker. I don't know if he's in the chat, but yeah, Dallas. Yeah, how about them Cowboys, baby? All right. FRGE continuing to consolidate sideways below that 179 level. So not much to report on that. We'll have to start looking for some other possible entries. Previously, I was talking about SHPH. This one retracing back into VWAP. Is this the area to go long here and play this range, albeit like, geez, what is this? Like a 20 penny range here. It looks like we have a 315 to the high side and a 291 to the low side. So if you want to play that range, all the power to you, unless you want to wait for that breakout or that breakdown, whichever way this one goes. I think I'm going to step away from SHPH though. I do that reluctantly because I know it is up 25% and that it may go either south or north, whichever way it's going to move, because a lot of people have this one on their radar. Prad's got these races here on the side, guys. And I can never see them clearly from my side of the desk there, so I get to use them here. I'm seeing that the mega cap winners are Sedge, S-E-D. Yeah, we know that one as solar play. What's going on, Luca?
Yeah, no, I got out of Tilray over here, and I don't think this thing's stopping. It's just kind of making its way to the upside. I'm like, yeah, if I could get out at 5, I'll be super happy. I get out at 5, I was like, nice. And now we're above 5. There was a little bit of an offer at 5, just got cleared, moving to the upside. Yeah, sorry to cut you out. I was just kind of... this is the move I was looking for, and then I finally get the move. I go, should I have waited another 10 cents? I think I might have waited. I should have waited, but whatever. It is what it is. I'll take that. Very nice win on that one. Still no fill on Neo, and for some reason I want to short Meta if we can get a quick pop to 123, so just giving you guys a quick update.
Yeah, guys, Sedge having a lot of trouble breaking through that 180 level. Look at the amount of size that just started showing up here on the book. A lot of size coming in here on the ask, especially when you compare it to subsequent levels. Yeah, so this one is going to be tough, but I have a feeling that once we break through that 180 level, we'll have like an aggressive pop up. And then, be careful for that retracement. That's why I have that sitting order ready there to take that fill when it comes, if it comes, because I may not be quick enough on the gun to catch that one. Another one that I was looking at today were Billy and XBEV. I had a couple of trades on those. I was basing a lot of my moves on XBEV off Billy, because if you notice here, Billy broke down quite aggressively at that open, and even a little bit before started selling off around that 9:15 time slot. XBEV didn't make the same aggressive move. In fact, let's pull up the chart quickly on XBEV here so that we can follow along. Where's my thingamajig? Oh, geez, what did I do? All right,
I'll quickly take over just as you look at that. So Google, everything is kind of coming down. I hear Sean saying, look at Tesla finally failing. And I'm going to try the same idea on Google, so like that 100 bounce. I'm going to scale myself in a little bit differently, closer to that, just a little bit further away from the 100. But yeah, if we can sell off through that 120 and then hold the 100 area, same kind of ideology, like looking for that quick bounce scalp play for anybody watching it. And then, yeah, if we actually sell off through 100 and just continue, then, I'll be wrong on that one. Want to quickly say the Hayes Records, thank you for the super chat. Trading from Mexico right now, tuned into you boys. And, yeah, I see people also talking about World Cup. Yeah, guys, let us know your favorite team. Let us know who you think's going to win. I personally think, obviously that Italy's not in. Now I can just kind of be objective and say, well, I think France. I think France is going to take it all. That's going to be my bet. And yeah, if they make the finals, then I don't usually gamble, but I'd put my money on France there. There's actually, I'll tell a quick story. I'm not sure if anybody else in the chat knows, but there's somebody who has called all the major winners in all the sports, and that individual put money on France to win the World Cup before they even qualified.
What?
Yeah, and this individual, whoever it is, has never been wrong. And so, I'm gonna ride the winner. I'm gonna, if they get there, I'm smashing France. That's kind of my play there.
They look good enough to do it, to be honest with you.
They won last time, right?
They're playing well.
Mbappe, he's one special player. And yeah, Modric is a beast. People saying Argentina. You know what? As much as I want to see, I would love for Messi to continue to kind of, rack up the stats. I personally don't think Argentina is going to make it. My money be on France there. But yeah, this is the beauty of the World Cup, right? Everybody's got their picks, and anything could happen, which makes it a lot of fun. And yeah, somebody's saying, who is this guy, Lucas? Send the link to that story. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I think we're going to pass it over to Brendo now.
Yes, sir, for the Euro update.
Hey guys, yeah, speaking of France and everything else happening over in Europe, let's have a look at how we're wrapping up a Monday session for European markets. If you remember back in the pre-market, we started a little bit choppy. It's continued that way, just waiting for a few final prints to come through here, looking at a little bit up and down, depending on where you want to focus your attention, though, right now to end the day. England still positive. Germany 0.4 to the downside. There's France, 0.5% downside, 0.5% upside, meanwhile, for Sweden. So choppy start to the day. Ends that way as well, guys, for Europe.
Thank you so much, Brendo, for that one. And something I didn't talk about today was DBGI. Not sure if anybody traded this. I tried a short. I had the right idea, but I have a lot of these today, and I'm not really super upset about it, but is what it is. I think I'm going to probably get a Google fill right now because I'm seeing the markets actually selling off. Going in for that low of day test on the ES, it'll be just below. 420 will be 4020 will be a new low there. So yeah, watch your positions if you guys are long here. Meta's actually flushing, didn't come back to that 123. It's unfortunate. Okay, so taking the first part of the Google fill right now. Let's see if we get a bounce closer to 100 and then see where we go from there.
Yes, sir. We got that fill on FRGE 182. That's a 10-penny winner. So we're going to drop the cash for that one, baby. That was a good trade. I got to be patient on this one, but this one is not showing me any reasons why I should be getting on this trade. I'm seeing consistently higher highs and higher lows. So if I'm to listen to what the chart is telling me, the chart says continue to take profits. Now, how much am I out? I've got about 60% of this trade remaining. So let's go ahead and look for, we don't really need to look for the levels. We know the level here is that $2 level. We saw it on the daily chart. So it's a matter of whether it makes its way up there. And it's a matter of whether I want to risk taking the majority of it later on, should it make its way up there, say in the mid 190s and the high 190s, even to itself, or do I de-risk by taking the majority of the profits in the 80s, in the mid 80s, for example, then holding only a smaller portion for that mid 90s $2 boom. I mean, that's the way that I see this one working out. I'm not going to add to this one until it really shows me some serious volume, and it's not showing me anything that would justify for me adding to this position. So I'm going to take another 30% or so in the high 180s here. Let's go ahead and scalp that out. We'll say 180, we're going to say 187 or so, and then we'll take out, there we go, we'll go like that. And that is a sell order. So if we get up to that level, that'll obviously be a new high of day. The area that I just got filled at is the high of day in conjunction with this area right here. So a bit of a double top creating, but it's a double top on a 1 minute chart. So make of that what you will. What I see is this chart, this uptrend here. That's what I'm fixated on. I'm fixated on these higher lows and these higher highs, and that push to the $2 area, Luca. So that's basically what I'm watching on FRGE. It's nice when these small cappers, cooperate, but it'd be nicer if they were like $3 or $4, not $1.
Yeah, it's everybody's got their preference, right?
Yeah.
In terms of, I know somebody was mentioning something else, and I quickly glanced over at it, but it was like a 30-cent stock, and I'm like, I don't know, like I don't really do well trading these 30-cent stocks.
Yeah.
And the reason I say that is because there's just so many, like from a day trade perspective, there's just so many numbers to process, and I'm just like, okay, like I don't want to really get involved over here, so I'm just gonna chill. Kind of scaling into this Google trade just in front of 100. I don't think it's done selling off. There's a little bit of a bids stacking up in front of 100. It'll be nice if we get a little bit closer to 100. Even if we do break 100, probably get some stops there that get run. But a super nice setup would be sort of like a little bit of a break of 100, then a bounce back through, and then we maybe get a pop, maybe get a 25, 30 cent pop there. So yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on this. Just keep in mind that NASDAQ broke lows. ES is near the lows, but ES kind of giving that short-term, maybe we move back to the upside. And let me just bring up the 5-minute over here. I'm probably just going to have to stick with the size that I have now here on Google. I really wanted to size in a little bit closer to 100. And, go figure. I'm like, here's the thing. I'm like, I'm not getting filled unless they're going to run me over. So I was hoping that I would get a part fill on the majority of the size. But whatever, is what it is. But, yeah, this is 5-minute. We kind of sold off a little bit of a bounce back. Not to say that this is now going to be the bottom. But yeah, maybe this is the bounce, right? Now we're testing that 1030 area. So yeah, let me just take out some over here. And yeah, nothing too crazy, but these little bit of a bounce plays. This is just like textbook for myself. Like we come into a specific area. I don't know if we bounce and then go all the way back to 101 right now. But if I'm going to hold on to a little bit of the position here because maybe 100 holds, maybe it's a range day, maybe it's showing that it wants to hold up at 100. So, maybe we can get back to VWAP. I'll try to hold on for that. But yeah, the little bit of a bounce plays, you take the bounce, it gives you the bounce. Is liquidity there for you to get out of the trade? If so, manage accordingly. And then you kind of just go from there, right? So, yeah, nothing too crazy on that one, but a little scalp play, pad the stats, that never hurts. Somebody's saying, like Tesla that. 184 break next, push lower. Yeah, Tesla is famous for breaking lows and then just coming right back through it. I think, scale into the short, into VWAP if you had that, and then kind of, cover towards 184. Obviously, hindsight 2020. Is 184 going to hold now? I have no idea, but I would not be surprised if it gives the same type of action, kind of wick off bottoms, break 184, pop back above, and then just kind of stay there, and then drop again, stop everybody out, and then make its decision of where it's going to go next. Yeah, Tesla definitely very famous for. I make the joke all the time. I say Tesla will stop everybody out, and then it'll go to where it was originally going to go, and everyone will either be, oh, thank God I got out of that one, or people will say, oh man, like I was right. I couldn't figure out how to hold that. So yeah, it's it is what it is. I definitely struggle when I trade it from time to time, so I try to really pick my spots with it.
Yeah, FRGE just created a new high at 183. Bit of a flush back down here into the mid 170s. My stop is at break even, but what I got to do is since I scalped out some profits, now I have to fix my stop, because my stop was originally for the amount that I had at the time. So let's go ahead. Oh, wow, it's really tanking here. So it looks like I might have to just hit the flatten key if it hits at 172. It looks like it will. We're getting a lot of selling here coming in to that 173 area. Okay, we're going to bounce. So I'm going to have to put it in myself, 171. There we go. And then we'll cover the remaining, we'll give it like 2 pennies here. There we go. So if this one breaks down below my entry, I will stop out break even, but bouncing a little bit now. This is to be expected. I mean, these small cappers, you're always going to have these periods of huge amounts of selling where someone offloads a position, then the buyers step back in. That's normal. The idea here is to look for key support levels that you can buy these bounces off, or key areas of support that if are broken, you can base your stop off. So that's where you would get out. So that's basically what I'm doing. I was in at the area I really want to get in. I got in at bottom wick. So this is my ideal area for breaks, this area, which also happens to be VWAP at the moment. I don't want to be part of this stock. Already scalped out about 40% or so. I'm looking for other stocks that are moving. Prad's little mega cap winners race over here showing me that not mega cap, biggest gainers from open. GRND was one of them. It's since been giving up everything. this one was moving when I was sitting up with Brendo. This is that eVTOL company, that Chinese eVTOL company that makes these like flying drones that people can drive. Look at this. It looks like it's forming a flat top breakout right here. Look how many tests we got at 7:30, and then we have higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. This one looks really good for a possible break to the high side. Let's go ahead and take a half position at these levels. There we go. We get it on the dip. So that's pretty good news. We get it. What did we get filled at there, Luca? We got filled at 13, so not too bad. We're looking for that break of 27s to the high side. Where am I wrong here? Good question. You could use the whole dollar. I wouldn't advise against that because it's broken through the whole dollar several times here. The better level, I would say, is it. Look at this trend line right here. Looks like it's quite respected. So let's go ahead and draw out this trend line, and we'll base our out on this trend line. Okay, this is not like etched in stone, but it looks like a breakthrough currently of that $6.90 area. We would be wrong on, but we're looking for a lot more to the high side. Let's flip to the daily chart real quick to glean what kind of levels we can play on this one if it was to make its way up. Staring me right in the face definitely is that $8 level. Look at this. There's a nice little flat top that built up at that $8 level. A break of that $8 level definitely would probably stop out a lot of shorts, to be honest with you, who are probably banking on that level. So let's see if we get a bit of a squeeze through there. We'll have to make it up there. We're currently printing. Oh, nice. We got up to 33s. So not too far away from that level, Luca.
Yeah, and I'm just going through the chat. Somebody's saying Japan's goal was definitely not in. I know they had that whole Spain situation. I don't know. And now if it happened again, I actually have a friend who's Croatian. He's definitely watching the game right now. And, reading that in the chat, I'm like, oh, he's definitely stressing and snapping right now if that's the case. I didn't see it, so, no comment from myself for now. But, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Somebody said it best. This World Cup is full of surprises. Anything can happen. And to the person who was asking, who is that guy who put the bet down? I'm not sure. If I find it, I'll if Brad comes in, I'll let him know. He could let you guys know. I'm sure you could maybe Google it and figure it out, but I'm not sure off the top of my head who that is. But yeah, no, I would love to know that as well. Somebody asking what is happening to CRM. They had earnings that wasn't really too great a few days ago. Now kind of selling down. Just keep in mind that low on the daily kind of area, 135 to 138 area, which it is approaching right now. Maybe runs into some sort of support over here. And I'm kind of, going back, like how far back do we have to go? Like, is this level a significant level? Is it going to hold? How does it look over here? CRM, kind of gives the feel that it's been in a channel for such a long period of time. Then kind of, breaking the bottom, but then not really, selling off, right? Just kind of, staying sideways. I think it's very obvious, 165 resistance, call it, I almost want to say like 138-ish to 135 support. If we break that for sure is a 52-week low. And I'm not really sure the last time that it was below that. Probably have to go way, way back. So maybe potential bounce play on this one as well for myself. So thank you so much for whoever brought that up there.
Yes, sir. Look, got stopped out on the remaining portion on FRGE for a loss of about, I want to say 2 pennies. So got long 172, got out 170. So the remaining 60% that we had for a 2 penny loss, but nicely that we made it up about 10 pennies for our final out, and our initial out was actually, yeah, 8 pennies. So all in all, winning trade, but didn't get what we wanted on it. Caught it too close to the top, I would say. It's retracing now below VWAP. It looks to break that 170 level. Let's see how it acts around that whole dollar level. It's bottomed out there for the moment, but a bit of a downtrend starting to form here. Let's see how it starts acting at these levels. Again, recall that we had this 166 area pegged off as our initial stop. So if that 170 doesn't hold, let's see what that 166 does. In the other long here, EH kind of, going against me a little bit at the moment. I'm long 73s. It's printing at 10, so 3 pennies out of the money. Okay, right back in the money. So this one, I think that I'm going to have to be patient on and really respect this stop that I've set. I've set it at 691 or 690, giving myself about, 23 pennies worth of risk there, but this one could easily see its way up to an $8 level, perhaps even more. I mean, this one could really get going. What's the float on this one? I think Prad checks over here. So if I type in EH and then I hit enter, yeah, Ehang Holding Company. Okay, float 34 million shares. So not micro float, but definitely a smaller float. Nonetheless, 34.38 million shares. It doesn't show the short flow. Okay, so kind of hard to know. Volume done today is 6.5 million shares. So yeah, ample amount of shares being traded on this guy. Looks like the ES is at day's low, eh? So how are big cappers looking? I haven't had an opportunity to look at the big caps. That's your field.
Yeah, I'm just actually took a long here on Amazon, playing off this 92 level, and this is going to be a little bit of a scalp for myself. I'm going to see where this one goes. I kind of like the 92 a little bit better. Google's actually working. It's now 26 cents in the money. I took some more out just in front of that 150. Just to kind of summarize for everybody in terms of my kind of trade ideology, it's like playing the 100 bounce. You could play it in a few ways, right? You could just kind of sit there. Maybe you get a part fill if you're taking size. Like think of it this way. Like if this is going to be a really, really good level, like you're not going to, sometimes you might not get the full fill, because who's going to fill you, right? Nobody wants to fill you. They don't think it's selling through. They don't think it's going to 99, so nobody's really filling you there. So, you have the, okay, I'm going to just post and hopefully I get the fill. The other alternative is, you can scale into it, right, the way that I did on this Google, and then looking for nothing crazy. It's like, what is the market going to give me on that quick bounce, on that liquidity vacuum, right? So it really sold off from 130 all the way into 100 and quickly retraced back. So in my eyes, the liquidity vacuum trade is 100 to 130, and that's the reason why I took some off over there. And then, because it didn't sell back down, I was like, okay, let me just, hold some. Maybe I can get 150. Maybe I can hold on. And if the whole market wants to turn around and go back to the upside, which I don't really have too much conviction on, but if it does, then, I'm going to hold on to the last piece. So yeah, 25 cents in the money. If we get back through 100, then I'll be out of the rest of this trade and potentially initiate another trade if we get there. But I kind of feel like 100 is going to hold. It's just a matter of, are we going to, stay below VWAP, or are we going to test VWAP, go back to the upside? Amazon, very slow back move to the upside. Wanted a little bit more size, and sometimes I like to actually see the level break and then kind of see how it reacts below there. And then, if it comes back up, then it's going to be a banger long. But, maybe it's not that kind of day right now. So yeah, I'm gonna have to settle with same kind of thing. Want to scale into this. If we get lower, I'll try to add a little bit more size to that one, off the 92 level, off the low of day, going into 91.50, and maybe we pop back to 92.40, 92.50 for the time being. That'll be a nice little pop. But yeah, just keep in mind that I don't know if this wick is real, but anytime you see kind of a bounce, a move back to the upside, some little bit of sideways action, then it breaks that high range, even on a 1 minute, even a very short time frame. Anytime you see it breaks and then instantly comes back down, that's not a good sign. And the reason I say that is because maybe people are already playing the long and they're waiting for liquidity, waiting for volume, and then as soon as it looks like, oh, it's going to go to the upside, they slam it down because they're trying to get out of their size. So it could just be a product of, people playing the bounce play using kind of volume and liquidity. to go there. I'm obviously not in this for a bounce play. It's just kind of playing off the 92 level. If the market wants to go back to the upside, it's sold off quite a bit already. Already had that VWAP rejection, and now we're sort of at low a days. So if we just kind of curl up, grind back to the upside, I'm just going to scale out of this. I don't think we get back above 92.50 in a very short period of time. So yeah, if we get closer to 92.30, I'm going to try to scale myself out of that one and see where we go. Let me quickly bring up Apple again just to kind of see where we are on that one.
Let me just update the viewers quickly on EH. We are printing heavily on that. I'm holding like 30% of the position. I've taken out 3 outs here. We're long. We're called 713. Got some out there through the break of 740. So EH up now almost 30%. Luca, I'll send it back to you quickly. Just wanted to update on that. We're going to send a bang out for the small cap gang, baby, because anytime these ones move in the right way. This looked really good, though. Look at this bull flag forming with higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, and then a bit of a compression pattern a little bit. I mean, but you had these wicks showing you that it was upwardly inclined, if I put it that way. We're about to get some 750 prints here, Luca, so we may have to take another little bit out. Let's go ahead and put, let's see, there we go. We'll put a little bit out at 48. We'll see if we get that print. We'll see. I think this one's got $8 written on it, but we'll have to make it through the $half level first.
Yeah, and Amazon now coming back down, so I'm going to see if I can add to this long as well. And I'm quickly bringing up SHPH again, giving a little bit of a pop. Still not close to that 320 area, which is my kind of real level of I'm going to make a decision there. But I'm definitely watching it because this is one that, gets to 320, breaks, comes back down, and you miss the whole move if you're sleeping on it. So, yeah, definitely going to keep my eye on that one as well. Google still 130, so not really too worried about that one. Bringing up Billy again just quickly, kind of balancing out at that 950 for the time being. I was wondering how 20 would hold. Are we going to, is it going to react as some sort of level because that was prior resistance on Friday? But now that it's just not showing anything, I don't want to go long. You're at the bottom, so you can't really go short. Like the risk to return on that just doesn't make sense. Somebody keep mentioning XPEV, and I don't know if you're long or short, but it's not really doing much, right? Not really doing much. XPEV kind of interesting this morning. Obviously, you guys can see I was, getting in and getting out for essentially break even, just kind of punching in size and kind of seeing where it goes. What really scared me of this one is we sold off into 1250, and I don't know if anybody was watching this morning, but we sold off into 1250, and then somebody crossed up, and I don't know if you could see it here. You probably can't. Or yeah, here we go. We sold off into 1250. And I'm like, okay, maybe let's see if there's any levels or any icebergs I could play off of to, potentially take a short here. And somebody crossed up to 1285 from 1250. So it's like, I don't know what that is. Maybe somebody's short.
Can you explain what exactly you mean by crossed up?
So
because
essentially,
even I kind of don't get that.
Yeah, so essentially it's like it was selling off. It's at 1250, and then somebody call it a limit buy 1282 and just hit enter with 200,000 shares. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and so this thing, it's at 1250, and I'm like, okay, I'm getting ready to maybe potentially short it. And then as soon as I'm about to hit short, it's at 1280. And then it actually runs back to 1290. So it's terrifying because, I'm thinking to myself, okay, maybe I'm going to, get in and then see how it reacts. Maybe I'll risk 11 cents, 15 cents. We'll see what happens. But no, because if you're, if you take a short and you're like, oh, I'm going to just stop myself out if we go above 1260, if somebody crosses up to 1281 with big size, then you get the follow through back to the upside. It goes to 13. You miss your stop unless you're crossed up quite a bit, right? So as soon as I saw that type of action, it really worried me, and I was like, oh man, this is going to be one of those type of glitch action. And this is but keep in mind, this traded very differently, and now it's first red day. So, you could just, in my mind, you could justify the long on these other days because the trend is up. But giving you a first red day setup.
That's a big red day setup.
Yeah,
too,
exactly. Your
relative to the other one.
Exactly. Yeah. So and the volume is less. So I almost want to say that the 13 level, is the level that it probably doesn't get back above. If we get above 13, 14, if we start to go back up, all these people are squeezed. They're squeezed completely, and who knows where we go. But most likely, this could easily be back below 10 before the end of the week, right? So I would just say be cautious on the longs. You know, I don't really know if anybody's buying this. And for myself as a day trader, like I'm not shorting here because I don't really think it's going to have that steam. Like you got to give some sort of pop to VWAP for me to short it. I think if we get back up here, it's a good opportunity to potentially short it and kind of, you know, be discretionary, watch how the tape is acting. You know, for a move back to low a day, that gives you like a point, and then maybe you risk 20 cents and kind of try it a couple times, whatever. But yeah, you know, for the most part, it's really no trade for myself. And Amazon slowly breaking that 92 and now kind of dancing around. So I didn't actually add. Market's breaking lower now. It broke through that 40-20 area, now moving towards 40-15. I wonder if 92 holds. Probably get a little bit of an iceberg at this level, and you know, if the market bounces, maybe we bounce here. So I'm going to try to add to this as well.
We got a huge break through that 750 on EH. That was our last scalp out. We're holding 10% of the position left. This one's been a printer. But look, I think we got a high of 754. So I'm holding on to that last 10% of the shares. Why would I get out now? I mean, I'm long 713. It just retraced 10 pennies, and it's still trading at 742. So I'm going to hold a piece for the dream here. I mean, I want to break through that 7 3/4 and possibly even that 8. I mean, and I've already set my stop for the remaining 10% to my break even at 713. So no possibility this one can at all go red on me. But guess what is going red? The market. Look at this beautiful flat bottom. I love these patterns, Luca, man. When there's an aggressive sell right down, then you have a sideways period of consolidation, and you have an initial bottom that you can break through. If you go short there, I love these patterns, dude.
Yeah, it looks solid. And I see everybody in the chat too. I've never heard that before you brought it up.
Flat bottom breakdown?
Flat bottom, yeah.
I get it's not my own, like I didn't come up with it. It's somewhere I read it somewhere or heard it somewhere, and that's why I use it often. But this market now looking more downward inclined. Looks like are we 59 points lower on the ES? Just want to confirm that that's accurate. Is that what you have as well? 59 points lower?
Yeah, it's down 1.4. Yeah, it sounds about right.
1.44% exactly.
Yeah.
So that, looks like we may test that 4,000 level today on the ES. And guess what, guys? On my macro picture, I don't have it to show you right now, but on my SPX chart, I have a very, very respectable trend line going downward, and it's basically going through that 4,100 mark, and that's exactly where we hit. So I don't know, unless we get some really good numbers, I think 4,100 could be a bit of a top for a while, or maybe not exactly 4,100, but you guys know what I mean, that 4,100-ish area, and that's been a well-followed trend line going back into almost a year. So it's a trend line that I'll be basing some of my decisions off. I'll have that one tomorrow, but essentially it's just putting the daily on the SPX and essentially drawing a downward trend line from all the peaks, and it happens to run through that 4,100 that we're currently at the moment. Let's quick update on EH retracing now, which absolutely to be expected given that we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green 3-minute candles in a row. We're bound to get a bit of a retracement, but we're in low enough here that we can allow for a retracement and not really worried about getting stopped out. I'm definitely looking through the break of 8. Let's look at FRGE. Thankfully, we respected our stop on this one. Look at this. It really was downward incline. And you know something that I want to get better with? Like, say I'm trading one of these small cappers, right? And I have my out here because I think if it breaks this level, there's a trend change. Well, why am I not going short at that area?
I ask myself that.
Right?
I ask myself
if you're
all
telling
the time.
yourself that that's a trend change and you're basing your decision off that, why aren't you putting your money where your mouth is and going short at that area? And that's something that I need to improve on.
Yeah, 100%. I'd say there's a time and a place for it. You know, it's as an example, I'm taking a long here on Amazon, but I don't necessarily want to flip short if we break. And the reason being is because it kind of feels like this is the range for the day, right? So even if this sells off to 91.50, it feels tough to justify, like, you know, punching into the low, whereas that's a completely different setup. I would say that's a situation where you would say, you know, small cap, the long is good until it's not, and then
the break
maybe
of VWAP to the downside, which is, you know, these small cappers rely on it for upward momentum.
Exactly. JTT break of structure, exactly, right? So I'm not to say I'm playing with fire, kind of, you know, taking long here on Amazon based on 92, but it's just like I identify, a little bit of an iceberg bid at 92. Market's kind of selling off over here. If the market continues to go lower and that iceberg bid on Amazon breaks, then yeah, I'm going to get stopped out. It could happen in the next 5 seconds. But if for whatever reason the iceberg is huge and it holds, and then the market decides to even pop back 5 points, the iceberg doesn't get the full fill, and then we pop 20, 30 cents, and we go back to the upside. So this is kind of my justification on this, build along at 92. I tried it, was in the money, still holding, got lower, added a little bit more, and now I'm actually seeing iceberg reload, and we're actually having a battle here. So there's at 92.05, you get iceberg offers, and at 92, you got iceberg bids. So this is just kind of like bouncing between these two icebergs, and the real question is who's going to be right on this, who's going to get the fill first. I almost want to favor, I'm long, so I think long is good, but it might not be, right? It might not be, I might get stopped out. If we, break 92, my stop is not going to be 99 just because, it could, a lot of the times what these algos are doing is they're filling icebergs, so they're like iceberging it, but if you put a stop, they just remove the iceberg, take your stop, put back the iceberg. They're pretty advanced in what they're doing. They think in real time. Somebody was asking, Tesla, do you think, wow, Tesla's actually now going back. Do you think Tesla will get to 181 today? I have no idea. I mean, maybe, kind of objectively looking at it, maybe 180 gets some sort of bounce. But this is the thing. Tesla, for me, the Tesla trade is better when you short some type of kind of pop off the open and then ride it like down. And then if you're, dancing with it a little bit later on, it's a tough trade, man. It's a tough trade. So I have no idea if we actually get to, we would need quite a big sell-off to actually get down there. And yeah, it looks like I'm stopped out of Amazon over there. So, oh man, what a good stop. So I guess there you go, right? So that iceberg fills, we're still going down in the market, and then we get that super quick flush to the downside. So yeah, kind of happy that I had a stop over there. Now breaking back to the downside, I have no idea what happens next here.
Let's send it up to Brendo at the big desk with happening now.
Hey guys, session lows coming into play as we head into the lunch hour. Getting worse by the minute. That's okay though. It's only Monday. Let's have a look at a red board to show you here. 1.5 now for the S&P 500, 0.89 for the Dow, the NASDAQ, 1.35, 1.56 there for Brazil crude oil. Yeah, crazy reversal for crude. It was up 2.5% at one point, now down. It's actually more than 1% at this point. So dragging some of the energy producers down with it so far today. Again, this all on the back of stronger than expected economic data with that ISM number we got at 10 a.m. this morning. I wanted to mention this. AMD, if you remember, over here, 1.35. Some of the chip makers, including AMD, holding up a little bit better. Session lows right now for the overall market. AMD trying to hold a little bit higher right now for 74, that support level, guys, for some of the chips.
Yeah, Brendo, this market is just headed to the south side. Here is the 3-minute chart on the ES, or the MES. I should actually have that as the ES. Proudly's reminded me about that. But yeah, guys, I think we created a new low here. Where is this low? Yeah, 40.12 low. I think 4,000 might be in the cards today. We'll see whether it is or isn't. We're really not trading any large caps at the moment. I'm still stuck here in small cap world. And EH just made a new high of day, 755. I've got the remaining portion of the 10% to get out at the 761 break. I'm not going to wait for the $8 break. I just don't have that kind of patience. It's not my forte. I'm going to take it out if it breaks 761. About 10 pennies or so from there. 713 long is where we're on there. But an individual by the name of Fennel Shaw wanted us to have a look at the Fed rate tool, Luca, and see what some of these. Can I refresh it here? How do you refresh this thing? I'll just press refresh. Okay. We're gonna see what the Fed rate tool shows. So 50 basis points, essentially 75%, 74.7%. For a 75 basis point height, we're still looking at 25%. So not much change in that. You're going to see a few points shift to the high side or the downside, but I guess that jobs number was not enough on Friday to push to change that ratio of 75-25. So we'll watch that. I mean, I think we're getting a lot of numbers this week, market-related numbers, correct? Just looking at my, that calendar that we get on our phones.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and so there was a lot coming up. In fact, let's talk a little bit about that. I know Brendo mentioned it this morning. I'll just mention some of these dates right now quickly, if I can get into that. There we go. So we got the calendars. Today, what do we got remaining? Not much today. All of them were at 10 a.m. Yeah, so we had 11:30. That one doesn't matter. Let's see, tomorrow. No, not much in the way of tomorrow either. Imports, exports, trade balance, that's coming in tomorrow. Yeah, not much tomorrow. This week, there's probably some more stuff, but yeah, we'll have more updates on that as we get them, guys. Looks like EH went all the way up to 761, but didn't cross, so I didn't get filled. So that one made its way up. Thesis was right. Execution was poor. It's now retraced back to 53. So I'll have to wait to get filled on this one, but this one keeps creating higher highs. You wonder when the big retracement's going to come. I mean, it's a small capper in late 2022. It's got to retrace, right, guys? I mean, that's how we've seen it with the majority of these. They don't have legs like they did in 2020, Luca. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, I kind of missed the days.
Yeah.
I'm sure anybody who remembers trading through 2020, yeah, it's been kind of crazy. And, coming in, seeing small caps, you got like 5 of them that are up like, 300%, 400%, and now it's kind of muted, right? Yeah, exactly. So obviously, manage your expectations. I'm looking at tail rate back down now, and that 505 level, kind of interesting. It didn't break before, gave me part fills on the long, and then rejected 505 again. Kind of sad that I didn't flip short on that, but whatever, is what it is. I don't necessarily like the short anymore back through. If we break, call it like 490, like with conviction, it's just showing that it's, not really doing anything now, kind of holding up. So yeah, I might just have to let that one go there. Neo still not getting back to 13. So yeah, no fill on that one for myself. And Meta kind of getting back towards that 123, not really getting through 123. Just very quick pop and then kind of back down. The reason I like 123, like it doesn't look like anything right now on the daily, on the intraday, but 123 being somewhat of support and then broke back through, and now it's had a lot of green days in a row. This is not like an XPEV. I'm not thinking first red day on Meta. That's not even kind of setup of mine, but just kind of playing off of the ideology that if the market wants to stay suppressed, what can I short? What levels can I play off of? Yeah, kind of sad that I missed that. I think I removed my order. I had it initially, then I kind of let it go because I was like, okay, if we get back there, maybe we're going to go through. But no, yeah, it kind of still looks good there. So I might try it if we get back there, but I feel like that's a recipe to get stopped out for myself. And Google still in this one, basically flat, 5 cents in the money, but still holding that 100, still holding, right? It just does not want to give the feel that it wants to sell through the 100 area. So, if the market really sells off and wants to give that 4,000 test, somebody was mentioning, NASDAQ coming into not yesterday's low, but potentially bottom of the range. I'm just going to pull it up here, see where we're at. But yeah, maybe we get a little bit of a bounce there. Oh yeah, so, area of interest, not so much the bottom here, but I almost want to say a lot of buying started at around 11,850.
Is that the bottom when we got the jobs number?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, on Friday. And, we had a lot of buying come through. Like, I don't know if you guys can see it there, but because I got my face covering it. I should have known that. Let me just show it here. A lot of buying that came through right over here. So around that 1185, in and around the area that it's at right now. So and this is kind of me just thinking, I mean, I'm not, again, a futures trader. I don't really know, but if buying really came out over there and then held as support, 11,850, then maybe we get some type of bounce over there. So I'm sort of talking myself into a bounce play, into something. I just don't know what I'm going to be looking at. Maybe add back to this Google trade if we can actually get back lower. Yeah, okay, you know what? I'm going to do that. If we can get closer to 100, I'm going to add a little bit more to the Google trade and see where we go from there. Maybe we continue to bounce. Maybe it takes a little bit of time and then bounces, or maybe it blows right through and stops me out. And won't be the first time, won't be the last. Is what it is. No big deal. Watching Amazon, yeah. So this is now at 91.50, and I see what I did wrong there. What I did wrong is I was relying too much on this iceberg that I knew was going to fill, but I just thought, maybe if we bounce, it could go to the upside, but in terms of a scalp play, like it was such a big iceberg reloading that, you know, look at this. Like this was me stopping myself out. But if I just took the short here with size, you could have just gotten in at like, call it 95s and covered at like 75s. Take the 20-cent win in half a millisecond. You know, you take whatever, like it's Amazon, right? You take unlimited size there to a certain extent. But yeah, I told myself that I didn't really necessarily want to do it. Now it's kind of, you know, slowly grinding to the downside. I don't really have daily levels on Amazon besides 90, which is quite a little bit of a way. So yeah, you know, I tried the long bounce at 92. Now it's just kind of playing with fire. Even if it bounces, I'm not really sure. It's kind of, you know, not showing me anything. So maybe if we get back to the upside, there'll be a trade there. But for the time being, let it go. I'm going to watch Google to see if we get long there. And yeah, let me just kind of glance back at everything. Yeah, everything kind of muted, just kind of dancing around. There you go. So there's Tilray finally failing. And, oh, man, I should have been short there. Whatever, it is what it is. See, this is an example, going back to what you were saying where, you know, flipping kind of change of structure. Not so much that this is change of structure, but, you know, it's obviously my job to watch the tape and understand where people are trading, where you're getting fills. And it's like, okay, I'm taking the long because I think there's a chance that we bounce, right? And then we bounce. I take the exit. We get to the area that I got the par fill at that I know it's not going through 506. Like, just take the short there. Yeah. And now, like, and even cover VWAP. Like, obviously, these aren't huge moves, but, you know, 10 cents of a $5 stock.
It could be huge depending on what size you're using. I mean. Yeah, exactly. Besides, Tilray's so thick. How much volume has it done today? Like 21 million shares?
Well, it's like, yeah, like 40 million shares.
40 million, there you go.
Yeah, it's, yeah. So in this scenario, I should have got out of my long and then taken a short. But yeah, whatever is what it is. No big deal there. What do you think of Geo? I think somebody really likes that name, man by the name of Michael Burry. This he's Geo. Long, I think. Yeah, Geo's the prison company, if I'm not mistaken. Michael Burry loves the long on this.
That's the prison REIT that he got into?
Yeah.
Geo Group REIT. Yeah, okay, there it is.
Yeah, so it's probably like a combination of you know, prisons. Like,
yeah, that's
together.
What it is. REIT, Real Estate Investment Trust.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is this: in terms of a day trade, it's tough to justify one on this because it's traded less than 1 million shares. So it's like, where's this thing really going to go? But let me drag over the daily for everybody to see. You know, Michael Burry is long as of, call it August, and you know, he's probably long around 7 or 8. And now this thing is all the way up at 12, right? So he was not wrong, but he did tweet over the weekend saying, "I am not short."
You know what confuses me about that is it's not like politically the right trade, at least not from the surface, because you know the Democrats, they don't like those private jails. They were anti-private jails. It was the Republicans that were supposed to be like pro the private jails or the private prisons, or I'm using jails interchangeably with prisons. But yeah, so I was kind of confused how that was like such a good trade, but it is, so good on him.
I guess it kind of lined up with they hired all these IRS agents.
Yeah, I know, right?
Put a bunch of money in, and
what was it? I'm joking. 19,000? What was it? Or like 1,900? What was the amount of IRS agents?
Oh, it was insane. It was like 80,000.
Yeah,
I think so. You guys can Google it, but you know, it's kind of I'm joking, you know, loosely joking about it. Like loosely joking.
I know, I get what you're saying.
But it's like, you know, imagine it's just, I don't know, it's just kind of funny there. But yeah, those are my comments. Not really a day trade to be had there, but yeah, if you are long from a swing trade perspective, seems that the long is working. So yeah, you know, I don't know kind of what his logic is. Yeah, somebody's saying 87,000. Yeah, 87,000. Like, that's insane.
87,000.
That's insane.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah. I thought 19 was like an overshoot. That's why I said, oh, maybe 1,900. No, it's 87,000. Guys, EH touched that 761, literally did, and then retraced all the way back down to 728. It's back now at 738. But, you know, this is the bigger retracement than you want to see on this. But to me, that's not going to affect any of my decisions. My decision is to hold this 10% right back down to break even. It looks like to be paying off at the moment as we come back to test above that $0.50 at 750 again. Can we see higher prints? In fact, if we do break above and hold above that 750 at least, you know, for a few minutes, should I really be taking profits at 760? No, because we're probably going to get a new high after this retracement. So it may be wise for me to, you know, just put my emotions aside and say I'm going to hold to the 7 3/4. But it's a lot easier said than done, at least for me anyway. Let's have a look quickly at this market. It looks like we're getting a bit of a retracement upward off creating that 40-12 bottom. We're moving back into that 40-19 area. Still definitely looks like more of like a red inclined day unless we really get some buying coming into that power hour, Luca, or some news catalysts that can start moving markets here. But it's another, you know, slow, I don't want to say flat day, because there have been some good trades to be had. The Chinese ADRs early morning were definitely there. Oh, and that's one thing I want to talk to you about as well. So, you know, until maybe, like, you know, the last 2 weeks when Chinese ADRs really have started moving up, my play on Chinese ADRs was they always seem to have a green move pre-market, you know, that 4, that 5 a.m., that 6 a.m., because, you know, a lot of the information comes out of China when it's super early here, and so they move on that news. And then the play seems to have been to fade that news for the most part, not all the time, but that was the great majority of the play on the Chinese ADRs. Lately, there's been some continuation plays where they're green pre-market and they continue green after the bell. So that's the thesis I went into today. I'm like, okay, all right. So I'm going to play the continuation play. The Chinese ADRs are up again today. And so I looked for XPEV long, and neither XPEV nor Billy was interested at all in going long in the morning. Let's have a look quickly at the Billy chart here. If we could show my chart, Lucas. Look at this Billy chart right from the bell. This one went south and has been printing south. Like, I mean, pre-market, we were flirting with 23.5. Now we're like at 19.5. So that's the bottom on that one. Created a nice little flat bottom here, to be, if I'm being honest. So this might be an interesting long unless we can make some new lows. But my thesis completely today was incorrect, which was to take the continuation long on these Chinese ADRs from the pre-market. It wasn't so today.
Yeah, you know, I'm not really too sure what I normally don't trade them, but you know, I did well on XPEV the past few days, and it's, you know, I'm sure you guys remember, you know, anybody who was watching me trade that, or sorry, looking at the chart. And let me just let this load very quickly. But yeah, no, it's you know, I'm just scalping, right? I'm just scalping. You know, taking. I don't know if the fills are going to come through here, but essentially on this up move, I'm just like, you know, kind of shorting away from the moving average, covering, shorting, covering, long, covering, just kind of like a lot of different trades, looking for that retracement. Then it finally came, and kind of covering on the way down. The thing with today that I think is a little bit different is there's a lot of, you know, and I don't want to, it's tough to say with conviction because I don't want to, you know, kind of not mislead, but it's, you know, perhaps a lot of traders are looking at this saying, okay, first red day, like I'm looking for that, right? So when it was very strong on this day, you know, people are shorting it and they're getting squeezed. Then it kind of gaps down and opens lower. So it's like, okay, everybody's looking for the fade and it doesn't happen that day. Everybody gets squeezed. The next day it opens lower, so absolutely no edge. It's SSR. The day after, which was on Friday, it pops back to the upside. It is now SSR, and yet it's giving ample opportunity to short it. And so not to say that it's manipulated to do that, because obviously stocks just do whatever they want to do, but it's a very tough trade to the downside. If you're, you know, SSR, you can't really punch into it. So even though I had the shorts on it, I'll be honest, it's not easy because, you know, I'm trying to punch in, I'm just not getting the fill, it's just not working, right? And then finally today, getting that gap up and just first red day. And I think, you know, as a kind of learning lesson for myself and for anybody that was watching this, just make sure that you are watching the tape on these names, because if you're watching the tape on something like an Apple or something like a Tesla, something like a Google, it's not really going to give you too much information. And the reason being is because what are the odds that extremely big traders are trading these names all the time? Like, they're only trading at very, very key inflection points. And then a lot of the times it's algo action, and you know, you play off key levels, you play off the average true range that it kind of sets itself up. So, you know, like something, if the range of it is always $4 and now it's coming into a $4 range, you know, you play a mean reversion, very, very simple. But in terms of looking at the tape and saying to yourself, like, where are people actually getting in and out, and where is a potential squeeze play, where is kind of that area that I want to size in, it was very clear to me watching the tape on XPEV this morning, you know, in and around this area, just above 13, just before the open, extreme amounts of selling were hitting the tape, right? And so it was just a lot of selling, and then as I was mentioning before, selling into that 1250 area, so giving you the 50-cent win if you're short around 13, and then just having no, not to say no liquidity, but it's kind of crazy, like, you know, from 1250 to 1290 in the blink of an eye, like that's 40 cents. Like that's pretty crazy, right? That's pretty crazy. So, you know, the short was correct today, and there was a lot of selling, but you could have easily you could have easily sized in at like 1270, like 1280, like as it's failing, you're kind of sizing in, and then it's working for you, and now you're 30 cents in the money, 10 cents in the money, and you're like, okay, now we're actually going to fail, and this thing blows back through 13 very quickly, right? So now you're thinking to yourself, okay, wait a second, I'm now 25 cents out of the money. Is this now going to go back to the upside? So, safe to say that if you played off of that kind of 1310, 1320 area, and you kind of took your shot over there, you were never out of the money. So it's a really, really good trade if it set itself up for you over there. But yeah, it's kind of one of those things that, for myself, it was a tape read, but I didn't have the short, right? I didn't short here and cover here. I thought, okay, we're going to go down today, but how can I get in all at once with all my size and, hopefully never go out of the money? It just wasn't like that this morning. So it's kind of a little bit of a challenging trade. And although I did well on it, yesterday and a few days ago, a few times last week, today I'm basically flat on it. It just wasn't allowing me to kind of size in. I couldn't get in the money right away. It was just chopping around at the areas of interest, and so it was just a very, very tough trade. I think, obviously in hindsight, less size, give it to 1350, but that's just not the way that I trade. I take advantage of, the speed of execution that we have. But yeah, it's definitely something that you get the gap up, fade the gap, pretty textbook. Just can you take the size and hold on is the main thing, right? So, didn't really give me that opportunity. Maybe next time it does. But yeah, I would love for XPEF to get back to 1350, blow through the stops, go wild. Then at that point, who knows, right? This thing maybe gets to 15, 17, and then kind of next stop 20-ish area. Keep in mind on the daily, this thing is sold off for so long. And these names have just been so weak. And so, this was a $50 stock before, right? So now we're down at towards $8. And if we zoom in, yeah, it does kind of feel like easily we're going to be back at $9 at some point soon. But if for whatever reason we get back to 13 and get through the high, all these people are underwater, all the shorts are underwater, they're all squeezed. So that'll kind of be a very tape teleportation type move. So yeah, just keep that in mind. That's kind of my thoughts on it. I don't know if that helps anybody. Always trying to get better every single day there. Google's still working for me here, 19 cents. Didn't get the reload, and I think we're going to pass it over to Brendo now.
Yeah, he's at the big desk with volume leaders.
Hey guys, yeah, a bit of a quiet Monday. I'll show you what is doing the most volume right now. We discussed during the social sentiment segment that there was a few penny stocks. It's been a penny stock kind of a couple of weeks here. There is both COMS and COSM, 122 million, 95.25 million for both of those, leading the way today. 10,798 U.S. listings, of which 2,104 are positive, about 1,000 break even. That tells the story of the day. 7,666 downside. This is about 50-50 right now, however, 124 versus 152 new highs versus new lows. I highlighted NIO here because I can't remember the last time it was that high on the volume board at this time of day. Already 70 million shares traded today for NIO. There's XPeng as well, and some of the other ETFs that we typically see on this board, guys.
Yes, sir, Brendo. Luca, do you know what eVTOLs are?
Sorry?
eVTOLs.
No.
These.
Oh.
So they're basically, they're like big drones that people sit in, essentially. If that's an accurate description.
Is this the future?
Yeah, so apparently these are super easy to teach someone how to fly. I was talking to Brendo about it when I was at the desk, and he's like, I wouldn't get in that to save my life. And I'm like, I would get in that immediately. Like, I'd pay you to drive one of these. Chat, what do you think about these things? Do you guys look at them as death traps, or are there some merit to these things, guys? I mean, I love them. I'd be honest with you. I think that, any technology where I can fly, that's like a childhood dream come true.
I want to say Daryl Finch, I agree with him. He's like, over water, yeah, but not on land.
What do you mean? Oh, okay, yeah.
Because, if you're 100 feet over water and you fall, you're fine, you're not going to die. You're going to hit the water, swim, nice, everything.
But these things are sufficiently light enough that you could deploy parachutes as a safety measure, not just for yourself, but for the actual airplane itself.
Really?
It wouldn't be a smooth landing, but you wouldn't be happy coming down in a parachute. But I mean, it would be able to accommodate. That's what I've seen, right? Some of these are light enough to accommodate that kind of things. To be honest with you, I love these things. And, they're obviously the future in some way, shape, or form. But a lot of these companies have been looking at this kind of looking to get into this industry for a long time. And I'm just a fan, you know, not really an investing fan, but just a fan in general, eVTOLs. Quickly, I just want to mention that EH, you know, flirting with my out, that 761, it doesn't seem to cross that 761. It gets up to it. That's twice now that it's made its way up there, and then it retraces 20 pennies. So this one, you know, looking like it's meeting a lot of sellers, a lot of resistance up at that level, and it's not a level that I really identified earlier on from either the 4-hour or the daily chart. So this one, just kind of randomly, sellers are stepping in there, or people are initiating shorts more around that level. Either way, you know, I'm not gonna budge. I'm gonna keep my out to break even and wait for that one to materialize. I also took a short here on FRGE. I got short 59s. I've got my out at 66s, okay? And this one I'm taking a half position. The reason I got into it is, again, that term everyone likes to laugh about, that flat bottom breakdown. There's that huge move south that we got stopped out on, and this is where we got out. And then you have that period of sideways consolidation, and then what I'm anticipating is a continued move south through the bottoms here. In this case, it would be 155 break to the south side, and then possibly, you know, to low of days here, 138, 139, the area that we opened up at. There's other areas of support around there, but that's what I'm looking for on this one, and I'm going to give it to 66. So I'm going to give it 7 pennies of risk on FRGE. The reason I can do that is, number one, I took a half position. Number two, I'm up on EH. So it gives me a bit more risk. Now let's flip to Billy, because we were saying Billy looked like it was creating a bit of a bottom here at that 1950. It still looks like a good bottom, but there just aren't enough sellers to bring this one to the north side. I was thinking maybe, you know, we could get like a VWAP retracement into like 2085, maybe even test the whole dollar at 21, but doesn't look like it yet. We're going to have to break through this 1980 peak here, maybe even that whole dollar at $20, because it looks like a lot of sellers are stepping in near these levels. We got to make higher highs. It's not enough to make higher lows. We got to get higher highs for this one to possibly retrace a little bit. Billy, been on my radar for a while now.
Yeah, Billy, that 20 level, interesting. Not sure if this, okay, here we go. Stopped out of this one as well. No big deal. Amazon, kind of playing off of maybe this is sort of a, you know, recyclable level. Long here, get out, but yeah, it's too much of a tight range, kind of see that. So just stop myself out. I really have no idea what to trade right now. I'm not going to lie. Kind of happy that I didn't have the offer out at 123 on Facebook. Kind of forgot about it. And I look back and this thing is like well above. So I was like, okay, I guess, you know, not really a level. Someone's saying with volume, NEO should end green on the day. Well, I don't know. Where's NEO actually? Down 1.4%. I don't know. I'm going to have to disagree with you on that one. It would take quite a bit for this to get over 13 through VWAP and then back to, like, you know, call it 1350 area. That would, you know, take some, quite a bit of buying there, right? So I don't really know, but NEO's actually, oh man, I think I missed this one too. You know what? I'm going to try short on this one as well. We're going to see where this one goes. Kind of late to the party, so I'm just going to, you know, take a little bit less size. I wanted to size in closer to 13. Just kind of playing off the ideology that, yeah, maybe we break 13, but, you know, got VWAP overhead. So I'm going to try the short here. Not really, you know, my expectations are managed. I think if we get back down, you know, maybe scalp out for like, you know, 10-cent win, maybe 15-cent win. And yeah, if we get, you know, over 13, gonna have to reevaluate that one and see where we go from there. Just kind of glancing back, yeah, XPEF kind of flat over there. Google sort of coming back down, but not close enough to the 100 level. Meta now actually kind of selling off through 123. I just don't want this to be a fake out and then we go back to the upside. You know what, I'm going to try this as well, but I'm going to try with a little bit less size just because, you know, that it could definitely stop me out. This is like, I'll try to hold this one and maybe we get closer to 122 if the market wants to, you know, get back down towards that level and then give it another test. But yeah, you know, if we get back above, you know, call it 123.10, 123.20, then it might just dance around, right? So not really too sure what to expect, but sized accordingly, so not really too worried. And we'll see where that one wants to go. And maybe get a reload here actually on Google. And you know what it is? It's like the first time, okay, great. So 1, 2, 3. you know, I'm actually going to add to this, and then it's going to break, and I'm going to get stopped out. That's a potential there, but yeah, we'll have to see. Going back to SHPH, still not getting back to high day there. So yeah, you know, is what it is. Somebody saying short meta is a fool's errand. Institutions are buying it now. Well, yeah, it's more so just like, you know, institutions are making decisions, obviously long term, and I'm making a decision for the next, what is this? What time we're at? We're at about 12:30, and if we can get to like, you know, 122.50 in 10 minutes, I'm out of this trade, right? So yeah, no, my decisions are very quick. Institutions make decisions a little bit more to the long side. Let me bring up Boeing as well here, because somebody mentioning it there, and maybe there's something to be had. I guess that VWAP bounce at 185 was good, and I know somebody was talking about it before, and it's my own bad because I didn't bring it up. But yeah, that 185 bounce, you know, something that's extra strong, gives you the rally to the upside, comes back down, holds that pre-market bottom, then off to the races. You know, if you're going to get long, you know, maybe you try it at the 50 period, maybe, but for the most part, it already came so much that maybe the VWAP bounce is a little bit of a better play. And it gave you a $2 winner, right? You could have risked off, call it 184.50, or even potentially 184, which was the high of Friday. But yeah, that was very nice to anybody who had that. Congratulations. I myself did not, and you know, most likely not going to get another opportunity. Maybe second time bounce, maybe. But again, if we do get back down and then we pop, like I'm going for like even, you know, almost less than $1. So on something like Boeing going less for $1, maybe that doesn't really make too much sense. So yeah, I'm gonna have to just let that go. Somebody saying Mike, rest in peace ears. What's with your mic? I don't know if that was.
Oh, is my mic on? Yeah, my mic's on. I'm good to go. EH still testing that 760 high. A period of consolidation here happening. You know, you see a little bit of higher lows on this one, but not much in the way of higher highs. So we'll see. This one, it's holding the level though. So if you look at the peaks of these, or the highs of these peaks right here, it's about that 730 area. And then when you look at the lows of these candle here, it's basically 730 area again. So that former resistance acting as support, giving you an indication, you know, that even though we're consolidating at the moment, this level is being respected at least to the downside. So I'm going to continue to watch that and see if you know, we can get back up there. FRGE coming closer to my entry point. I got in at 159. We're now at 60. This one went against me like 4 pennies up to 164, but continuing the trend that I really anticipated, which is the breakdown of this 158 level. I think that's a better level here. Maybe down all the way down to that 146, maybe even more, 135, 136 area. This one looking like it is downward inclined and below VWAP by quite a bit now, and also below the 50 period. So, you know, that's what you want to see in terms of initiating a short position. You also have multiple moving averages crossing each other here, giving you the indication that the trend has changed if you use those. I know a lot of mechanical systems use these, you know, moving average crosses to get in. Probably not on the 3-minute chart though, maybe more like on the 10 or 15-minute. But yeah, who knows? That's a bit. Basically, I'm looking here on the side to see what is up. Looks like DBGI just won a race, so maybe we'll flip from Billy here, have a look at DBGI. That one we were trading last week. That was a small capper up, I believe, let's see here, up 27% on the day, up $1 or so. It's a $4 stock, so not too bad. Let's zoom out from the 1 minute to go to 3 minute here. So you had a nice move up on this one. This one started early though, 8:30, got its start, made its move up, retraced, consolidated, then waited for that open, and then it rocketed up to 5. I think we're up to 515, yeah. And now it's having a bit of a fight here with VWAP. Look how it retraces right to that 465 level and then goes below it, above it. Looks like we've decided to stay above it, at least for the time being. We're about like 10 to 12 pennies above that 465 level where VWAP is at. But this one looks like it really hasn't made up its mind whether it wants to go long or short. I'm not going to play these ranges. You know, the better trade would have been to have some sort of dip here off that VWAP level. But yeah, this one not presenting me, at least very obviously, with any opportunities to take at the moment. So I'll sit on my hands. I'm in 2 trades at the moment. So we'll see how those 2 pan out.
Yeah, you know, I'm just kind of looking. I think shorts are starting to pay. Market going back down there. So Neo, you know, whatever, 3 cents in the money. Meta, 33 cents in the money. Yeah, man, I should have had more. No, whatever. It is what it is. Every time I'm like, it's far away from my level, so I have to take more size. Then it gives this. Come on. Now I'm like just like straight move to the downside. And, oh, man, whatever. It is what it is. I'm going for a 122, not so much 122 cover, but if we can break, you know, down 122.30, that'd be great. Let's see if we can get there. I'm going to go for that. Hopefully we get that. And Google added to the long here. Didn't break the 100 level. Now bouncing back to the upside. So, yeah, kind of interesting because I'm short, I'm in the money. I'm long, I'm in the money. I'm long Google, short Meta, but both are, they're going to move together, but, you know, give or take. Yeah, no, if we bounce from here, then Google's going to be good. Meta's going to be moving against me. Maybe, you know what, actually, I'm gonna cover. I kind of don't want to be in too much of the short. So I'm going to take some off over here. It's not really a big deal to me. I don't really like love the trade, but I'm going to hold on to some and see if we can actually flush down to that 122, you know, call it 122 and a quarter. That'll be my cover. For the rest of the position there. And yeah, Neo's still going for, if we can get to like 1280s or even like 1282, that'd be solid. So we'll see if we can get there for a cover. And yeah, Google, if this wants to work and if we want to bounce, I'm not convinced of the bounce right now. I'm not convinced. I don't think that the market is really going to bounce and then just like rip to the upside, but I don't think it's going to sell off and, you know, kind of collapse. I think, you know, we had a lot of selling, like 2 legs down. I don't think we're getting a third leg down at 12:30 in the afternoon. I think we get potentially sideways action, and then, you know, from there, kind of, you know, see what happens next, right? So yeah, I'll keep my eye on that one. I should say
Geo is moving, Luca.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's at high days, 1197, or sorry, 1194. Looks like it wants to touch 12. What's going on with this one?
That's funny.
Okay. Yeah, just getting alerted to that by someone in the chat, saying, ironically, market falling while Geo climbing. Yeah, that's the way it works, man. These stocks are secular. Some of them, they have their own moves. They're not market dependent. And that's kind of what we look for, what I look for anyway. And that's how typically small cappers act. They don't really march to the beat of the market's drum, kind of their own drum. Look at this. Geo's continuing to make newer highs on the day. But it's a bit of a slow mover. I mean, we opened up the day. It looks like the lows at 1143. We're 1194. It's 5%. I'm not going to disrespect it, but numerically, notionally at least, it's not much to be had. That market downtrend, though, still holding up. We retraced off these 40.13 bottoms, right? And then we got up to 40.24, and then it retraced all the way back down. So we just made new low of day on that last 3-minute candle. Are we going to continue down? I've been thinking we're going to see 4,000 the majority of the day. So it's just a matter of when, in my opinion. Obviously, I'm just guessing. Yeah, Geo continue with those new highs. Our positions are really not doing much at the moment. Both FRGE, NENEH, excuse me, EH still hanging around support, not breaking below, but not quite getting to my profit taker. Only 10% left on that trade. Nothing really to write home about. FRGE, we're holding a 100% position, but we're only like 1 penny out of the money. No, 2 pennies out of the money. We're short 59s. There's it's printing 61s. So this one's got to make its way down, but the volume really dropping off on this one, which is not really a terrible thing if you're short, because you don't really need too much volume to head south, but you definitely need volume to head north. And so being on the south side when volume is dropping off is always the better choice, at least the way I see it.
All right, so I'm just looking quickly here. Yeah, so I got out of Google, but that's not what I wanted to do there. I think I had to stop it, but that's actually a poor stop. So let me see if I could get, watch, now it's going to go. Not going to get me in. Oh, damn it. Okay, yeah. That's why you don't do 99 stops. I don't know why I put that there. I think I was looking at a few other things. I'm like, you know what? I'll be able to get back in at a better price. But yeah, no, not necessarily. 100 maybe wants to hold. That was bad, man. That was really bad. I am the exact bottom on that one. Come on. No. It is what it is. Yeah, Meta finally getting that fill at the quarters. I got out a little bit earlier just because there was a little bit of size, a little bit of dark pool, wasn't breaking that area. I'm like, whatever. It's like 10 cents away from where I wanted to cover, so nothing too crazy. But yeah, short. And this is what I was saying. I'm like, man, this is what a bad punch. This was a terrible cover sum, but it was whatever. I'm just kind of it's when I set up these, low conviction trades, I have a bad habit of, not waiting for the prices that I want to see because it's low conviction. I don't really care too much. So yeah, that's that. But I want to see if I can get back in at Google. If this kind of comes closer back to 100, get the long, and then maybe we get back up for a 40-cent move to the upside. We'll have to see what happens there. But yeah, everything kind of muted for the time being, at least from my side of things. People saying that their geo calls are working for them. Congratulations, happy to hear that. And foolishly trying to buy dips on Amazon, it keeps falling. That's the thing, man. You got to understand between averaging into a long and just kind of trying to fix your price, because then you're going to get out. I do that sometimes. Like, I'll get long and then it goes against me. I was like, I don't know. I don't think it's going to break down another 50 cents. So let me try to fix my price over here and get extra long. But that's a recipe for disaster. I wouldn't say that's the right way to look at things and go about it. Definitely just wait for your areas and see where you can go from there. People talking about Tesla there as well. Tesla, back at low of day, Sean mentioned he was short 185, and now finally working for him. But that was a battle, man. That was probably a battle for sure. Okay, so we got the long here on the 100. Now let's see if we can actually make that bounce to the upside. Now that we get this kind of test at the bottom over here on the NASDAQ, maybe we go back up, maybe we float around, not really too sure what to expect. But yeah, if we continue to sell off and everything, then for sure we're going to have to let this Google go. But for the time being, showing that it wants to hold 100. So we'll hold on to that one, see if it wants to work to us back to the upside, and see if anything else to the long or short side is going to work here. Everything, Amazon 91.30 now. Get out of here. Are you serious? Oh my God. Okay, so yeah, I guess flipping short here was the right idea, and then not coming back through 92. But whatever, it is what it is. You're not going to catch them all. For sure, I'm definitely not going to catch them all. But, it's, I think, a learning lesson from this one is if you see an iceberg and it's filling and it's just on the tape and you're seeing red, and you're like, okay, I am long, but I can't let that just, maybe there's two trades to be had here. And, when it broke that, you could have taken the short and then you were never really out of the money and you could have held that, right? So I told myself I'm not going to take I'm not going to take a short just because I was long there. I don't want to really overtrade it. And then I kind of tried it again and it didn't work. But yeah, no, this thing is kind of failing to the downside. I'm gonna, I'm trying to think, if we bounce, what are the names to be in? And for myself, maybe a Google, but yeah, we're gonna have to see.
I think there is some issue with your mic, Luca.
Oh yeah, maybe
people are complaining about like there being static or something like that in the chat. Sorry for that, guys. Some of these things we don't notice immediately. Is the sound still happening? Let us know in the chat. Is it happening on my mic or is it happening on Luca's mic? Is it still happening? So I guess that's what we're looking for. Just tag me in the chat. So people saying no, it's not happening. People saying it's by me. I guess I'm not. Prad mic sabotage, people are saying. That's hilarious. Prad has sabotaged the mic because he's under the weather. Okay, guys. EH breaking down below that support level that we talked about. That was that 730-ish support level. It's made it down. It's way down to 720. So, I still have my long in at 713. It makes its way down there. I'm out. It's only 10% left. The trade I'm more worried about is one that I'm on FRGE. This is only a half position, so not too worried about it. But it looks like it's going against me at the moment. It looks like it wants to retrace possibly into VWAP here at 169, 170. I've put my out at 166. I mean, I got in at 159. I'm like, look, 7 pennies of risk is more than enough on this dollar stock. If it rejects off VWAP at 170, I'll be more than glad to get back in. No worries, but at the moment, I'm not gonna add to this position here. I'll wait to see if I'm wrong. If I'm right at the rejection of VWAP. If not, and we can create newer highs, hey, I'll take it long. I mean, I don't have any problem either way. EH coming awfully close to my out. We'll have to wait for that one. Geo, the Michael Burry prison REIT. I mean, I was going to call it an ETF. It's not an ETF. A REIT, real estate investment trust. High of days, guys. 1196. I think high of days 1197. So a penny off high of days. This one is inclined to touch up 12, up 4.66% on the day. Let's see what's happening in Biggest gainers from Open World. YMTX only up 1.2%. Why would I even look at that? I mean, I guess maybe that race just started. Not much for trade for me, guys. A bit of a slower day, both on the market and in small cap world. But hey, I mean, we're down 62.5 points on the ES, so it's not that slow. Eh? Yeah, I feel blind without all my tools here, Sean, to be honest with you. Sean telling me to have a look at Tesla. We're going to flip our chart over here. Let's flip off. Flip off, that's funny. That's not what I meant. Let's take Geo off the chart here and put Tesla. Tesla is a NASDAQ stock. There we go. We'll have a look at Tesla, guys. Sean's saying Tesla hanging out well below VWAP, near day's lows, it looks like, at the moment. Where are we at day's lows? Here, come on, hello, wake up. What's going on? I think this chart's going to crash, so I'll send it to you, Luca. Oh. Okay, so Luca is occupied at the moment. So since looks like we got out of EH here. So we do get out for the remaining 10% at break even. No biggie, scalped out 90% for profit. So this one, I just want to exercise patience, to be honest with you. It was worth it for me to lose all these profits from 61 back down into 13 just to exercise my patience, because that's how poopy my patience is. FRGE also stops me out. Still positive on EH, but not on FRGE. This one now is red, despite being positive on it earlier off this move. Looks like I didn't catch the right, or I didn't look at it. I didn't look at it the right way here. I mean, I really saw a possible flat bottom breakdown and a continuation down, but it looks like it wants to retest or retrace back to VWAP. I'll be more than happy to get short there if it presents me with that opportunity.
Yeah, you know, got myself out of Google. It's just not doing what I want to see, and I want to just kind of be chilled because I think SHPH has potential here for the run. There's actually a lot of volume that's not a lot, but you know, relatively high volume coming through the 310 area on this, and I would really love for this to break through 320 to the upside and then kind of give some type of opportunity. You know, whether I'm wrong on it or not, do something. Come on, do something, please. I really don't know, you know, just kind of glancing back. NEO now inching back to the upside, but as expected, not really doing too much. Somebody's saying, my love for Amazon is gone. Yeah, man, you and me both. I don't know if, like, you know, 91 per se could be a level, but it's just kind of trying to look here. The bottom of, you know, the past, I want to say the past week or so has been, you know, around 91. It's been around 91. So maybe you get the bounce, but yeah, it's just kind of, you know, market's down, I guess, 1.5%. You know, you're either nursing the shorts or I guess looking for bounce plays, but I'm not really too sure what's going to happen next. I thought Google for sure would kind of hold and give some sort of bounce here, but maybe it wants to just run, you know, 90, 80, and I'm kind of not really pulling these numbers out of nowhere, but, you know, maybe it wants to run back down a little bit, then, like, make its way back to 100, give the test, and then go from there. So, yeah, it's like I'm happy that I'm out of the trade. I'm happy that I'm out of the trade. I'm just kind of not really too happy that it didn't work for me. We got a little bit of a bid there at 90.90 or 99.90, but yeah, it's going to get filled. It's just 200 lots. Nothing crazy, just kind of interesting as to, you know, this bid as to why it's there, but yeah, it is what it is. Just going to kind of glance back here, SHPH, and yeah, cycle back and forth. Somebody's saying ENPH is creating a new high, so let's have a look at that. ENPH on the NASDAQ. No. This can't be it. The market is down, but ENPH is creating a new high. This is a $300 stock. Is this Enphase?
Yeah, it's Enphase. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, Enphase.
It's an energy stock.
Yeah, you know what I haven't looked at today, actually? XOM. So ENPH, no thoughts. As soon as I see $300 stock, I go, I'm not trading this. Tough for me to manage risk on it. But let's have a look at XOM, because somebody before was mentioning that it was actually finally failing. And this is something that I've been watching for a while. That 115 level did not break to the upside. And I was wondering, are we going to break and then, you know, go back down, or are we just going to reject and have like a slow trajectory back to the downside? Let me pull over the daily for everybody to see here. You know, I almost think my bias on energy is short. I like the short going into next year as a swing trade, you know, kind of short 114, playing off the 115 high, holding the short for a 100 test. It'll be really nice if we can get a flush down to that 100 level. I think first stop obviously being 105, showing that, you know, the sector trade was in, things were good, moving to the upside, you know, breaking that 100 level, giving a little bit of consolidation, running its way back to the upside. And now it's like, okay, now that we kind of top out, you know, maybe oil moves back down, maybe we finally break through that 105 and then get back to 100. And then from there, you know, we probably get support at 100. So it's obviously very far away. But I really, really do like, for myself, the swing trade on energy short going into next year. I don't know if I'll be right on that. It just kind of feels like, you know,
I was gonna say,
short 114, like you're in the money now. So
I was kind of surprised to hear you say that because China's not fully open yet, and we're not at the highest energy prices we've been. Imagine when they open up. I mean, where we'll be, because their demand is so stifled at the moment because of all these lockdowns.
yeah,
I mean, I don't know.
Like I know. Well, so for me, I like to just play off of levels and kind of gut feeling as to like, you know, what are we going to see? Like, this is the thing, right?
Yeah.
People are getting long. Like, smart money is like loading because they know the energy trade is going to be good.
So it's a buy the rumor, sell the news type event.
Yeah, exactly.
You buy at the lows in anticipation. It's moving higher on the Chinese news, and then you get out once China's open.
Yeah, exactly. And keep in mind, like, you know, Warren Buffett, I think, is long on Oxy. But he's not long above 70, right? Like, Warren Buffett is probably in and around, you know, 55.
Yeah.
Like, he is the support. Right, he is the support. He's just, his bid is there at 55, and it just cannot get through 55, right? So, yeah, he's long at 55 because it makes sense for him. And you know, call it you know, there's some type of rebate that they might get from U.S. government. You guys can do more research on that one, but you know, that's why he likes the long. And this is when he announced, I'm pretty sure, that he was long. So, you know, not even 55. I almost want to say, like,
yeah, that's when he did
you know,
announce. Yeah,
smart money. Like, and so think about it. If he's announcing that he's long, and then we move up, like, think about where he's long. Like, this move is probably building the long.
What's the reporting days? I mean, he's got to report when he did it. So, I mean, there's only a finite amount of days. Is that a daily chart?
Yeah, this is daily.
So,
exactly. And so, like, I almost want to say that, like, he's long, getting long here. Like, smart money is getting long, then they announce that they're long, and then boom, the oil trade is in. So even though it's like, oh, yeah, like, this individual is long, I really like the long, yada, 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 like, it doesn't make sense. Like, for me, I'm like, I almost want to feel like you kind of sell over here and maybe rebid at like 55, 50 area. You know, it's showing you that it's support, right? So just kind of don't listen to people. Respect the levels that the market is showing you, because that's the truth. Nobody can manipulate. Like, it's obviously, well, you know, not to say that it's manipulated, but you know, you want to respect the levels that it's showing you, right? So if XOM 115 is resistance, I don't care if anybody's like, I'm buying XOM, this and that. I go, okay, well, I'm going to short it, and if we go above 115, I'll cover that, and that's that, and I'll just kind of take the L there. I think Sean talking about Tesla. I don't know if are you still short?
I'm short right now. I'm
still short 185.
Short 34s, baby. Just got some out in the single digits.
Nice,
this one is printing. Let's take a little bit more out to de-risk there. We're holding 50%, 57% of the position. I'm going to de-risk a little bit at this level. There we go. Now we're holding a more appropriate amount, 30%. Let's wait for this one to test the whole dollar level again. Tesla brought to our attention by Sean, creating, continuing with that pattern. I mean, it's like that wave pattern. You get in, you short on the top, and you cover at the bottom. There we go. Now we're getting some single-digit prints here. 10 holding up. There we go. Now through 4 and 3, we're out. So that's an awesome little train brought to you by the Katina train. Yeah, Tesla, awesome little move down there from 10. From where did I get that? I got it at, yeah, 183.34. Did I say 10.34? I'm sorry about that. 183.34. Now we're testing 183s. So it looks like there's some size coming in here at that 183 area. So, but you know, with Tesla, the amount of size that does come in to support the moves is always, you know, it seems to be sufficient. We break through these levels. We'll keep an eye on Tesla as it continues to fight through that 183 level. There we go. Come on. We're getting 01 prints, you know, between 04 and 01. This one really taking its time. Yeah, there we go. We get the breakdown south. A lot of blue coming in on my tape. Blue means below the bid. So that is likely that, you know, it's a big seller or a big shorter, whatever, taking out different levels. And then when it's orange on my tape, that means above the bid. And so, you know, above the ask, excuse me. There we go. 90 now is being tested to this downside, but looks like there's a hidden buyer and not for long. There it goes. Breaks right through 90. We're getting into the 80s, 81s now. There was a buyer there for a moment at 90, but he's gone or she's gone. Now this move is nice, and it's not really being you know, it is being followed by the market, but the market's moved only 2 points, and the distance at Tesla's moved 50 cents. So I don't know if they're directly proportional to one another, but both the market and Tesla headed to the south side. But that 183 seems to be coming in as a support level, at least for the time being. Broke into the south side, but holding up momentarily. Let's see what else is going on with some of these trades we've had. FRGE not doing much. Neither is EH. These ones are stagnant and not doing a whole lot. So let's keep our eye on what is moving, which is that Tesla trade. Yes, back down now into the 90s. Is anybody trading this in the chat here? Let's go. People saying tops. Let me see. Yeah, okay, so others saying tops. I'll have a look at tops in a second here. Once this Tesla move to the downside really slows down, but it is not slowing down. If we can break through that 80, I think that's a really good level. I think we'll have some... there we go, 75. I got this one way too early. This one's got lots of legs. Jeez. Can we see the $0.50 here? We are now down 66.5 points on the ES, more than 1.63%, 1.64%. And the Tesla, definitely part of that group, headed to the downside. We are about to test that $0.50 at 182. That 182 $0.50 looks like it's coming into play anytime. What's the chat up to? People saying, oh, Tesla. Yeah, people mocking me for the way I say Tesla. That's just the way I say it. You know, I'm not really going to change it, to be honest with you. We'll have a look at tops quickly. Yeah, I know. Luca chiming in on that now. Let me just pull up my, what happened to it? There we go. So let's pull up tops. The chat is screaming tops is moving here. I mistyped that. Okay, let's go quickly. TOPS, that's a NASDAQ stock? I really hope it is. Yes, it is. Okay, good. All right, load up, load up, load up. Okay, so this one's up, down, 58.3%. Not doing much, guys. I mean, we're talking about a base of 178, trading at 185. I mean, no, this ain't gonna do it. I mean, we gotta get up above these levels. We gotta basically be above $2, if I'm telling the truth. Get our attention, we're down 60% on the day. In order to form any sort of trend here, we need to get above that whole dollar level and start trending towards that 270 where the 200 period is, and even testing 3. So tops, I won't have any involvement in it. It's very range bound, and you know, there doesn't look like there's much range to begin with. Anyway, Luca, are you looking on this move down on Tesla?
I'm like trying really hard not to pull it up, like really, really hard. I see everyone's like, "Oh, Tesla."
Yeah.
You know, I know Sean mentioned he's short 185, and I'm just like, "Yeah, no, I'm not." You know, maybe if we get to 180, I'll try a bounce, but obviously we're far away, and I'm really hoping we don't get there. Tesla is a recipe for myself to lose. Not really interested in that right now. Looking back here, yeah, Neo is sort of working now at 185. But nothing too crazy. I'm trying to bid out just in front of 1280. So hopefully get that fill and, be happy with that one. Google now back above 100 there, but yeah, nothing too crazy. Tops was a big, I call it a big oof, because this thing down 50%. Obviously, everybody remembers this, was at $4. Opens at $1.50. So yeah, kind of crazy there. And yeah, maybe this market wants to test 4,000 and then bounce. So for myself, I'm kind of like, I don't want to, I guess I shouldn't be longing anything until like we bottom out. Then it'll give either a really good bounce opportunity or show you that the long is wrong. For the time being, everything is just very, very, kind of grinding up, grinding down, sideways. I think the meta short was great if you had that. I didn't really have too much size there. Somebody was saying, do I have any thoughts on meta, or do we have any thoughts on meta? Not really.
It was a nice mover this morning, eh? It was
it's
very
like,
upwardly
this kind of
inclined.
double top area just in front of 125 is solid. I think if it gets there again, you could probably try your luck. Probably not going to get there today, and it's not something that I really want to, long 122 per se. So yeah, just going to chill and watch and see if anything else kind of sets itself up.
Do you ever use Facebook? You know what I only use Facebook for, if I'm being honest? Marketplace. I think it has a really good marketplace that I've kind of used in replacing Kijiji. Like, I don't use Kijiji anymore. I don't know if you're on that as much.
Not really. I've never used Marketplace, but yeah, no, I don't have Facebook. I don't really go on, but.
Yeah, no, Marketplace, a lot of deals on there, man. I mean, to be honest with you, like with anything, TVs, clothing, shoes, so many people, just because they have access to it, it's like their first place they list it. And it's like constantly updating, and it shows you how long it's been on there, any price adjustments. I've been a big fan of Marketplace for a while on YouTube, but I know that's not where they want to go. I know they're more metaverse related, but who knows? Maybe the Marketplace will be metaverse-esque. Like, will you be able to like have your headgear on? You'll be able to like just shop all the different like little things that are listed on Marketplace. I can totally see them doing that.
Yeah, no, it'll be interesting to see where metaverse goes. You know, like what are the potential prospects? Like, it's. I
don't know if you guys seen this, but the World Cup. So there's this app on the World Cup, right? So you basically put your phone on, like you face your phone, your camera onto the screen that you're watching the World Cup on, okay? And then it asks you to scan the pitch. So you touch the pitch, just I have to touch somewhere green on the screen. It scans the pitch, it detects, okay, the shape of the pitch is such from the angle that you're watching. So once it's identified the pitch, it'll start showing you the different players. And that's based on the data that whatever the data source, the TV station or whatever it's on the TSN app, has from a side view angle. So they base what their data is of like player assignments, like this player, like Modric is in this corner over here from this angle, but you're viewing from this angle. So this is Modric from your angle. So it's so smart. It's able to relate like different player positions based on what viewing angle you're from. So I found that super awesome. You can get like the amount of distance traveled per player. You can get like their speed, their shots, their accuracy, how many pass receptions they've had, all by just like pointing your phone at the screen. So I thought that was super cool.
I saw the video on that. It's like I think that's really cool. It's crazy to think where augmented reality can go from here.
Yeah, guys. Okay, so now let's keep an eye on this EH trade. I mean, we got stopped out of it, but it looks like it wants to test that 760 high. So if it gets back up there, I mean, I want to be a part of it. So I'm not going to flip this chart. Still up 30% on the day. It's got to get above this 7.5 area, the $half level, for it to really show me that it's changed the micro downtrend that it has, and it's back to heading upward. But Tesla at that $half again, 182.5. There we go. We're going to see a break up. There we go. Now we're printing below. I'm seeing 49s, 48s coming in on the tape. You know, there's some buyers stepping in here. It looks like some shorts are covering at these levels because we just bounced off that 50. Right back down, though. I mean, we're headed that way, Luca. I mean, I don't know. Tesla down 6.2% on the day. That is not a small sum.
Yeah, no, and people saying, I was like, oh, wow, SHPH finally breaking through 320. I don't know where we go from here, but I kind of want to short this, but I feel like it's the wrong idea right now because what I'm looking for is I want to see like a break of pre-market high, break of, call it 320, and then quickly flush back down, then maybe short is good. But the way that this is acting, it kind of blows to the upside, and now it's like maybe the long is, not to say the long is good. I'm not necessarily loving the long at this level, but yeah, this thing could easily, I mean, where's the next resistance level? Maybe 4? I think this thing could be at 4. Like I'm trying to pull up, like kind of gauge as to where do we go from here, and just prior levels,
gotta be
375, 4 maybe. So call it 350 to 4 area will be interesting for myself. If we can get there, going to consider the short there. If not, I'm not too sure. Just kind of glancing over at the tape here, you get the volume spike, it moves to the upside, and giving that top at that 335 area, but not to say volume is low on it. It's just not, like it showed you all day that it's not, giving you, it's kind of like in a very, very tight range. So kind of challenging to trade. Just make sure you wait for the key levels over there. And somebody's saying, I love how everyone now is like, Tesla. Yeah, no, it's kind of funny. I always like tune into when I'm in the back there and I hear you say Tesla, and I'm just like, I start laughing. I pull it up.
It's like Ian and Baba.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna change. Seeing some volume leaders here, guys. Looks like the SQQs have done the most on the day. Ooh, I just took this out. Prad's gonna get mad that I took this out. Oh boy. Oh, anyway, okay, I'll have to fix this when he gets back tomorrow. SQQ's done 16 million shares, followed very closely by Tesla at 59.9. XPEV's done the third most amount at 52. And SOXL, what's SOXL, the ETF for what? The microchip again?
Yeah.
Microchip ETF, SOXL, that's done 44.3. Tilray, you saw Luca trading Tilray, or was it CGC or Tilray that you were trading? Tilray, he was trading that one. That's done 43 million shares, followed by Apple at 40.7. So all the usual suspects coming in on there, maybe saving except for Tilray, which, you know, can be dormant sometimes. I was actually sitting up with Brendo at the big desk earlier, and him and I were talking about why these wheat stocks have been moving. It looks as if there is some rumblings in Washington, in D.C., that a bipartisan bill could find its way to the floor of the House soon. Who knows? That the Democrats have been poised to pass that one soon. You'll recall, what's her name? The vice president coming out with that statement that made all the wheat stocks go wild during her debate, I think, with Mike Pence, and then that ended up going south real quick, Luca.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of glancing back at the chat, kind of seeing what everybody's talking about here. Thoughts on Netflix? Let's have a quick look here. I have no no thoughts on that. As soon as I heard politics, I go, I don't know anything about this. Okay, no comment. But
the wheat stuff.
The
wheat stocks, yeah, it's totally political
I'm not
at
really
the
too
moment.
sure.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure like what's going to come out of it, but yeah, I'm just definitely more focused on kind of, you know, where are these levels and where do we go from there. Netflix, not really too sure what to think. Kind of at the bottom of the range potentially with everything else. You know, maybe if you love the name and you love the bounce play, I mean, you kind of give it a try at 316. I do not. I'm not going to try this for a move back to VWAP. I wouldn't be surprised to see this back at VWAP at some point today. It's just not really, you know, my forte. It's kind of a little bit slow, so just kind of chilling for the time being. Google, yeah, back above 100, and there was actually something. Oh yeah, SHPH making the run to 340, but sort of slow right now. Not really too sure what to think. This is not giving me the feel right now that we're going back down. This is giving me the feel that we're going up. So yeah, I think we're going up, but at the same time, it's not really moving with conviction. It's just kind of, you know, dancing around. You got the move, and then now is it going to just be sideways for a long time? So yeah, I don't want to just really jump in and kind of see there. Somebody's saying is the audio and video are out of sync.
Bears versus Bulls is telling them to refresh. If that happens, guys, just refresh the feed real quick, and I think everything should be back in sync there. Sorry about that. We're having some audio issues today. Sorry to interrupt you, Luca.
Yeah, no worries. Yes, just looking what's going on with Netflix. Yeah, nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. And yeah, you know, this is the, you know, as time passes and I kind of look at large caps just in general, it's like, take Google as an example. And I know I keep referencing this, but the only reason is because it's at this 100 level and everything else is kind of, you know, dancing around. Don't really love it too much. But it's like, it gave you the bounce once, twice, okay, great. But now that it broke, it's not really selling off. It's not really going back up. So it's like, you know, maybe intraday swing, if you think the overall market's going to bounce back to the upside, you could justify, you know, long here. But where's your out on this name if you don't say 99.50? And so if you say 99.50, then you got to go for VWAP. That's a 1-to-1. Do you really like the odds of this getting back to VWAP versus going to 99.50, right? So for myself, I'm just like, this could just probably stay here for a very long time. And I don't want to just sit in a position that, you know, when I get in, it's just going to kind of go against me, and I'm going to be like, I hate that I got into this position. So I'm trying to figure out, you know, what to look at, what's moving. But yeah, for the most part, everything is kind of slow. I got the fill on NEO for, I didn't update this one, but yeah, I got the fill at, you know, I think 1282 around there. And then we bounced, right? This is kind of like very, very muted, nothing too crazy, just playing off 13 level. Maybe we flush lower. And I just kind of said 1280 because 1280 was that daily level, you know, right over here. Kind of showing that it was resistance. Then we broke above, and it sort of held on an intraday level when I was watching it a few times. So, you know, I'm just like, oh, yeah, maybe 1280 is like a good area to trade at. So that was kind of the logic on that one. And, yeah, you know, look at Tesla chart, 10-minute today, sick. Yeah, oh, yeah, well, you know, yeah, SHPH. I'm watching this one right now. So I paid for shorts on this one, and I tried to short, you know, at the 3 area, but I'm just kind of waiting. it's kind of, I'm not going to say sad. Maybe that's not the right word. But it's like you have the move, and then it just kind of stays here, and now it's waiting. So I guess, if you're long, you're just kind of like chilling, waiting. But yeah, no, I really don't know what to expect with this one. I'm kind of waiting for it to do something crazy so I could take a position on this one. I feel like you either, maybe short here, but the likelihood of getting stopped out at high a day is high. Maybe play off the 350, but I don't want to be, in a trade when it doesn't make sense to be in a trade right now. So yeah, just chilling for the most part. Tesla bouncing a little, but still on life support. I like that one. Meta seems to be holding that 222 area, or sorry, that 122 area. Had the flush down and then quickly back to the upside. Now back, sort of slow holding that area, but it's weird because, if the long is going to be good, it wouldn't give you all these opportunities, I would think, to get long, right? So it's like the long is probably going to be, lackluster, right? Like maybe you get 30-cent bounce out of it if you're going for an intraday swing. But yeah, if it was going to be really, really good at this level, it would be like this, right? It would come into the 122 level, it'll bounce, and it instantly gives you 70 cents, 75 cents, right? Whereas in this scenario, it bounces, then it's like very slow. It stops at like 15 cents, then back down, flushes, stops everyone out, now back up again. So it's very easy to get stopped out if you're trading with a tight stop, tight spread there. So yeah, just make sure that you're very cognizant of that. Manage your expectations. That's the best thing you can do on days like today. And just kind of chill out and see where we go.
SHPH making a huge move up. Thanks to Pradley's little scanner here on the side, it showed me it was,
Bless you.
Excuse me, winning the race. Looks like we broke that bit of a flat top at 315, making our way up to 340. So nice little volume coming in here on SHPH, now up 38% on the day. Not really sure how to play this one, though. I mean, it's just been, I don't see any really discernible patterns here. Just some tops, it looks like, that we're forming at these levels, and just the break of the top, I guess that's maybe the play here. But want to shout that out because Luca was trading that. I don't know if anybody else in the chat was trading it. I feel like I got stop hunted on FRGE and EH. I mean, look at this. I put my outs at these levels, and I get stopped out, and that makes its way all the way back down. That didn't happen just once. It happened twice. I put my stop to the sell side here, and then it makes its way right back up. And, it really turned on my exit. Changed positions right when I got out. So kind of frustrating a little bit on EH and FRGE. That has a lot to do with stop placement. I think my stop placement on EH was right to leave it at break even, given how far away from my entry it had gotten. But maybe my stop on FRGE was not right. It should have been at VWAP. I think that's a better move here. I'm going short because this one broke below VWAP and consolidated sideways. So the logical thing to me would be to give it to that level that you're basing it off, which is VWAP. I didn't. I shot a little bit below that, about 4 pennies below, and I paid the price. Now it's actually below my entry, so this one would have been a positive stock lesson learned on that one. SHPH kind of consolidating sideways a little bit at the moment. We'll come back to that, but Tesla, where's the low on that one? 182, I want to say it's below 50, maybe 182.45. 45, Sean says, so that's a low. We're seeing 83s, 85s on the bid, so about 40 pennies from the lows. That's nothing for $182 stock, so we're definitely still near lows, but the ES kind of, retracing a little bit, a few green candles here. This is the 3-minute chart, so about 9 minutes or so of an uptick, but still definitely a downward trend. The bigger trend looks higher, lower highs, lower lows, so this one definitely not looking for anything close to a bounce.
I think I'm going to try short on SHPH if we go through 330 here. So it just it's showing that there's an iceberg at 330. Not an iceberg, sorry. It could be a dark pool. Not really too sure what's going on there. But if we break 330, I'm going to try the short. If maybe we flush lower, right? Maybe after this kind of size gets taken, or whoever whatever type of long is going on there, maybe we flush lower. If we don't flush right off kind of the break of that, then I'm just going to get myself out of that trade. And I know some people in the chat are mentioning...
Trader Pratt is in the chat, by the way, guys. trolling you guys for only having 200 likes, and we've been on the air for 2 hours and 20 minutes. Most of those likes were acquired when Sean and Arun were on. We're gonna need more likes, guys. I mean, I know it didn't do a likes request, but you guys know the drill. If you guys know here, if we don't get likes, the YouTube algorithm kind of like shuns us. So that's not what we're looking for. We're looking to expand our base. So smash that like button, guys, and always go to our YouTube homepage when you need any explanations regarding any of the terminology that we use. We have a great little search bar over here that will help. So, for example, we always use the VWAP term. All you'd have to do is hit search. We got to join for videos. How do I do this? There we go. There's a search button. Just to have it zoomed in. Type in VWAP, and lo and behold, all these videos come up. Sean, Neil, and Brandon have made for you over the years, and they explain plenty of stuff. So smash that like button, guys. Let's get that like count up.
Thank you for whoever. Okay, so I'm short here, and now we're actually flushing down. So let's see if, and let me just make sure here. Okay.
Pratt's saying someone's mic is causing issues. I'm not sure if it's mine or what's going on. We're going to have to fix that, but it seems to be a bit of a mic issue today. Guys, only 2.4 thousand likes. We got to get up to at least 2,500. 365,000 subscribers, guys. We've got 4,087 people watching. Let's get that like up to 25. Let's go. It's only going to take a second of your time. What's that SHPH? Oh, geez, that's a nice short, Luca.
Yeah, so maybe, you know what? It's two things happened. Somebody was like, Luca, maybe it's the string. So I look down, and then I look up. I'm like, oh, I'm short here. Okay, so where are we going here? Yeah, maybe we failed now. This is my thought, right? If you got the dark pool buyer or iceberg buyer, call it whatever you want, now maybe it kind of ran to the upside, didn't really break the high, but then you get this kind of, I'm not going to say this is a death candle because, I'm not going to talk prematurely here. We easily could go back up, but, now you're getting some selling that's coming back in. We're kind of fading back to the downside. It'll be nice if we can get back through that 315 area. If we can, then we probably get back to get a $3 test, right? But, manage your expectations with this. Not sure if anybody's short this, but, it's one of those things that, could be a good short. I could get stopped out on this one, but yeah, we'll see what happens next here.
Okay, yes, that looks like a good short. $3.40 high on SHPH. Yeah, after that big move up. I'm not trading much, guys. I'm just looking at FRGE here, create new lows, going through that flat bottom breakdown that I want to take, that I got shaken out of. So it's going to test that low. I believe that low is at 156. If it breaks through that, that's going to be a new recent low. So I'll watch that. Up 15% on the day still. EH looking to take out day's highs at 760. Not all that far from it. 18 pennies or so and above the 50-period moving average. I've got nothing that I'm watching at the moment. Sadly here, let's have a look here to some of these charts on the side. TXMD I'm seeing is making a move. So why don't we have a look at that? Is that a NASDAQ stock? We're going to have to find out. TXMD, let's click quickly. This one is up 19.2%, but on really suspect volume. I mean, 1 million shares, 1.1 million shares. Look at this chart too. I mean, how can you trade this chart? It's super choppy. There's really no discernible trend where it's like it looks like an inside day. I mean, is this a gapper? Let's flip to the daily chart to see if we are gapping prior to Friday's close. Yes, we are. That's why this is up so much. Okay. So the majority of the move was made probably in pre-market. We'll zoom out and have a look now. Looks like the close was 436 on Friday, and today's open was 477. So a 4-penny gapper, not that bad. Let's flip back to the minute here and put the 10 minutes so we can have a better look. And there we go. We get the crash. I'll send it back to you quickly just so I can fix this chart.
Yeah, sure. So just basically nursing the short here, and I'm trying to understand, just quickly glancing at the tape. So it kind of feels like, the short is in, and now we get some covers along the way, and then kind of volume, subsides for a little bit. But yeah, I almost want to say like a little bit of sideways action, and then maybe another leg down there. So it'll be interesting if we get that. Yeah, if not, I'll just get stopped out on it. It's no big deal. And yeah, thank you to whoever in the chat was mentioning what I was saying before. Maybe it's the string on my sweater, maybe. So yeah, I put it on the inside here, so now hopefully that works. I think Sean, hopefully you guys saw that. Sean mentioned he's long meta, and I look back, and this thing just instantly back to the upside. So I'm like, yeah, you know what? Maybe the the 122 area long, that's a good long to be had there. Yeah, I definitely don't have it. I'm just kind of chilling now. One position on board, just short here, essentially short 329 on SHPH. So looking pretty good. I mean, like this was like instantly in the money, fly to the downside. Like this probably gets to 3, right? Probably gets to 3. It's just kind of holding this like 319 area. There's somebody who is like not soaking. I don't want to say like soaking, like getting long, but like clearly there's like a reason it's not going through that 319 area. But yeah, as soon as that 319 goes, then, this thing is probably going to flat. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it breaks 319 and then flashes down to like 305. So these are like my expectations. And this is just like a quick, this is like a scalp trade, right? It's like I'm short, I'm in the money, let's hold this, let's see where it goes. Let me try to get out in front of 3. Maybe we break down even further and get down to like, maybe the smarter move, if this is the death candle, maybe the smarter move is like, hold for like a 285 end of day. But not really my style. I mean, I'll just kind of cover as I kind of glance over at the tape here.
Yeah, I just got to pull up these super chats quickly here with Bears versus Bulls. It's just a matter of finding them. Thanks for notifying me on that, Brad. I'll get to that in a moment. But looking at FRGE, starting to break down. I think it made that 157 low. I'm looking for that 156 low. For this one to head south. though, looking to test that 760, now making its way back to the $0.50 level at 750. So that one looking to be like very, very strong to the high side. TXMD up 21.5%. A lot of volume coming in now, though. I mean, have a look at this volume profile here on the bottom. Looks like this is one of the bigger volume candles that we've got on the day. And now we are at high of day, I believe, at $5.42 it made its way up to. So TXMD moving here secularly on its own. But I'm not going to initiate it along there. Not enough volume on the day. 1 million shares only. So, I'll have a look at that, and then I'll address these super chats super quick.
Yeah, and somebody saying talking string theory about my string over here. I don't know.
String theory, I love it. Big Bang Theory.
Put the string back. Let's prove that it was the string. Yeah, maybe it was the string. Because this is the thing. Maybe, now it's back, right? So, guys, let us know if that's the reason. Definitely an exciting day when we're talking about strings and not stocks here on the midday show. But sometimes slow, sometimes not slow, but your job as a day trader is to just sit here and wait for the action to come back, right? So sometimes you have good trades, sometimes you got, slow trades, slow market, you just kind of chill, size accordingly. Looking back, trying to glance over at my watch list here, nothing really too crazy. I know somebody before in the chat was mentioning ATVI. I don't know if the deal is getting closer, with Microsoft buying them out. Not really too sure what's to come there. It's kind of nasty for any longs on this one. And it was looking good moving to the upside, but this is like, it's been a while, right? Like the deal was announced back early this year, and it's just kind of, sideways action, not really doing nothing too crazy. And then I almost want to say Warren Buffett announced his long position over here, and reason being, and I remember him saying, if we're going to be right, we're going to make money, and if we're going to be wrong, we're going to lose a little bit of money. So asymmetrical risk. That was kind of his announcement on this. And it does make sense, right? It does make sense. It's Microsoft is the buyer. They want to buy this out. So maybe the long is not wrong, right? But it just takes time to come through. I almost want to say at the beginning of next year is that's probably closer as to when the potential deal starts to work itself out. Who knows? We'll see. Time will tell. Neo back closer towards 13. Meta now kind of moving its way back down very slowly. Billy not really doing much. XPEV kind of sideways. Tesla, still far away from that 180 level. We got half an hour to go here. I don't think Tesla's going to 180. I don't think I'm getting that bounce play. I'm kind of happy to be honest. But let me just quickly check who won the game, Croatia or?
Oh, don't give the spoiler.
I'll
just tell. I'll just tell them that this game went to penalty kicks. I think it's the first game.
Really?
In the round of 16 to go to penalty kicks, guys. So if you want to know the winner, go watch it for yourself. We won't give you we won't spoil it for you here. But other than to say, it was a good game to watch. Just want to shout out these super chats that we got. Usually Pradley does this, but today I'll do it. The Hayes Record sending 199 super chat saying trading in Monterrey, Mexico right now. tuned into you boys. Shout out to the Hayes Records. Thank you for that $1.99 super chat. And definitely, I hope you enjoy yourself down in Monterey. We'll finish these super chats when we get back from Brendo, who's at the big desk with Money Talks.
Hey guys, just keep an eye on Silvergate, SI. I just saw pop up on volume here to the downside. Just seeing a headline, crypto lender Nexo saying they're leaving the U.S., citing a regulatory dead end. So there was a spike down there on SI. It's now 7.7%. Ugly day for Silvergate. Here's Bitcoin anyways, wanted to mention as well. 0.5% still holding on to positive territory all the way back to 17,000. Bit of a bounce underway right now. For BTC, the US dollar, bit of a bounce and then some off that ISM number this morning. We got at 10 o'clock. Stronger than expected, remember. So that caused strength not only in the US dollar, but the yields back higher as well. Everything else red on this board. Notable moves for the Australian dollar, a full percent. New Zealand, 1.4 to the downside. Japanese yen under pressure as well, 1.6. Multi-week, multi-month low for the yen, guys.
Yeah, thanks for that, Brendo. Jose Rodriguez also sending a $5 super chat. Been a member for a year. Thank you for that super chat. I definitely appreciate it. No message attached to that, though. Nicole Harris, a longtime daily viewer of the show, member for 1 year, sending a $2 super chat saying, "Cold is strong, but not the cold is strong, but not it. We bounce." Not sure what that means. XPEV and comms. You obviously have been trading XPEV today. Let's have a look at comms. COMS. I believe that is a NASDAQ stock. I remember seeing that last week on the scanner. Let's see here. There we go. COMS up 20% on the day, but this is a penny stock. You know, I don't delve into this penny stock world. It's like 13 pennies at the moment. It looks like the start of the day out at 11. Hey, I'm sure that a lot of people do these, and they do quite well at them. Timothy Sykes, when I first started actually trading, that was one of the first courses I ever read, Luca, was Tim Sykes' course for the penny stocks. But, you know, ever since then, I've kind of graduated to these dollar and above stocks. I don't delve in that world. So those are, looks like all the super chats that we have from the midday super chats. Also, I don't know if this was mentioned, David Child sends a $2 super chat and says Tilray. Yeah, Luca was definitely trading that one earlier on. I hope he could have been of assistance to you in that regard, Luca.
Yeah, and Jose Rodriguez, member for 17 months. Thank you so much. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. Hopefully you're doing well and making money. I got stopped out of here of my SHPH short. I'm just like, if we get back up, like I don't know if this is going to go back to the high. So I stopped out. And then we just go back down. So I was like, okay, let me try it, one more time. Maybe now we're going to fail because whoever is trying to, again, keep in mind that, if people are short, we blow to the upside, right? These people are getting squeezed. Now we come back. We're actually holding the levels. So something that not to say was wrong to, I saw that, but I was like, let me just try to hold and then I'll just stop out at break even. Maybe I'll give it one more try and we'll see where we go from there. But yeah, it might just be slow, right? It might just be slow. So I might just stop myself out here and kind of let it go and maybe reevaluate. If I get stopped out again, then I just really hope that we, do go higher so that it gives another opportunity. If it kind of stays here, then, I'm just going to let it go and not really do too much with that one. So, yeah, not really too worried. And, Amazon coming back up, everything kind of sideways. Yeah, I see people saying, I'll spoil it for you. Somebody, Leroy Jenkins, Luca, how long did it take you guys to graduate? $50 shutdown, and you have to make $2,000. I don't know the details on it right now off the top of my head. For myself, I think it took me maybe 2 months, 3 months, something like that. It's definitely a grind. It's definitely a grind. It's definitely a process. The one thing that my kind of one takeaway from my trainee, being a trainee and then kind of working towards graduation and then graduating is we're in the business of being right away. Right? And so, like as a day trader, as a scalper, and so you have to really find setups that make the most sense to you, and then you want your setups, when they start to work a little bit better, you want to scale up very quickly, very aggressively, right? So for myself, it was, I ended up graduating on Coinbase IPO. Hopefully you guys remember that if you were trading it, it was absolutely insane. It was a lot of fun trading it, and I had the pleasure of being in a lot of those opportunities where, you know, something opens at like 360, 380, goes to like 420, and then closes the day closer to 300. So yeah, it was something else, and yeah, it was definitely an exciting experience. But I think now, if that opportunity rolls around, I'm definitely prepared to, you know, do very well on it. So yeah, just kind of a game of patience now and waiting for like the really, really big opportunities. Ouch, Luca, the mic. So yeah, I guess it is the string.
It is. It is.
It is the string, and yeah, hopefully you guys aren't dying over there. And yeah, so stopped out of SHPH again, and probably just let this one go for now.
Yeah, I'm I guess cruising for a bruising here, guys. I got short on FRGE again. I mean, look at this. I should have been shorting up here or up here. Anyway, I got in lower than where I initially got in. I got shaken out of this one, but I still like it to the downside. I mean, look how far we are away from VWAP now, and we had a test. It got rejected. So I really feel we can make our way down to that 140-ish area, in and around this area by the end of day to complete that entire retracement, end up flat. Not out of the realm of possibility. I'll give this one more room. I took smaller size here so that I could, you know, that I could be a bit more flexible and not give back too much on the day. I see Pradley in there in the chat, you know, trolling people, saying string theory confirmed, or I'm not even really sure what he's talking about that. I guess him and Bears versus Bulls are going back there. But yeah, shout out to Pradley. Hope you feel better soon. Have you on the show ASAP. Just don't come until you're germ free, because none of us are really feeling that well, to be honest with you. I don't know how you're feeling, but I'm kind of a little bit better. Yeah, I'm meh as well. I don't feel like I have any cough or cold or anything like that, but I definitely feel lethargic, and I think that usually comes when I'm getting something. So I took, I don't know if you guys, if you use this either, but I use, what's it called? That thing in the, it's like all herbal, it's like an immuno booster, but it's all, yeah, but what's that, the brand name one called? The one that you get from Shoppers. The one that has ample amounts of echinacea. It's like Power Boost or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I took it. It's supposed to give you a little boost there when you feel the signs of an oncoming cold. Hopefully, I will be out of that tomorrow, because it just makes you tired. It says I have to be as long as Sharif is on my PC in case he runs into any issues. Yeah, Pradley, your PC is just, you know, let's leave it there for a second, because I think I changed some stuff on your trade idea screen. I don't think you're going to be happy about it, but it was accidental. So you can fix it when you're back. And I tell you that when you're on the other side of the screen, so you can't do anything to me. Yeah, guys, that's basically it. I'm not looking at much. I'm looking at SHPH, obviously, because Luca has been trading it. I'm looking at comms because someone in the chat asked us about it, but that one, not really my cup of tea, being such a cheap stock. EH, we were trading that one all day. We're super positive on that, and I just really want FRGE to make its move down, get to 140 already, and make me a happy guy.
Yeah, I'm looking back at tops here. It's slowly making its way towards $2. Just not really doing much volume there. SHPH, yeah, just kind of now is in the range. You know, this is like I'm gonna chop myself to death. So I'm gonna let it go for now and just kind of accept the fact that you know, it's just not doing what I want to see. DBGI is now actually back above 5, and I did locate for this one as well from before. So bring on the action. Let's see what we got over here. Are we running towards high a day, potential high a day clear out? Oh yeah, this thing is going. Oh man, are we gonna go into an up halt here? We potentially go into it, no, maybe not, but yeah, no, this thing is, and I just gotta quickly set my lot size here because obviously paying for a different amount of shorts. Somebody is probably getting squeezed on this one because that was a very, very sharp move to the upside. Now not really too sure what's gonna happen next here. Maybe the long is the right idea. Let me look at the daily here, and I'll do this with everybody kind of in real time. Potentially good opportunity here. And yeah, making its move back to the upside. I don't know. Maybe you could justify 6, but that's kind of far away. $5 level of interest. I tried the short at 5, and then it did fail, but it held. Now moving back to the upside. Lots of green coming in on the tape. You know, just be careful with this one. It's probably you know, low float. It's gonna it could teleport, right? It could definitely teleport. So your risk on this one is your size, not your stop. I'll say that much. And yeah, we'll see what happens here. Nice Raptor sweater. Thank you so much. Yeah, I love ball, man. Definitely a 3-point shooter. My favorite player, Allen Iverson. And yeah, guys, let me know your favorite player as well, because I'm always curious and I love the debate. And yeah, I see Pride in the chat. I don't know what's going on here, but yeah, I'm actually locked in. Yeah, XOM slowly to the, yeah, there's a crazy move back to the downside. Absolutely insane there. And DBGI just kind of reluctant to short until it shows me something. Maybe, you know, if it doesn't want to fail, like this thing could be at 550 very, very quickly. You got to get some type of over-under action, in my opinion. So the setup that I want to kind of look for is maybe a little bit of sideways consolidation, then break 530 to the upside, come back through, and I want to try to short it above 5 for the move back down. But this is the thing, it's spent so long doing nothing that now that it's going back to the upside, maybe the short is not a good idea, right? Maybe the short's not a good idea. Yeah, SHPH, I was wrong to cover that. I probably should have just been a little more patient on that, but whatever is what it is. You know, you can't win them all. Maybe if it actually does break below 15, maybe it's gonna go. So I don't know if that's the case. Maybe I'll try one more short on it and see if we can get that going as well. But yeah, you know, it was a better short at 330. Hopefully you held that if you had it. Now at this point, it's like kind of, you know, chasing, and I don't know if that's the right idea. Watching DBGI right now, just currently waiting for this to either fail or do something here. Not really too sure. And I'm just going to glance back at the chat. You know, Colby, yeah, oh yeah, that's guaranteed for sure. Luke, I have a full slipper spinner chain, Allen inversion logo on it. Oh, sick. And yeah, my PC is dead. Yeah, Pratt, your PC, I'm just looking over. It's, no, I'm kidding. No comment there. Yeah, all is good. Hopefully everything's well. And somebody's like, yeah, now Luke is going to, you know, like step away from Sharif. Just, you know, the main thing I'll say is just, you know, be healthy and everything will be fine. You'll be fine. Of course, I got a Tesla way too early when it stalled. That's the common theme with Tesla, man. You know, Tesla is a challenging one, right? It's very hard to hold for the whole move. Wow, Tops is now over 2. Okay, it's funny. All these moves just happen at the same time. It's like the algo just turns on across the board, and they're like, all right, let's go. Let's run all these stops. Let's do everything. This is probably pay for shorts as well, right? Yeah, for sure, pay for shorts. Okay. I don't have shorts on Tops, and I'm not really too worried. I don't really care about that one. Yeah, it's actually above 2 now. I was just saying. And I was just saying, like, all these names just, like, start to go randomly at the same time. And I'm just like, man, like, it's just so classic. I have no idea what's going on here. But, oh, Neil's actually closer to 13 here. It's probably going to break 13, but I almost want to respect this level. I'm going to try a small position right here on Neil.
Yeah, Tops really breaking that 188-ish. Let's zoom out a little bit. This is a 1-minute chart. Let's have a look at the 3 to kind of get where that level was. Kind of hard to see here because of this crazy super wick coming at 809. I'll fix that in a minute, but this was the important level, that 188, 189. That goes back to the bell, the 935, 930 time slot. That was the high. It broke right through that. Now it's holding that whole dollar level above 2. So this one's interesting. I mean, do we hold 2 here, or do we retrace back to that support level, previously resistance at 188? This will be an interesting one. I mean, it's down so much. 50, I think it was like 60 some odd % at its highest point in the day. So you had to assume this one was going to retrace to the high side a little bit. I mean, at least. It's just weird too. Let's have a look to see if we can look at maybe like the 15-minute chart to get some levels here. Let's wait for this one to load. Okay, 15 ain't gonna cut it. Let's look at the 30. This one's not loading. Let's move back. There we go. Okay. So now where can we get in terms of levels at? The bottom. Okay, no. Here we go. Okay. So I think the next good level coming up from, looks like from the 30-minute chart, is at 280-ish to 3 level. That area right here. Have a look at this area. This is the bottom part of, what day was this? November 30th. So what day was November 30th? Like Wednesday or
Tuesday or Wednesday?
Yeah, something like that. Going back to those days, that was the bottom there. That was made at 4:30, 4 o'clock or so. That ended up being a good support level for the previous day because it didn't break below that level. In fact, it made its way up all the way from 320 all the way up to 580. So this one, super interesting. You got lots of room to the high side here, but when you do encounter those levels, you may find a lot of selling stepping in. So Tops definitely moving up here. I'm going to keep the minute chart for this one because this is a crue certified small cap crapper, which requires a small cap. What's going on? What's going on with DBGI?
No, SHPH now giving the flush there, and I kind of saw it, but I missed it. Oh man, that was like, yeah. So I had the right idea, but I'm obviously not in the zone right now, not doing well. It's all good. It is what it is. But yeah, no, that's basically what I was looking for over here. It just kind of took a while to fill whoever was getting stuck short there. Oh, man, trading, you're always mad. You're always mad. At least I am. I'm always mad. Someone's saying Amazon short squeezing. No, absolutely not. Yeah, there's ample amounts of liquidity. It would take a significant amount. Like, short squeeze is not the right word, I would say. Maybe it's moving to the upside, but maybe bottoming out, the rest of the market kind of moving back to the upside. This is a short squeeze. This is a short squeeze on, like, something like DBGI. Amazon does not really short squeeze. Like, it'll take like billions of dollars and somebody who's just like panicking trying to get out. That just doesn't make any sense. Okay, yeah, but Amazon now moving back to that 92 area. Wanted the long at 92, went all the way down to 91. Now making its way back up, still did not breach 92. So yeah, 92 level of interest, maybe something interesting there. And oh, tops 227 halted. Yeah, okay. Oh my God, this thing is wild.
You kidding?
So
I moved
here we
away
are
from it
at
for
227,
1 second.
halted to the upside. Wow.
Jeez, yeah, you had to. Yeah, wow, that was a nice little move there through that 206. Rob, I'm getting some echo in my ear. I guess I'm hearing myself talk. Do I just cancel that on my end? Okay, so there we go. Okay, perfect. Don't hear it no more. 227. What do you have the tap on that?
Yeah, 330. Showing
so
330 open. Or 230. 3 cents higher. 3 cents higher.
3 cents higher, so 230. So we closed at 227. So 3 pennies higher is the tap on this one. So keep your eye out for tops. I mean, now only down a measly 48.8% on the day. But this one's got all sorts of room. You gotta love these small cappers, Luca. I mean, they're just so exciting at a market that really hasn't been too volatile. I mean, we've had some movements in the general market. Today, we're not down a small amount. 1.5%, that's not small for the ES. Are we down the same amount on the NASDAQ? NASDAQ's only 1.4. Yeah, interesting. So the ES more relatively weak than the tech-heavy NASDAQ. Usually you don't see that's the case. NASDAQ usually the bigger loser.
I'm just looking at something, 1 sec.
Yeah, no, let me continue here. Okay, let's flip back to see what our trade is up to. Yeah, look, we're like a penny out of the money on FRGE. This one just does not want to go our way, even though I really am confident in this end of day, the fact that we're going to be down at that 140, 135 area on FRGE, but just keep entering at the wrong area, I guess, waiting for tops to open back up. Whether this is going to be a 5 or 10 minute halt will be decided by the NASDAQ. They determine how long the halts last, and sometimes we don't know whether it's going to be a 5 or 10 minute volatility halt until the 5 minute time slot passes, and then we have no choice better than to know that it's going to be 10 minutes. Sometimes it goes even more than that, and then we'll get a news pending notification coming from the exchange. So we'll see how that one goes. EH not doing much either. Let's see what else is moving. TXMD, that was another one we were looking at today. TXMD. Let's flip that to that one real quick. Yeah, that one's near day highs, is at day highs, I think, actually. Let's zoom out. Yeah, no question about that, up 32.2%. So these small cappers really starting to go. This TXMD has been on a rampage upward off that $5 bounce. Now $5.93 is going to test 6. TXMD is moving, ladies and gentlemen. And this is a 3-minute candle chart. This is not a 1-minute candle. So you only have one measly small red candle in there somewhere. Now the question is, do we bounce off this 6 to the downside, or are we going to continue going north? I mean, I don't know. We're doing that as we're waiting for tops to open up. So TXMD presenting us with opportunities to the high side in addition to tops.
Yeah, guys, just noticing this DBGI short here. I wanted to go higher and stop me out so that I could kind of reevaluate and take even more short there. Tried another short on SHPH, but yeah, it didn't work. And I know I'm chasing here, just a little bit less size, but I saw an iceberg offer or a dark pool offer, one of the two at 309 area, just thinking like, okay, maybe now we are going to flush. But I think I'm down on the name. I'm done with this one. It's basically paper cuts, like kind of short, stopped out, break even, short, stopped out, break even, short, stopped out, break even. So yeah, I got to kind of chill now because, you know, like it's like 1, 2, 3 times. The trade is done, right? The trade is done. I should have just held the short. I didn't. And that's trading, right? Sometimes you just kind of frustrate yourself. It is what it is. No big deal. Just kind of move on. And someone's saying, guys, Luca doesn't fish. Does he? Luca, you actually fish or just wear the hat? I just wear the hat, man. I just wear the hat. It's, you know, it's a cheap hat. I got a bunch of different colors. I rock them. Some I wear at the gym. Some I wear here. And somebody before, I can't remember who it was. You're making me laugh.
Corner
like,
gas.
Yeah, somebody before was like, Luca, what's your favorite fishing knot? And I'm like, I know that you know that I don't fish. I feel like that. I'm like, I know you're just busting my chops here, which is fine. That's pretty funny. It made me laugh. But yeah, no, I go fishing, but I'm not like a huge avid fisher or anything. So not too sure about the lingo and everything. But I just kind of feel like Luca is Italian. He swims with the fish. Yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully never. That's not.
Luca Brazzi swims with the fishes.
Yeah, exactly. There's always somebody in the chat that says that one time, and I just start laughing, you know? Ever caught a yellowtail? No, yeah, I caught like maybe, I don't know, like probably 10 fish in my life. So tops is open right now. Moving to the upside. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, this thing, I wouldn't be surprised if we like go into like another halt over here. This thing is kind of savage.
Is that wick up to 3? Do you have that wick up to 3?
No,
or is
not
that
to
just
3,
on
no,
mine?
no.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a dark pool print on mine. I have that wick up to 3. Where do you have your high?
High being
245?
247, yeah.
247, okay, so that's, okay, perfect. So
this I didn't pay for shorts.
getting that corrected on my chart. It hasn't made its way up to 3 in case you're looking on my screen. Yeah, exactly. When it does come along, retracing now. Now remember, I like to play these halt levels, guys. I like them in terms of support. So that 2 1/4, 226, or maybe, you know, a few pennies in and around that area, I like for a possible bounce. Obviously, be really quick. First of all, have a stop if you're going to use these halt levels to take dip trades off. That's first and foremost. Number 2, size in accordingly. Don't take your full position. Number 3, be ready there with your keys to get out in case your stop gets blown through. That's happened to me in the past, even though sometimes I'll leave like a 5 or 10 cent cross. You know, sometimes it'll blow through that. But looks like it's primed here to test that 50, that $50 level. Some size coming in here on the book at that $50 level, and there's a whole bunch of up and down in and around as to be expected when it comes to test this $50 level, especially at high of days, but tops now down only 45% on the day. It was down like 65% earlier, so it's retraced about 20 percentage points, Luca. So this one definitely still on watch. TXMD just created a newer high there at 594, now retracing back into the 570s. So both of these ones still on watch for small cap longs, guys.
Yeah, for sure. And keep in mind that tops is SSR. I kind of like the long here. I'm just trying to figure out, like, should I be, I love what you said there, that 227. So it halted at 227. It opened, it ran up. It didn't really come back down to test 227. No. So 227 is definitely a level of interest there. Some iceberg buyers at around 240 right now. And I almost want to think that 250 is going to break to the upside. But yeah, if 240 breaks back to the downside, then we probably get a quick flush lower. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so 240 breaks. Now we get that 227 bounce there, and let's see how this acts up over here. Do I want to try along here? Probably. I don't know. Let's see what happens. 227. And sorry, I'm just kind of like watching the tape here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm long 230, guys. I'm going to give this one 5 pennies. If it goes to 24s, I'm out. I'm scalping into the high 30s. I took a really big position on this one. There we go. Now we're getting 34, 35s. Take a little bit out there to de-risk a little bit. I'm looking for the high 30s, to be honest with you. I'm going to take the majority of this position out in the high 30s. I'm going to take a little bit out there as well because I've got large position there. So this one has to be de-risked, even though it is like a 4-penny winner only. It is a 4-penny winner with a lot of shares. So this one, I can't really tell if it's going to make its way down or make its way up. I'm playing it off that level. I jumped the level. Lucas said 227, which is the actual halt level itself, but I jumped it 3 points higher, looking for that print. There we go. Now we're printing in the high 30s, baby. So that's real good. I've got like, oh geez, I still have like 30% of the position left. Now, if we can get some in the 40s, I'll de-risk a little bit more in the 40s there. We're getting them 38 prints, 39 prints here. If we can get 39 one more time, I'll de-risk a little bit more, but plenty of upside potential for this one. But just make sure to have your stops ready to go, because this one could flush in a heartbeat. Let's take out another piece right here. So we're marking up our chart with all these red exit marks. There we go. 39 is being tested again. A little bit of resistance being encountered here at that 39 level, not really being reflected on the book itself, but you can tell by the price action that that level is rejecting a little bit. Not seeing any 40 prints coming in quite yet. There, let's take a little bit more out there. So we don't have much. Yeah, we've got like a decent amount, but really good trade on that dip trade off that 230. Very happy with that. Now we're printing in the 40s, baby. We take some more out. That's another good trade. First time of the day, we're going to spin the money, but this was worth it. I love these small cappers, man. Give me more.
Yeah, you know, these this is crazy. I wonder if we're going to actually break 250 to the upside over here. It'll be interesting. I feel like if we break 250 to the upside, then things go wild. We probably go up. We maybe go into another halt here. So who knows what's going to happen. But there's a lot of people. I'm seeing size that's coming in, like slamming that area there. So yeah, just be careful with that one. You want to make sure you watch your positions here. And but yeah, that 250 top, like that is the top. Sick trade though, sick trade. That long off the level, that's the trade. I kind of missed it, and you know, whatever, it is what it is, but kind of missed it. But like that's the trade, right? It's like if it's going to halt, like you could take the halt, whatever, but or you could just be long, hopefully before that. But you know, when it runs to the upside, comes back down, shows you the bounce at the halt level, like that's a great scalp trade. That's like A+. So yeah, definitely good look there. Solid trade.
Appreciate that, Luke, especially coming from you, Mr. Big Trade himself, to be honest with you. One of the guys that I still look up to when I come here every day is this guy. He's always in here every early morning, sending out messages in the chat, identifying levels. That's like this guy's thing every day, to be honest with you. So, yeah, big shout outs to Luca, the man to my right. Now, not really holding much, guys. A very small piece left on tops. I put my break even through the break of 30. So if this one goes to 229, I'll be out for that remaining piece. No biggie. That'll be a 1 penny loss since we're long at that 230 level. But for the moment, holding out. If breaks, it breaks. We'll see what this one does. A lot of volume, though, in and around these levels, to be honest. I'm getting texts from the Playmaker and Pratt telling me that the mic issue was with me. I've since been given a new mic by Lucas and the production team, so I hope that one is a little bit better and not making as much static noise, to be honest with you. FRGE, we're still in that short. Do you remember that one? And we're like 2 pennies out of the money. As is typical with this one, I don't think we're going to get to the end of the show before I can actually turn a profit on this one. So this one looks like it will be another 2 penny loser. What is tops up to? It just blow through to the south side. Yep. So I got out there. Thankfully, right there, you see the out, break even, that 228. So a 2 penny loser for the remaining, like I want to say 5-10% of the trade, but all in all, solid trade.
Yeah, you know, and this is a perfect example of that's the level, right? That 227. So like maybe it's good for one-time bounce, but then keep in mind that when it breaks, it gives this type of reaction, right? Quick flush to the downside. So if you get the long the first time, great. You don't want to really try your luck the second time unless there's like ample amounts of size there showing you that maybe it could be good. And then it's SSR, so you can't really put a stop order to short it back through because it's SSR, right? So it just doesn't. You probably just don't get the fill there. Yeah, kind of watching everything now, just wondering, you know, what's going to happen next. I don't know. There's a lot of selling coming in here, but it's just kind of, you know, if this thing was going to halt to the upside, it would have done it already probably. Now it's just, you know, muted and dead, I would say. Yeah, we got like a 7 minutes to go here. So I'm going to glance back at a few different positions here. So, or not positions, sorry, but just kind of going over my watch list. Amazon, pretty lackluster right now. No trade to be had, in my opinion. Billy, as expected, just very sideways, not really breaking back above that 20 level. So I would say maybe you get multiple red days in a row on this. I wouldn't be surprised. And same with kind of the Neo trade. The Neo trade, the XPEP trade, like the same kind of setup over there. Tesla, that 180, if we get it today, I'll try the bounce maybe, but yeah, probably just less size for me on that one for sure. And Google now below 100, so it's no trade for the rest of the day. I like to recycle levels until they break, and then now it's just like, whatever. Like, I'm not going to try it again. It already showed me that it broke. DBGI, so had the short over here, added to it, stopped myself out. It's basically a loss. Like, I took an L on this, but it's like a flat loss for the size that I took. I thought, like, I was trying to get the shorts in, just didn't get them, and then I was like, let me like slam the lows here. Like, why not, right? And yeah, then pop back to the upside. I thought we're gonna break through 5 and then just kind of like flush down, kind of same ideology there. So yeah, no big deal there, whatever. I think this thing probably closes below 5, if I had to guess, for the end of the day. So it's probably something I'm gonna be watching. And yeah, SHPH now back within the range, not really doing much. So yeah, sometimes, you know, you have a bias and you're like, okay, I think short, I think long, and then you lose. Sometimes you're right, but you're wrong, and you just lose. And a lot of the times, that's kind of my, you know, that's what frustrates me, but it is what it is, right? It's hard to, you gotta like, you know, find areas that, these are the areas that you size in on and you take the trades, and then if you're wrong, like you just let it go. So for example, as a good example, because I know there's a lot of different traders out there, but I talk to my other friends who trade and they're not like newbies to trading, but they have a little bit less experience, and I'm just trying to explain to them, like, find areas that you can be right away, and then it makes it so much easier for yourself, right? So as an example, I saw something here on SHPH through 330, and then it just like gave me the win right away. So I could have taken the 10-cent win, but I was just like, okay, we're gonna get down here. But I was like, it's like a coin flip. Like maybe we stop out, maybe we don't. It looks pretty bad, but there's been so many times that this goes back above and then we're higher, right? And then we break like 350. So I risk nothing on it, right? So it kind of feels really good. But then to see it fail afterwards, I just have to understand that like there's kind of like a different approach, right, to trading. So yeah, that 4,000 test coming in now on the ES. Yeah, everything kind of breaking lower here.
Remember we were talking about that 4,000 coming in when it was like where were we? Like in the 420s. Well, that's now materialized, guys. We're printing 401s, and we are going to get that 4,000 test anytime now, down 1.8% on the day, 73 points on the ES. This has quietly been a very red day. I mean, geez, like the best times that we have, sometimes like it's up this amount, but it's a lot more aggressive in how it moves. I feel like it's been much more sneaky. Maybe because I don't have my charts up and I haven't really felt the moves. Usually I have my big cap charts up. I have my other indicators and stuff, and I get a better feel for the overall markets today. Maybe not so much, but I feel like this market move to the downside has stuck up on me a little bit. Yeah, we're definitely close to touching that 4,000, printing 4,001 and a quarter here and there. We'll wait for that move to materialize. I don't have a play on it. I mean, obviously, if you're inclined, you could probably, you look for a dip trade on here, a bounce off 4,000, excuse me. Maybe get yourself a couple of 5 points or so, moves its way up to 405. There we go. Now we break through that 4,000 level. We're back into 3,000s here. I'm seeing 3,099 and a quarter. Yeah, so like even 99s are getting tested. 98s are in sight. So this one heading to the sell side quite aggressively. We're going to definitely see a pickup in the volume going into that 2:30, 3 o'clock time slot. No question about that. So this move down you could find this move getting accelerated a little bit. We'll leave the futures for now because they are what they are. Now, what I was looking at, the move that I was kind of peeved at myself for not taking was this retracement here on TXMD, this pullback into the 564, 563 area. Because look at this move right up to 590. This was giving you that 2-minute entry or that 6-minute entry, sorry, that 2-candle entry. It's a 3-minute chart, so 6 minutes. Yeah, I mean, geez, and now it looks like we're gonna test 6 here. We're printing 590s, and I don't really see much resistance on the tape heading with us north. In fact, I see the buyers following us up north on TXMD, so that could be an interesting one. Tops, someone in the chat says Tops is going back up. I don't know. I don't know about that. So this one's headed down. This one looks like it's going to test that $2 and quite soon. I think we're getting 210s here on the bid. So this one could be headed to the short side, to the sell side, I mean, real quick. Looks like we've got like 1 minute left on the show, Luca. I don't know if you want to summarize anything you've got, but yeah, it was basically, I don't want to say uneventful.
It was just a little bit, but I had a great time. Always a pleasure coming on. thank you guys so much for the likes. You know, and sometimes market is a little bit slow. I think today, like obviously hindsight, but you know, hopefully some guys were short and just kind of holding for this low day move. Yeah, everything kind of moving to the downside now. One thing I'll comment on, somebody was asking, what is the absolute bottom for next year for the overall market? And I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I have no idea. But I almost want to say 3,000 is not an unreasonable ask, even though it's 1,000 points away. But yeah, you know, maybe if we break 3,500, yeah, who knows? Maybe 3,200, 3,000. And then, yeah, we'll see how, like, you know, 3,000, that's like so far away. Like, I'm just kind of pulling these numbers out of nowhere. But yeah, no, I had a pleasure today. It was a lot of fun, and yeah, it was a pleasure coming on with you as well.
Likewise, and first time on Luca and I. Who knows, we will be on tomorrow again if Pradley's still under the weather. But for Luca and I, it's been awesome on the midday show. We are now going to send you up to Brendo at the big desk for the afternoon show.
Hey guys, welcome in. Yeah, 2 o'clock in what is turning out to be a pretty red Monday afternoon here as we make new lows, slicing through 4,000 on the S&P like it's not even a thing. But we'll see if we can't find some buyers to come back in here a little bit. That's the lay of the land currently, 1.9 for the S&P. It's getting ugly quickly. The Dow 1.25, 1.9 as well for the NASDAQ. TSX futures here